looking for a red light.
Yeah, it changed the setting on the mic. It wasn't muted, it just got disconnected, but it should be good now. Good catch. So yeah, that whole summary we just did. Oops. Oh well. It'll be a surprise. We'll just have to remember. Yep.
Yeah, she can hear it. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I really need to get like a wider angle camera.
Yeah.
Or multiple.
I'm sorry that I didn't buy the widest angle one.
Hey, it's worked out great so
However
far.
many years ago I bought that.
It's when you first got to your first apartment. So like 8 years?
Yeah.
7 years?
Mm-hmm.
7 years. Yeah. Alright.
This is gonna be interesting.
Surprise, you're the DM, let's go.
Once upon a time, there was a tower that was tall.
By the way, we're totally going to play a game at some point where what we do is we rotate responsibility for the DM. So what's going to happen is each round, or each like set number of rounds, maybe we roll like a d4 to see how many rounds it changes. But then the DM changes, and you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Oh my god, that's intense.
You just have to remember that when you're no longer the DM, it affects you then.
It's called the Dorngen.
The Dorngen?
There's just lots of doors.
There's just lots of doors.
The doors all magically unlock. Your turn. They lock again. Damn it!
How many doors are in this facility?
All of them. Okay. All right, y'all. I was not expecting to have to do work stuff this morning, so I'll be honest, I am less prepared than I would like to be. So we'll experience this together.
It's okay.
Yes. But do y'all want to come up with a name for yourselves, or we could keep the? What's FOF? Fellowship of Folly. Fellowship of Folly. FOF.
Yeah.
Keep Fellowship of Folly.
Yeah.
It's just new characters. The others died.
No, they retired. You're married to your perfumer wife.
Wait, that was
it.
Was that the Fellowship of Folly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
The satyr that got married to the perfume.
The satyr. What's his name? Did you forget? Yeah.
Tick Tick went back to his planet.
Tick Tick went back.
Wait, he was an alien?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're from.
They're Spelljammer, right?
Right. I didn't even think of it that way, but I guess so. Yeah.
She is still on the hunt for teeth.
Yes.
Teeth. Not
Teeth.
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 Or
Yeah.
teeth.
Teef. Okay.
And the DM's on vacation playing a game.
I think I'm just gonna make that like a symbol of all of my characters. So every single one of my characters is just gonna pull teeth as trophies.
Her flaw is she thinks she's a dentist.
Dentist in training.
Tell you what. Also, I will allow for this one shot 2 guest inputs, where at any point in time you can modify who I'm targeting with an attack.
That's
so you can
great.
either modify who I'm targeting with an attack, you can roll someone's death save at advantage.
Okay.
Basically, you just tell him who you want him to attack.
So if I'm going to attack one of their characters, and you think that's a bad idea, or even if you just want to attack somebody else, you can be like, nope, you're attacking somebody else. And you can change who I'm targeting. And you can say it after I've already decided what the attack is. And what else? So I'll give three guessing. So you can do an advantage on a death save one time, if you want to. You can change who I'm attacking up to twice. I'm going to write these down. So 1 times death save at advantage. 2 times change DM attack target. And also
1 instantly destroy the world.
Total world kill.
You did say total world kill.
It did say it, I know.
1 time you can roll a percentile die to double the effect of any heal that happens in the game.
Too bad I don't have any.
Did we all get a greater potion? Is that what you said?
Yes, so you each get a greater, you get a superior.
So does that mean I have a greater and a superior, or
Yes.
I just have okay?
Yeah, you have a greater and a superior. 1 time roll a percentile to double heal. It can be any heal. It can be a consumed potion, it can be a spell, it can be an effect, anything of that nature. But you have to choose before the health has been rolled.
Oh, before you know the
Yep.
of it.
before you know the amount of health that was going to initially happen. And then it's a percentile chance to double it. So what'll happen is they will say they're going to use a heal, and if they're casting a spell, they have to say at what level they're casting it at first. And then you'll say, I want to roll for a chance to double this one. And if you roll, we're going to say 50% chance. All right, 50% chance. So 50%. So you're actually looking for the numbers 1 to 50. Because 51 to 100 means it did not succeed. So you want the lower numbers. So we'll do it when we get there. Got it? All right. Those are yours. Okay.
You better pay attention.
It's like, wait, was I supposed to do something with these? I should also give him the option to add 2 additional enemies to any encounter.
Yo, that'd be wild. I'm leaving.
No, don't go.
Oh, no,
Don't
please.
leave me. Fine, I'll do this myself.
Okay. Think we should be good. Just in case
Redneck Hill Horse.
notes. Those should be all right.
You wrote in like.
Oh yeah, I did.
abbreviations.
I did. So it's 1 times death save at advantage, 2 times change DM's attack target, and then 1 time you're allowed to, for a 50% chance, roll to double someone's heal. Okay. Now DS, Dark Souls. What else would DS be short for?
Demons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is in the same franchise.
It is ironic, actually. Yeah. Okay.
It's for
Let's do
Dead
this first.
Satyr.
I want y'all to go around the table and describe your characters.
I am Ebrick Lighthammer, a hill dwarf cleric that worships Saloon, and I am short and afraid of heights. I have a beautiful red beard.
Saloon, you went with the one that you were going to use for Tomb of Annihilation.
Is
Saloon the pipes one, the waters and isn't that her?
I don't think so.
Maybe
I'll
not.
have to
I
look
might
at
remember.
my character sheet on my tablet again.
No,
I
you're
don't
good.
think it was Saloon.
Okay.
But yeah, if you have any questions about me, just let me know.
What kind of beard do you have, if any?
Oh.
A gigantic red one that almost touches my toes, and I have
Character
to
flaw. You
tie-
suffer from alopecia, and you're actually self-conscious because you have no hair anywhere on your body.
That's-
You look like a gnome as a dwarf.
you might not be able to see it, but there's actually a little birdhouse that I'm using as an ornament in my beard.
Yes.
You
A
can
companion?
kinda see it.
That's
Oh
great.
wait, for real, for real?
For real, for real.
Tell you what. Well, it
There is
can't
an
have
actual
combat
birdhouse
implications.
That's
You
awesome.
it can have combat implications, but you can have a pet in your birdhouse if you like. You can have a bird.
The bird that's on my dead cactus weapon is that's the
inhabitant?
resident of the birdhouse.
Like a little tiny bird.
Yeah.
A birdlet.
That's fun.
All right. That is
A little-
Ebrick.
a little birdhouse.
Okay, Elazira.
I am Elazira. I am 6'9",
Damn!
210 pounds.
Gonna
Half
break
orc.
my neck.
29
Pretty
years
lean
old.
for 6'9".
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. How old? 26?
29.
29?
Yep.
I'm 145.
Red
I'm
hair,
35.
kind of like voluptuous red hair with a single
Okay,
red
so
braid
red
going
hair.
back.
Red hair.
Golden eyes, kind of a greenish tint skin.
Okay.
And I'm a fighter, so I have giant weapons.
Okay.
Everything.
It'd be really funny if they weren't.
Yeah. just
Two
teeny
tiny
little
daggers.
It's a letter opener.
And I am quick to run into a fight without thought.
Okay. Okay. Probably not a great flaw to bring to a challenging one-shot for combat.
It's okay.
I love it.
You know what? It's okay. I got you.
Okay.
Just sprint. All right. Go ahead. What do we got?
This one is.
I got a feature for
Atlantis.
that.
Atlantis. Okay.
IO for short. Warlock. Her patron is Scylla, a Titanus sea octopus-like creature.
Cool. Is that associated with Priscilla by any chance?
It's from like the Greek.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Scylla and Charybdis,
Okay.
the proverbial rock in a hard place.
Oh.
Interesting.
So she's an Eladrin. She's fairly tall, 5'10". She's on the youngish side. She has dark blue hair. She has sort of like a pale bluish tint to her. Being a ladron, she can change her seasons. Right now she's in winter. And her flaw is that she's very emotional. So when she's in these seasons, she exemplifies those emotions. So winter is very like dark and sort of pessimistic. And then the other seasons, if she changes, are
That's
different.
just Texas winter.
Yeah.
Bueno. Okay, and then what type of weaponry or arcane implements are visible on you?
Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and use or keep the rod. But there's also a whip that she's proficient with through her elf ancestry.
Okay.
And she has a couple of daggers on her just for on her backpack. And she has a quarterstaff.
What is the appearance of the rod for you?
It looks like a piece of coral.
Ooh, okay. I
Like
like
a
it.
coral reef.
Also, feats. Did we choose any feats?
Yes.
I took all ASX.
All
Yeah,
I
sides?
took
too.
Warcaster.
Warcaster. Okay, got
That's a
it.
good one.
Easy enough. That'll be easy to keep track of. Do we have any questions about content? Something that might have had weird interactions that we wanted to clarify beforehand? Anything like that?
How long have we have been together for a while, so we know each other?
You do. So I'll kind of go into that. That can somewhat be up to you all. So here's my thinking. Fellowship of Folly, at this point, is no longer... It may have started as a group of adventurers that set out together, but it evolved into almost like a company, right?
Yeah.
A band of individuals that take on tasks and they go out and they accept challenges for pay, for merit, for whatever the case may be. And so the Fellowship is this great group, this troop of individuals that do things. And so you three probably haven't known each other for super long, but in some way, shape, or form met up alongside or with the Fellowship of Folly, and were in some way tasked to what will be described here shortly. So I would say anything up to even probably over a year is still appropriate.
Okay.
Unless
Works
we're gonna be
for
like,
me.
no, we met yesterday.
No, that works for me.
Yeah? Okay, so we'll say there's some familiarity. You all kind of know each other's capabilities and have a bit of combat experience together. And then maybe there's some roles between you all. Like everyone knows that we hate the dwarf the most always, so.
Don't
Okay.
hate the guy that feeds you.
Keels. Oh, does he cook too?
He's about to.
Fair. Fair. Okay, so a little bit of background. I was going to try to type this up to get my thoughts straight on it beforehand. I did not have time to do that, so we're going to wing it and go from there. The Fellowship of Folly has received a request for help. So nearby, in the region of Chernal, there are complaints and concerns from some of the nobles and well-to-dos inside of that space about a wizard who has taken it upon himself to seek out power. The wizard is Henry, l'ombre de la nuit. Henry. Henri, Henry. But it's Henry, l'ombre de la nuit. This was a rather prestigious wizard of some renown, up and coming, who decided to go and seek out additional power and strength and merit for himself. And he set off into a region that was called the Dark Mists of Chernal. And a lot of individuals strayed and kept away from this space because of rumors and deaths and other tragedies that occurred both in and around the Dark Mists in that area. But he did manage to come back out, which does not generally happen. However, it was very evident that there were changes to his character, to his personage, after he had come back out inside that space. It is rumored that he brought back out some type of relic, some type of implement from within the Dark Mists, and that he took it back to his tower, which is near the castle inside of Chernal there. The castle's name is Castle La Maison d'Honneur. So don't worry about spelling. It is what it is. But he has brought out some type of historical source of information that has allowed him to do new things. And he started kind of rubbing poorly against the nobles and multitudes inside of the kingdom as he started to ask questions and request resources after coming back out. And it became evident that he was undertaking things on his own time without the blessing of the royals and nobles inside of that space. Tragedies started happening inside of the domain. Missing individuals, dead bodies, a litter of cats being strewn out among the cities, dead, opened up, flayed bodies of cats and kittens found all over the place. There was a murderer that went missing. And also more recently, a fire broke out inside of a nearby town. And somehow the family that was inside of that home were unable to get out. And so 7 individuals died from this family inside of the fire. So you have arrived to the domain, to a tower inside of the Chernal Kingdom, near the castle that was described. It is known as the Tower of Flicker and Shadow, and it is to be the residence of Henry. Turns out that several investigators and some mercenaries that sought out information, did some prying, were able to determine that Henry is behind much of the tragedy that has started happening. That he appears to have obtained some new source of power and information and is seeking to continue growing and using that. So whatever he's doing, he has decided to not respond to the requests of the powers that be inside of the domain. So now you have been tasked by the Fellowship of Folly to go and find Henry and put a stop to whatever it is that he is doing. Whether that means getting details, bringing him in for questioning, putting him down if necessary, whatever it is that's happening. But the locals, you had some time to go and speak with individuals. They have told you that this tower that Henry resides in is a feared place that people have avoided ever since he came back, because it has been bathed in an almost perpetual shadow since that time frame. And at night, there is constantly bizarre sounds, and there are only scattered weird little arrow slits and windows up through the different levels of the towers. It's fairly tall. But there's always at night a flicker cast out from it of flame and light, maybe arcane in nature at different points in time. So it is just ahead of you in the distance. You're not but a couple hundred feet off as you've arrived into the space. And it's very evident that this late in the evening, that there is, even though it is somewhat darker outside, a lack of light kind of around this entire this whole tower that's there. But all the same, you received from some good intel that Henry was here earlier in the daytime and does not appear to have left. You have just gotten here with your party. Fellowship of Folly has given you free reign, basically, to make the decision. And you have the blessing of the nobles and those that reside in the castle as well within this space to pretty much take care of the problem, whatever means necessary.
Okay. You said locals, so does that mean there was like a town close by to this tower?
Fairly.
Would we have stayed at that
Yes.
that town? Okay, so I would say before we actually came to the tower, I would like to give our party a hero's feast.
Okay. If you'd like to let them know what that is and what it will do for their effects
Alright.
for the next period.
So before we sit out, we'll say in one of our rooms, you see Ebrick pull out a jewel-encrusted chalice and set it on the ground and begin weaving magic with his holy symbol, and almost just summoned through magic is just this elaborate feast of meats and wines and cheeses and just everything that is your favorite food. Everyone who partakes in the feast gains benefits. You are cured of any diseases and poisons. You become immune to poison and being frightened. And you make all wisdom saving throws with advantage. Your hit point maximum is also increased by 17.
17
Good
total
roll.
hit points.
No, your max hit points is increased by 17.
Mm-hmm. So there's a difference, right? Because if it's temp HP, once you've
Right.
lost it, you can't get it back. But
Right.
if you have a temporary increase to max HP, you can keep healing it back up to that new threshold. For 24 hours or for how much?
24 hours.
24 hours.
You said immune to poison and frightened, and then there was something else.
Immune to poison and frightened. You have advantage on wisdom saving throws. and you get 17 added to your max HP for the next 24 hours. And once we get to the tower, I am also going to... There it is. Cast Aid. That's a second level spell. And choose up to 3 creatures, so +3.
Okay.
And each target's hit point maximum and current hit points will be increased by an additional 5 for the duration.
Ooh, interesting. I gotta think about this.
Okay, let me know.
Because technically speaking, you're using the same effect. So you know how if you have 2 spells that increase your temporary HP, you have to choose which one you want to keep?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing for max HP.
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah, and you would know that.
Then instead, I will go over to the cleric features
yeah,
here.
I think we can't do that.
I have a lot of prep stuff for you guys. Sorry. I'm going to use my domain feature, Eyes of Night. So starting at first level, I have 300 feet of dark vision, just so you know, just inherently.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because of Eyes of my domain feature.
300?
Yeah,
What domain are you?
Twilight.
God dang. Okay.
As an action, I can magically share the dark vision of this feature with creatures I can see within 10 feet of me. Up to a number equal to my wisdom modifier.
For how
Shared
long?
dark vision lasts for an hour.
For an hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you both now have dark vision.
For 300 feet? Wow.
Hey.
And I
Okay.
cannot
So
use it
for
again
an
until
hour?
I finish
A
a
long
long
rest or
rest, or I can expend a spell slot of any level to share it again.
Interesting. Okay.
And for you, Miss Run and Gun, I...
Yo, he did say he had something. All right.
I'm gonna put my hand on my shoulder and just say, "Do your thing," and give you Vigilance Blessing, so you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
So you'll just have to keep track of that.
And I can use this indefinitely. It just has to be used by her, so we have to have an initiative roll before I can use it again.
Oh, you can't just give it to someone else and it disappears from her. She has to use
She
it.
has to use it.
How dickish would it be if you never used it and you could never use it on anyone else ever again?
That would be a very shitty campaign.
Yeah,
That
because
would be
he
quite
could
funny.
be using it on me the entire
So
time.
many
and
ways.
just have advantage on all my rolls. So that
Actually,
would
this is almost
suck.
like a good thing for spiritual weapon because that could be like a sword for the point, X for the axe. I don't know what Z would be. A shield. I don't know.
Also,
Z is a bone saw.
also before we
Because it goes-
before we go to our adventure, I do want to cast Armor of Shadows. It says I can cast Mage Armor at will with no spell slots or
Okay.
materials.
Honestly, since it doesn't cost materials or a spell slot, if it's a if we're just talking about like a general character, we're talking about what's the rabbit's name?
Blueberry.
Roger.
Blackberry.
Blackberry. So Black
Wrong rabbit.
The reason I
Wrong
always ask
rabbit.
him is because it lasts 8 hours and uses a spell slot, so it matters when you use it.
Right.
But if you can cast it at will, I'm going to perpetually assume that you basically just have it at all times while you're awake.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
would it last while you're sleeping?
I would imagine.
I think it only goes
Is it-
away when you are unconscious. So if you
So
consider sleep
Oh, okay.
unconscious, then yes.
Well,
it
yes.
goes away.
Yes, I do.
Well, she's an
she doesn't
elf.
sleep.
Adrin is like an elf
Oh,
thing, so they have the
meditating?
trance
She's trans,
thing,
yeah.
and they're not
That's
affected
a
by
good question.
So
natural
that is
sleep.
not unconscious.
That's
Yeah,
DM
that is not
discretion.
unconscious.
Yeah, I typically wrote retain consciousness.
But what I would say is that you couldn't maintain a spell that required concentration and still get the benefit of resting for a meditation.
That makes sense.
But that is not a concentration thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it has to be no heavy work. Concentration naturally. I'm maintaining a spell, but I'm sleeping. Obviously, that would work. All right, cool. Who has the highest intelligence
Not me.
or investigation?
Yeah, not me.
Does
My
anyone have
intelligence
proficiency?
is 10.
Mine's 8.
Mine is 10.
Rat-row. Okay. Who has the highest
Awesome.
investigation?
I'm not proficient, so
I'm not
that's just-
proficient.
well, Yeah. I mean, if this is related to stonework and history,
Negative.
I tried.
Well, I found our
Okay.
weakness, guys.
All right, Ebrick. I need you to make an investigation check, please.
Look at this wall.
For the information that you were able to discern and collect from your research and your time prior to coming to the Tower of Flicker and Shadow.
8.
8 total?
way.
8 total.
Okay.
I'm not very well read.
What you were able to find out is that other wizards in the area were particularly perturbed because not just of the ambition of Henry and him stepping on toes, but because of the types of magic they fear he might be using and the domains they might be crossing.
So they fear him?
They're concerned about the types of domains of magic he is reaching into.
Got it. They don't like him.
Are you ready?
As ready as we finna be.
Death saving throws, go.
Yeah, right.
All right. Are you rolling?
No, I'm putting
Okay.
my dice back.
All right, so you come up onto, in a late evening, the tower that you know to be regarded as the Tower of Flicker and Shadow. It is fairly broad across, but there are no attached buildings or anything of that nature. It's rather a bizarre residence that sits kind of off on its own, away from the castle and other areas. And there are some little arrow slit windows on the sides, but nothing that you can really see into. And going up towards the top, it appears to be nearly 100 feet tall, maybe even just over 100 feet tall in total. So fairly large, fairly, not quite sure what the right word would be, not overbearing in how it appears, but there's a presence as you're standing.
Foreboding.
Foreboding, that's wrong, for sure. All right, so foreboding, yes, as you come up to it, and it's immediately evident why it's called the Tower of Flicker and Shadow, because out of those little spaces you can see lights at unusual intervals passing out and creating kind of a range of different colors. Some do appear to be more familiar to arcane magics, some cast in blue and purple hues, some more brighter violets, some may be from flames or some oranges and some reds that get cast through. Some bright, but for the most part, just enough to flicker and catch your attention. You're never able to look directly at one as it happens. It always seems to be outside of your vision from the few arrow slits that are visible. But at the base of the tower, there's only one door that you can find or even see, and you are at the entrance of that door to the tower.
Does this door have any like arcane runes like around the border on it? Does it have?
What's our highest passive perception? Y'all are 15.
15.
Each of you,
We're all
I think we're all
15.
15.
Okay. How are you looking for that? Are you just looking?
How close are we to the door? Yeah.
Well, if you're going, let's ask it. So if you were walking up to get ready to inspect a tower of that size, how far off would you stand to look at the door? 30 feet? 20 feet?
Yeah, I'd say we'd probably stand like 30 feet away.
Okay. So we'll say a perception check. You have no idea.
7 plus 5, 12.
12? It's a door.
Is it wood?
It is. It is a reinforced wooden door. When I say reinforced, I mean it actually has like iron reinforcing bars over it, and this is like the old-fashioned, thick, really sturdy wooden doors. Like, I'd rather have this than anything that we have.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You don't want me to see if there's any like magic that's in the area real quick? Take about 10 minutes. Sure.
They've been trying to reach you about your car insurance.
Yeah.
Cart
Let's
insurance.
put it on
Card
the safe side
insurance?
since we're.
Oh yeah.
I said let's play it on the safe side since.
Alright, I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic.
Okay.
So it's 30 feet, so for 30 feet from the door.
Read me the spell real quick for just
For the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see faint auras around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood and dirt.
Okay, give me a
Or
perception check.
13.
13? Okay. So, you cast it, and there's almost some confusion because you immediately sense the presence of magic. Of kind of an array of different magic. Some familiar, some like almost unfamiliar to you. But you cannot see their location. There is no magical lights or outline or cast coming through the tower. And then also there's almost a guarded sense, a guarded flavor to the magics that you are kind of picking up on.
My main goal is just to see if there's any like magics on the door or in the areas outside.
You definitely do not see an outline on the door when casting your detect magic. And nothing outside the tower at all seems to be causing you to pick anything up, see anything, feel anything unusual.
Right.
But
relay that.
there is a kind of fetid feel to the magics that are a little bit less known to you, less common. And you can't quite figure out where they are
It smells bad.
or what they are, but that's what you get. That's the flavor you're picking up on.
Tastes like heartburn.
It burns.
I relay what I see, and it lasts. Its concentration lasts 10 minutes.
Okay.
I have one right here.
Do you? Good. Okay.
I say we get closer. Go closer to the door.
All right.
I'll go.
That's my stealth.
I'll go up
Yeah,
to
right.
right up to the door. Is there? Can I see anything now that I'm like right next to it?
The door itself is exactly what you would expect for this part of the region. It is very well made, very well reinforced. The tower, though old, is not worn or broken down or weakened by any means. It hasn't been through any big conflicts or anything that would cause it to be damaged. It looks well maintained and clean, not dusty or anything of that nature. But other than that, there's no unusual ornamentation, nothing that stands out as far as symbols or any language or anything of that nature.
I'll try to open it.
All right.
And
So-
I'll be following behind the both of them.
So you open the door. Are you going to?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Give
you're
my
behind?
hammer
Yeah,
out.
I'll be following behind.
All right. So, Io, you go up to the door and you open it. And it is hefty, but the handle turns and is unlocked. And the door opens up inside. It's fairly heavy. You have to push it inside of this space. But the moment that it opens up into this first floor of the tower, it's dim inside. Fortunately, you find yourself able to see fairly well. I'm gonna guess you had dark vision already, and as a lodger, did you also?
Mhm.
So you both already were familiar with dark vision.
Yeah, but now
there is
they
a
have
sense of
much
greater
more.
distance. And while it is not a cavernous space by any means, this first floor is tall. It is 20 feet up before you even make it to the ceiling. And you see kind of the welcome area, the foyer, where most likely Henry would probably greet his guests. In fact, the sole chair inside of this space is across from you on the other end of this first floor of the tower in this big circular space, fairly large, and kind of coated with a cloth that's a little bit softer nature for him to sit on, speak to his guests. But that's not what really catches your attention, because inside of the tower is this wispy, thick, moving, almost in-trail looking cast of shadow. And it is absolute pure dark smoke and shadow, and you cannot see into it or through it. And it's right in the center, and it is almost casting and moving straight up between the ceiling above you down to the ground, right in the center. There is it's like a pillar of opaque darkness, and it's rising all the way up. There are banners that are cast all over the bottom, and they have a silver skull over crossed candlesticks. And these are hung on the walls, and they flank that large chair. On the other side, you see a door that appears to lead upstairs to potentially the next level.
Do we hear anything?
You hear nothing unusual. You hear, I mean, the regular
Now that we can
nothing
see
unexpected.
inside, does my detect magic see anything?
So now that you are standing inside, yes, you can clearly tell that the smoke in front of you is magical in nature. And it has almost like a mix of different magics that are within it. So some of it are typical arcane in nature, but also You recognize from some of your studies and some of your other encounters prior to this point that there is a necromantic aura kind of woven into it.
It's a cacophony of magical mayhem.
You could have said chaos. A cacophony of magical chaos.
Magical mayhem just flows better.
And you said there was a door like directly across this blackness?
There is. So in this case, the door is actually here. So this is a stone wall that goes all the way up, so you actually can't see it.
Okay, got it.
But this would be a door that's like over here on this side. And then you have just entered through here, and the big sitting location is actually right there. It is the only chair inside of that space. And the rest, of course, is exactly as described. Right in the middle, coming up out of the ground and going straight up to the ceiling, is this pillar of swirling, moving, manipulating, thick, opaque darkness.
Is there any part of the... Is this a representation of the own... Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, can we stay to the wall and not interact with it? Or as soon as we step in, we're interacting with
Is it
the
like
blackness?
Yeah, is it like moving?
Oh, I see what you mean. It is very much, it's almost like a pillar that goes straight up from the center. So you're not like touching it, or it's not gonna like, it doesn't appear to be flailing out at this point in time.
That's what, okay.
So yes, there is space around it.
Okay. I think that if we can all see this, we should stick to the side and sort of make our way. I want to get closer to the chair.
It's always a chair.
Because that's one of the only things in the room.
And I'll follow behind
Yeah.
both of
I want a
them.
dexterity saving throw from Everett.
19 plus minus 1.
So
18.
walking through the doorway, you are caught off guard by the visage of this bizarre thing as you try to inspect it, and you nearly trip over the stair, but you catch your footing. You make an insight. That would have been game over right there.
Why are tall people always making stairs?
I'm the tallest and I'm kneeling down.
Are you?
All right,
tall?
so y'all are all going in?
Oh wait, no, you're.
I was like, are you tall?
It's just because you have the mini.
Oh yeah.
Brony is not tall.
Bruni is not tall. She's
Negative.
got a
The mini
warhammer,
threw me
so
off. Yes.
That she is not.
I'm like.
She is the largest.
Yeah.
Gee, fat, you know it.
So everybody go inside? You said you're working over towards the actual chair?
Yes, that's my.
And
goal.
I'll be keeping my eye on this moving shadow just in case.
Okay. If y'all want to move your pieces where you're going to.
I'm gonna follow him.
Single file.
Music stopped.
That means we're all dead.
There's still 10 seconds of silence left in the song. We're going to skip it.
That's for you to contemplate if you liked it or not.
I guess. All right. As you walk inside, you start moving over towards the chair. Eberic, you are the first to notice almost like a buildup in the air. Something is creating a magical tension inside of the space. And it almost seems to like cast a light throughout the entire air in front of you. It kind of coalesces into the center of the room. And then almost like a magical chime, a ripple shoots out. You all hear this like a magical gong that sounds off throughout the entire tower. It kind of shakes everything just subtly for a second. And in that moment, you hear the door slam behind you. You all turn to look back at the door, and it's gone. It's not there. You watch as the windows, the small ones that did exist on the walls, disappear. Every exit from the tower in front of your face seems to dissolve into the castle, and the walls almost smoothen out and change their shape as things start to manipulate inside of that space. Eberic, you can feel the density of the magic inside of this floor of the tower, but with that, you can also immediately tell as you try to get a sense and feel other magics around you. You know how thick the walls were when you came in, and you know that yes, they are stone, but it wasn't insanely thick for that first floor there, or walking through that doorway. And yet you can sense absolutely nothing outside where you should be able to. Nor can you sense anything above you. You get the impression that there is something guarding against penetration in or out of this tower at this point in time.
I don't think we're in Kansas anymore.
You can tell that a spell has been released inside of the tower and is affecting a significant range of space. Not only has it manipulated things and set off some kind of guard response inside of the tower. But as you stand there, you can immediately sense additional thickening coalescing of dark energies and magics inside of the room around you as shadows start to spring up and take form in the space around you. Just kidding, it's nothing.
What's your
What did I
character's
do?
name again?
What's what?
No, I was asking Taylor. What?
L0.
L0.
It wasn't me, but if you want me to pick through the wall, I'm just gonna pull out my mason's tools. And be like, I got it.
All right. So.
Everybody roll initiative.
Okay, and I want y'all to be able to see the stuff that springs up. Does it show it here? It doesn't. That's okay. I've got it for you.
Nope.
That's why I brought
I
this.
think they know we're here. Just a hunch.
Maybe.
So, yeah.
No. Okay. So, these are the things that you see appear inside of the space. And so while they have form, they almost appear like their what would be clothing is like wispy, smoky tendrils. So they're like almost cast in this like thick shadow that might have substance to it. And so I'll leave this up here just in case we need it again. All right, with that, I need everybody to roll initiative.
You have
Yep.
been.
Oh, I did not forget. I
So 6 creatures spring up into the
think that's
space.
a good thing too, because I rolled low on both of those ones.
4 of them appear to be of a larger form, with nasty, gaunt, sunken faces that would almost be skeletal in nature, but they don't appear to be human by any means. And then there are 2 others that are inside of there that look similar, like of the same type of creature, but have a much smaller stature to them. And I think what we're going to do, so I keep track of which is which, is this. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. So try not to spin those if at all possible. This will be 1 and 2. So clockwise. Further spun they are, the higher the number. All right.
However that works for you, because I'm not going to understand it.
I got
you. Be like, that one.
Okay. Let's add some characters. And initiatives. What do we got?
12.
12?
Mhm.
Okay.
11.
Ebrick, you have.
Mine's worse than yours.
Is it? Oh gosh.
I know.
I guess it
We
makes
all
me.
roll
So,
low initiatives.
sorry. 12 for Ebrick, 11 for Elazir. No, so for Io.
8 for L0.
We're just caught off guard, guys.
I guess.
Well, luckily, y'all were kind of, 1, being cautious, and 2, you had some magic sense going on. So at least it didn't completely catch you off guard. But as this all starts to happen, you are able to tell that what was triggered was a guards and wards spell that was set up. There was a trap in place that was clearly left and intended for whoever came after Henry inside of this tower, that it would cause changes to trigger inside of the tower and to bring out these defenders, these assassins inside of the space on the first floor. With that said, we're going to kick off into our combat. Everybody ready? The first creature to move is one of the larger ones. That is right here behind you.
Bring it
Alright.
on.
Okay.
My name is Embrick, and I have a hammer.
Do you though?
Yeah,
Is that what you're using?
yeah, it's a warhammer.
Beautiful.
But it's also a cactus.
All right. Wait, is it really?
That's my flavor. It's a cactus.
I like it.
Will it break on use?
No, because it's just flavor.
Mm.
It's actually,
It's just shaped like
yeah, it's a wood carved cactus.
There we go.
You turn around because you hear almost like a shifting sound mixed with the subtle crackling of bone and structure underneath, and you're met with this sunken, demonic, fiendish face with these wispy shadows casting out behind what would otherwise be like clothes and a cloak fluttering out behind as this large creature comes up out of nothingness right behind you and starts lurching towards you with these really long, bony, sharp fingers and they look absolutely terrifying. This is one of the 4 larger ones, which we're going to call a brute, because that's what it is. And it is going to... Let's see, where are you at? You know what? First thing that's going to happen, y'all are in line, aren't you? Heck yeah. Let's get out our template. Oh, easy peasy. Yeah. Okay. The Oblivion Brute that has risen up just behind you immediately lets out a howl into the space, and this visible wave of energy rushes over you all inside of that 30-foot cone. I need a wisdom saving throw from all of you. Wisdom saving throw.
And it's at advantage because of Hero's Feast.
For what does it give you advantage against?
It's
All saving
advantage
throws?
on wisdom saving throws.
Specifically wisdom saving throws?
Specifically.
All right, there you go. What'd you get?
25.
25?
7.
So fail. You get 7.
With advantage.
19.
I rolled a 6 and a 2.
Stop buying bad dice.
Elazira, you are frightened. For
Nope.
the next
Can't be
Immune.
frightened.
Hero's
I'm a
Feast.
man.
Well, you're scared then.
Like,
Aha!
So, where you normally would be frightened, you find yourself like getting constitution from your stomach as the food like warms your belly and sets you against this terrible sound. Well, shit, that worked out pretty well.
yeah, let's do it.
Okay then.
I only 6th level spellcast.
Seeing that it is not having an effect, it lets out this like shriek of frustration into the space, and you see it step back into that space, and it is going to almost start blending in and become difficult to see inside of the darkness. So while you all can see inside of this space in the dim light, it almost uses it to its advantage, and is going to attempt to hide right in front of you. And it's going to be at advantage.
See, I don't like that.
So it almost like seems to disappear into the shadow of the space in front of you. It would be like looking like us standing outside at night and not being able to see clearly inside the darkness. Like we can make out depth and a little bit of shapes and some details, but it's almost like blurriness in front of there. And it's standing nearby, and you know that it was there, but all of a sudden you cannot make out where it was.
Wait,
as it disappears
where'd you go?
into the space in front of you.
What was that?
Oh shit! I need to keep it at the right angle too.
Don't blow in my ear.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4 on this one. All right, that is going to bring us to our next turn. Now let's figure out who actually was next. I'll give you a hint, not y'all. All right, so Io, you hear movement to your left, and another one of the brutes comes charging over at you from the side as the next one starts to move. It is going to rush up to you, and it leaps across the space and jumps at your chest with its
Which is voluptuous.
bony towards your voluptuous chest. Bony fingers extended, and its mouth open, but its head doesn't rear end to close to bite you. Instead, it opens unnaturally wide, and it almost looks like the shadows in the dark inside the space start to recede into its mouth, and you start to feel your energy, like everything within you, start to be sucked towards it. I need a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh. That ends up being 8.
8.
Total.
You lose a hit die,
Ooh, interesting.
and I need you to keep track of how many hit die you have left. You feel as though a piece of you is ripped out from inside, and while you feel physically fine, something is missing.
My dice. No.
Let's see our distance here, and I think what we're gonna do.
Well, now they're smiling.
Yes, yes they are. Yes they are. Baldur's Gate 3 is getting released soon, by the way.
I saw that.
Release.
Hmm?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Mhm.
Yeah. Gonna be good. All right. He's going to attempt to, right next to you, blend into the shadows and then try to move away.
That's it.
Yep, that same one that's standing right there. It does. So,
Yeah.
what I'll say is, you know where it was, and you know that it is now trying to move, you start to lose vision and awareness of where it is at, as it starts to move away from you.
They're all of his stuff.
Oh, that's what's happening. Alright, that's fine. Now, if you wanted to attempt to try to do something, knowing where it was just a second ago, you could try. Up to you.
Right now?
Yeah. For a reaction, potentially, or something else, as it starts to move away from you.
No, I'll stay in my stupor right now.
Oh, well, I didn't roll
That.
damage. I didn't roll damage for that also. My bad. Hold up. So y'all were about to not say anything. You lose a hit
I
die.
didn't know.
It didn't
I was
sound like it
I
was a
that
damage
was
thing.
enough.
So when you were like, you lose a hit die, I was like, oh, that's cool.
I
I was like, that's a cool effect.
You know what?
Okay, guess that's
I
all
was
it
like,
does.
that's enough.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Because like he
What
had
is your
come
AC?
up to him, and then he just like
It's 15.
he comes
Yeah,
to disappear into the shadows.
Okay. So I'm gonna need. Let me grab my sixes, my eights.
And it's 12s,
Should be my
20s, 32s.
So we're gonna
It's
do
32.
It's a random 32 sided dice.
3. As you take. Oh wow, that was
Yeah!
unfortunate.
Nice.
You take
Fortunate.
6 points of necrotic damage.
Nice.
All right. Okay. Next. All right. One of the little ones starts to move. So this guy back here is going to. Lee, you're right there. All right. The one behind you is going to come sprinting preternaturally fast. You can see him. He's barely visible inside the dimness, but he lurches out at you. The same thing happens. Mouth opens up, and you are going to feel it start to.
Flick it on the forehead.
Let's see if you can. Oh, well, you actually do. Are you carrying a shield?
Yeah.
Okay, you hold your shield up in front of you and easily keep the thing from jumping towards you and push the weight of its body off to the side.
I try to flick in the forehead, forgetting that my shield's in my hand, and I just raise it on accident.
Ping it in the face. Back. Feel my cactus. Not that cactus. Okay.
Hoping that nobody noticed that it was accidental.
Just like, yeah.
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
All right. Dang, is this one? This one, yes. All right. And Io. The other brute on the other side of the room jumps right in front of you and attempts to do the same thing again.
Rude.
I know,
It's giving
right?
you the suck.
Does a natural 20 hit?
Isn't that 2 in a row on him?
Yeah.
No, that was for the stealth.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? No,
I'm like,
double my
did roll
damage.
20.
I need another saving throw for Constitution. No, sorry, Wisdom.
Oh, wisdom, it's an advantage.
Well, that one's a 19.
His is Wisdom. Yep. Is it all Wisdom saving throws at advantage? But no frighten?
For like
Nope.
an hour.
Is it? No, con save. I'm reading the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah.
It is con.
Advantage on
Oh.
all wisdom saving throws
Well, it's okay,
and
his
cannot
first
be
throw
is
frightened.
still
What's your
19.
19?
So you save there. So you, this time, having felt kind of that piece of you get sucked out by the last one, you brace yourself against it and manage to kind of fend that part off. But you feel the body of this thing as it throws itself onto your voluptuous form start to rip pieces off of you, the weight of it digging into you as you try to fend and fight it off. And it is going to do. We'll just double the save time. They're still not bad. All right, so that's going to be 7. Yeah, so 14 points of damage. No, I lied. 17 points of damage. Yeah, 17 points of damage. That's not bad for a crit at level 12. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, y'all's initiative sucked because the little one over here is now going to move. However,
Here, did you
where's my
want
ruler?
to read it just so that you have memory? The second paragraph.
No, it's fine. You can just remind me. I think I got it though. Advantage on wisdom saving plus no fright, right?
Yeah.
And then immune to poison?
Yeah.
Got it. Cool. All right. Okay. You see this one.
Irritating.
It's another natural 20. You don't see this one.
Super stuffy.
Yup. All right. Ebrick, your turn.
All right. I'm seeing all these things disappearing into the shadows.
Yep.
So I'm gonna look at our tall friend over here, and I'm just gonna be like, "Got another present for you." I'm gonna jump up and tap her hammer, and
Okay.
cast daylight.
Nice.
Okay, you're casting daylight on her hammer?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're moving forward?
Yeah.
All right.
One's
All right. Read the spell so she knows what it does.
A 60-foot radius sphere of light spreads out from a point you choose within range. The sphere is bright light and sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet. Chosen point on an object you are holding or one that isn't being worn or carried. The light shines from the object and moves with it, completely covering the affected object with an opaque object. Such as a bowler helm blocks the light. If any of the spell's area overlaps with an area of darkness created by a spell of 3rd level or lower, the spell that created the darkness is dispelled.
Got it.
Okay. All right, and you're putting it on her hammer?
Yeah.
So the first thing you notice, of course, is that the bright light immediately explodes into the space, radiating immediately off of the battle axe, not hammer in this case, right? So the battle axe.
It was a Warhammer. My Warhammer.
Wait.
Oh, you're not using your +2 battle axe?
I didn't have it out. I had my own Warhammer.
Well then, it is on your warhammer. All right, so your warhammer is going to be radiating that bright light into the space, but it does not penetrate the pillar that is in the middle. You can tell the thick shadow that follows back behind it onto that wall is completely untouched, but the rest of the room, very brightly lit. And the moment that light comes out, there is a physical recoil from all of these creatures that are inside of the space. And you see them almost like trying to shield their eyes, and there is more substance to their physical form as that starts to happen. So, we're going to say that realistically, ain't no way they're hiding in there. So you can start to see the different forms that are there. So this guy, back here, this one, would be back there.
Nice.
So you can immediately see all the different creatures inside of the space on the first level of the tower. And again, they are clearly upset by this bright light that you've just introduced. Pretty darn good. What else, Lee?
Bonus action spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, can't do that
Why not?
because that'd be casting 2 spells.
True. Yes.
So-
Nope, you're right.
Instead, I am going to
Sacrifice Alazira to the heathen gods.
no, that no, not today.
Maybe you have to relieve the tower. If.
I'm just
If it's
gonna
good.
be like, "You got this," and then that's my turn.
All right. Io.
Oh, okay.
Let's see what you can do with your Rod of the Pathkeeper.
Stick it up,
well-
stick it up his arse.
I guess seeing these
That's a different
creatures. That's the R-rated. Or X-rated. Seeing these creatures, I guess in the light, I'm going to use Tentacle of the Deep.
Still a different episode. Oh, that's sick. Hell
Now
yeah.
I'm so upset that I didn't have something to make my spiritual weapon.
Hell yes.
I have to buy like little mini cactuses now.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Getting stuck to my finger.
So what do they see? Now they probably would have seen this a couple of times by now.
Yeah, so basically
Okay.
it's a spectral tentacle that has...
night.
So yeah, it's a spectral tentacle. It's about 10 feet long.
Mm-hmm.
It can originate from any point. I use my bonus action to call it, and it can make a 10-foot attack.
Okay.
Using when it's summoned. So I'll call it there, and I'll go ahead and attack the one that's right in front of me. This one.
What's
Okay.
its name?
Let me think.
Creature or the tentacle?
The tentacle.
That sounds cool.
Individual tentacles have names.
It's
Why not?
only an individual tentacle.
That is
Yes.
It's his tentacle.
22.
22 hits.
And I don't add anything to that. So that's 8 damage.
8 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, and that is brute number 1.
And then it hit like there's no never mind. I'm gonna use my
He's like, don't remind him, don't remind
never
him.
mind. Yeah, I'm gonna use my action that I have left to cast Eldritch Blast
Okay.
on that same one.
Okay, and that is because it's a cantrip, so wait.
He bonus action summoned the tentacle and his action.
Action cantrip. Yeah,
Action Eldritch Blast.
you're good.
24.
Wait a second, let me think. But I always forget this in space. Is it a non-damage? No, it's... You cast 2 spells if one's an action and one is a bonus action.
You can cast a
And
spell
then-
and a cantrip.
One
As
is a
long as-
cantrip.
yeah.
You can't perform a spell,
Yeah.
yeah. So a spell and a cantrip. Yeah, you should be good. All right, 24.
Well, it has 3. The first it has 3 blasts.
Yep.
So the first one's 24,
24 hits.
and then the second one's 16. And then
What type
26.
of damage?
It's force.
Force damage. What type of damage was your
Your
tentacle
strength.
by chance?
The
Your
tentacle
proficiency bonus
is.
and your
It's
bonus
just.
from the +2 if you're using it. But other than that,
Cold.
it's strength.
Oh, is it called damage?
Yes.
Okay. So while it does hit, you notice that it was less effective than you expected it would be.
Okay.
Yep.
Your speed is also reduced by 10 feet.
Oh, okay. From the tentacle.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right. And then how much damage from your first blast?
Let me see.
Million.
$1 million bajillion. Quintillion, quintillion, bajillion.
Sorry, I have these.
No, you're good. And up next will be Elizira. Nah, we'll just skip your turn.
You want me to just roll them all? Or just.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was like, you smell like beef.
Smell like beer?
Beef.
Oh, beef.
'Cause you're-
I smell
Well,
like
did they-
beef.
Smell like beef.
You seen that meme? The kid?
No.
Oh wait, you haven't seen this?
No.
Oh my god, man. You keep doing your thing.
Well, did they all hit?
Wait, did you already roll all those?
Yeah.
What
I
were your
already
numbers?
picked them up. One was 26 and one was 19.
Yep, they all hit.
Okay.
All 3 hit.
Except that one.
Except.
Okay, I have seen that like a long time ago.
That's you. I smell like beef. What? Why? I don't know. Okay.
Because I like beef jerky.
That's 22 force damage.
22 total force damage?
Mm-hmm.
Combined from all 3? Okay.
Yes, and then it's I have repelling blast, so it's gonna get
Okay.
pushed back.
Okay, so just into the wall away from you. There's a chair there, so we'll only be able to go back here. So it blasts into the chair in front of you. And is that for? Ooh, there's a question.
Yeah, it says
Repelling
for
blast
each one.
Each one. So how far is it? 30 feet per?
No, it's 10 feet.
I was like, what the hell?
So yeah, so
Okay.
That's why I asked
crazy.
if all 3 hit to see it.
Yeah, and I believe you get to choose if you want to knock them back with repelling blast. It's not automatic, right?
Right.
Cool. Okay. So absolutely gets knocked back into and cast over like the arm.
Into the
Of
10
the
foot
chair.
reach.
Well, it was already in the 10 foot
Is
reach,
there-
but
Is
yes.
there additional bludgeoning damage from the chair?
Negative.
Slamming into the chair?
Negative.
Minus 1
It's
HP.
like
It would
Just
specify
before.
if it could at that point.
Did the chair move at all? Or is it just like, boom, solid?
No, that thing is solid. It's like built into the castle. Yeah.
That chair.
All right.
That's
And what
it.
else for your turn?
That's it.
Okay. All right, Elazir.
I'm going
You with
to-
your radiant hammer.
I'm gonna move forward 5 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to hit him 3 times.
Okay. 3 times?
Yep.
I can't see your numbers, damn it. How am I supposed to see that?
It's a
It's a 16 plus 8. on that
16.
first
Good
one.
lord. You're smaller than my small
There you
dice. I
go.
can't even tell.
Read it. Yeah, I can't see
It's
it
a
from
7.
there. 7
A
plus
7 plus 8.
Great. Now I have to get
Okay,
my
so
tiny
15.
dice.
8. I'm like, I'm just gonna say plus 8 because I don't math, you know. And another 7. Oh no, it's a 4.
4 plus 8.
Yes, it's a 12.
So 12.
Uh-huh.
So the first two hit. The
First
third
one
one
hit, the
does
third
not.
Does not. Okay.
Yep.
All right, there we go. Now nobody can see the numbers.
Yeah.
Disadvantage for all of you. All right. Roll damage for the first two.
For the first two.
Yes.
They're both,
I'm looking for my phone.
7.
Where's my phone, guys? Let's get some
7 and
more
3.
appropriate music here.
Yeah, let's do somber.
7 and do I add anything to the
I don't know
damage?
why.
I don't.
Hmm?
I don't add anything.
No,
Yours,
that's not a. So you add your regular modifier. So
Yeah,
it's a
just
strength
your
weapon, so you add your strength.
Okay, so plus
Mhm.
4.
Yeah.
So,
But if it were a magic weapon, you would also add that.
okay,
so your axe.
7 and 3.
So 7 plus 3, 10.
You rolled the same for both your first two strikes? The same
7
damage?
and 3 were the same. No, they're 7 and 7.
So 10 and
So
6.
one was 7
One
and
was
one
7,
was
one
3.
3. And then plus 4. So it's 7 and
Wait, what? Give me the total numbers for the first one and the second one.
Okay,
Alright, so the first
was
one?
7 plus my modifier, which
4.
is
So 11.
Uh-huh.
Okay, 11
the second
and
one was 3
7.
plus my modifier is 7. There you
Okay,
go.
11 and 7.
7, 11.
All right.
Let's
Yeah, it was
go.
just a really weird way to say it. All right. So as you strike with your weapon, Warhammer bludgeoning damage, it connects with the creature, but the form of it still being kind of like wispy and not fully materialized. Almost is what it seems like. Your hammer sinks in, and you feel some crushing impact, but it's almost soft. It doesn't seem nearly as impactful as you thought.
Does the daylight spell hitting it do anything? Like, make it, like, react in any way? I'm not expecting damage.
For the hit, no. But the effects that I said earlier, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you pulled 3 creatures out of stealth,
No, I was just asking,
and
like,
has
if
a-
there was, like, any, like, recoil reaction, not damage.
and you're hitting 1, right? So this is a Whistler. So that's Whistler number 1.
Whistler.
Okay, got it. All right. So 2 strikes hit, 1 misses, and while your hits land, they feel slightly less impactful than expected. But the light is still casting off and bouncing around inside of the space. What else are you doing? All right. You can sacrifice the dwarf back. Okay. No, you're good. All right. So now the other large brute inside of the space, which is this guy, which has not gone yet. Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
No, I don't
3.
think it's
Yes.
done yet.
Okay, so there's that one because there's 4. So this is 1. That's 2. This is 3. That's 4 because they're animals. All right. So the brutes over here on this side, frustrated by the light, is actually going to charge over towards you, Elazira. And same thing, it's going to launch its form at you, almost like a bat. Like it opens itself up and tries to just land on you and envelop you in shadow, prying its claws under your flesh, reaching for any spots underneath your armor that are less exposed. So first of all, does third natural 20 in a row come on right now? Let's see. No. All right.
Protest.
Yeah. Does a 17 hit?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that your AC?
Yep.
All right. I need a Constitution saving throw. I'm not rolling well for damage.
That's fine by me.
I guess so.
Now I just need you to roll bad when hitting, and then we'll be good.
21.
21?
Yeah.
So yes. So you feel the sucking sensation of something trying to be pulled out from within you.
Pause.
Sure. And you fight it off, luckily. Fairly constitution, like you're very hardy as a fighter, which is good. But you do feel a necromantic kind of seeping pain as it digs its claws inside of you, and it almost feels cold at the same time. You are going to take 13 points of necrotic damage. It looks around in frustration, looking for sources of shadow to blend into, and cannot find any. And you can tell that it is angered by this. It's going to attempt to bulldoze its way through past and get in the midst of all of you. Even closer, right there. And that's its turn. Which brings us to number 4, who up here, experiencing the same frustration, is going to disregard the tentacle and is going to launch itself over towards you, Aya. Does a 23 hit.
Yes.
Alright, con saving throw. That's a little better.
15.
Okay, so you save this time. You fight it off again, but you do take 19 points of necrotic damage.
Would you say the tentacle is
Oh,
within 10 feet
hold up.
away?
I need to change something real quick.
Then 10 feet of you.
What's your AC?
15.
17. I forgot. They're actually rolling at disadvantage because of the sunlight, by the way. And I rolled for you. I need to roll again. Okay. So I rolled the second one for you. I will say that would have been the second roll for you. So I will actually take back the damage you took.
I'll take that.
You can
Also, I
fight
have
off that damage.
I have. You know these are numbered, right? This one's 1. This one's 2.
What do you mean?
They got little bars.
No, they. Wait. I know
Oh,
they had
shit.
cutouts, but I didn't know they were
You're
like.
so right.
No, the fuck, Barrett. That's so much easier.
That one's 1.
I didn't even realize that when I printed them. I'm like, why did they
I
have
thought it was
notches
just
in
a
them?
defect.
I thought it was just like a design thing. Well, I'll be damned.
It's like this printer skipped
I was like,
skipped a
Yeah,
beat.
it stopped.
Look at the brains on this half orc. Okay.
Due to intelligence.
Well, shit.
Okay, so is this number 1 then? Because it has
Yeah.
one big bar?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna flip these around.
That
So where
one's
is
2.
1? So this one's 1. Wait, am I doing this right? Yes, so this one's 1.
That's 2. That's 3. That's 4.
So 2 would be here. And then 3 and 4 swap. And now it doesn't matter how they're set up, because now we can tell by the notches. Yeah! Okay, and then I do not have 1 and 2 for the skulls. So I'm gonna grab them from over here. Wait, but what is this then? So what number is that?
Probably 1, I guess.
I guess so. And what's that?
3. Bars. That's 1. Unless it's counting the notches, in which case.
That's what
that
I
would
think
be
it
different.
is. I think
In
so.
which case, this would be 2.
Well, damn it!
Just do it the way
You
you've
could
been
just
doing
do
it
it
for this
because-
combat.
Yeah, because this one. Yeah.
Okay, so here's 1 then. So we're gonna go by notches because I can actually count this from a distance.
Okay.
All right.
One.
So wait,
And then
1
this
was.
is-
We thought it was that one. So that's 1.
This is 2.
This is
so
2. This is 3.
Yeah, which is this one.
Okay.
Right? No,
This
this one's 4.
is-
This one is 3.
Flip it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, and now this one's 1, and 1 is here, and this one's 2, and 2 is there. We did it.
Hooray!
That's cool. I just found like a free STL file I printed them like a couple days ago. Cool. First time using them. Where were we? I'm pretty sure you all just died. What happened? Okay, so you did not take the damage. It did still hit for you, but you were asking a question about that.
Oh, would you say I'm in 10 feet of the tentacle?
Yes. Well, actually, hold up.
Where was it?
Nope. This would be 10. So you would be a second diagonal because that would be 5 feet, but the second time would be 10 feet. So that's 15 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah.
5 feet or 10 feet if you're right here.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay. That was my question.
You wouldn't be moving out of opportunity range.
Can it
That way.
like move you? I guess I'll find out. I'll find out the interactions later.
I can tell.
He said, "It's a surprise. More to come."
Doesn't
want me
to know.
I have lots of surprises too.
Also, I
I
never
can
changed
tell.
music.
Just from the sheet.
Where are
yeah, I could tell.
my?
I put mine together
lists?
in 2 hours at like 1 o'clock in the morning last night. So.
All right. So what are we doing?
I don't know.
Is that me?
I was trying to
Yeah,
see
it
what
was
was yours.
You were rolling.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
You had just
Yes, you had
finished
just
re-rolling
rolled
because you
those.
remembered
Yes.
about being
Yeah.
in disadvantage.
Okay, so we said number 4 is the one that's going then. Now hold up a second. That definitely has 5 notches. What's happening?
I was about to say that too.
We're just gonna add another one. All right. So that one is then going to attack, and for sure it's right next to you. So same thing then. It is going to. Wait, didn't I just roll an attack on you? Isn't that what
You
happened?
did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I did a con save just now.
Okay, and I told you the damage, right? It was 16. That was the last thing that happened. 16 necrotic damage.
Okay.
Is that
I didn't
what
take it,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so it should be.
that's the last
You
one.
said
16
that, you
necrotic
said the
damage.
necrotic
Yeah.
damage,
And then
Alright.
you remembered
Boom.
about being at disadvantage in daylight, so you started
Yes,
re-rolling
but it
stuff.
was. It did still hit.
And then we had this whole debacle about
We did.
notches,
Oh
bars.
yeah,
Notches
notches.
versus
It'd be a lot
bars.
easier if there were just numbers on top of them. But hey, we'll make it work because I kind of like the little printout things. All right, the one that's over here. Oh balls! It's not going to pay attention to the freaking thing over there, but it is going to sprint across to right up against the wall next to you, Io, and is going to attempt to latch out. I know, right? I feel like this happens to you a lot.
It does.
It does.
I'm not doing it on purpose. I swear. I'm
You just
really
have-
not.
You just have bad luck.
Yeah, I'm really
It's because I
not.
always go first.
I mean, I did really
Yeah.
want to use Tick Tick as a hockey puck that day.
I will roll it. Just never mind. It's not going to hit anyway. What would disadvantage have been? What? No way.
1.
I rolled a 2 and then I rolled a 1.
Now he's gonna roll a
A
0.
zero. It's just gonna keep spinning.
It never lands.
My new dice, no.
It's like the heads or tails coin flip that just lands on the
So
crack.
In the
it does
middle.
not hit. And same thing, you see them like panicking, looking around for shadows to cling to and blend into, and they are unable to do so.
Nice.
All right, Whistler number 2 is going to come up to this space, and is going to go for Elazira. All right, Elazira. Well, it didn't hit. All right, they are struggling because of the light at the very least. Lee,
Yeah.
for the briefest of moments, you get the sensation of another source of magic somewhere up above in the tower.
Up above in the tower or in this room?
Up above in the tower.
Okay.
And in that moment, for just a fraction of a second, you realize that this pillar of smoke that's going up is not just like magically casting between the floors. It actually is going through openings in the floors up through to the top of the tower. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to sense it.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So, brute number 1. We'll find him. Here we go. That's you, buddy. All right. 15. 10. Does 16 hit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you take 19 points of necrotic damage. Again. That's level 12. It's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah.
All right. Con saving throw.
Good thing
Let's
that y'all
use
have
this.
higher health than me.
That is 10.
10. You feel another piece of you get ripped out, and you lose another hit die. He's gonna move behind you. All right. Where's Whistler number 1? It's this guy. Okay.
The one I was attacking.
He moves in front of you. And attacks you. 9. It's a 19. So 9 is. What's your AC? Ah, doesn't hit. Alright. Okay, they're screeching out in frustration because they can't flee from you right now, but they're gonna try and swarm. Alright, Edric, you're up.
All right.
Shadows.
That's not an option, that's not an action right now.
No, I was trying to. I don't have enough movement to get there.
It's like in Lord of the Rings, where they talk about throwing the. How do they describe it? What movie is it from? You remember Lord of the Rings, and one of them were like, "Ah, don't throw the dwarf."
I know what scene you're talking about.
They have to throw him across like a bridge or a chasm or something.
Yeah.
Alright.
So I know it's happening right
You
now.
know what? Right here is fine. I am going to
looks to me
use Word of Radiance.
Okay.
Cantrip, 5 feet. Anything around me. Utter a divine word, and burning radiance erupts from me. Each creature of my choice that I can see within the 5-foot range must make a Constitution saving throw.
Con saving throw. No. I'm just kidding. Okay.
The two next to me.
And
Throw. DC is 17.
I just realized I wasn't talking.
both fail.
Both fail. They take 3d6 radiant damage.
Okay.
13
13.
radiant damage.
Okay. So as that light kind of goes out in a column around you and almost like targets and falls down on the brute and the whistler next to you, it almost like penetrates their forms and casts off like dust parts of their form. It starts to fall apart as light hits. It is definitely very impactful and is much more effective than would otherwise be expected. So it's going to
And
be Whistler 2 and Brute number 3.
bonus action, spiritual weapon,
You said how much damage?
13.
Okay.
Spiritual weapon at 4th level. Right here.
Bonus action, spiritual weapon.
Yep.
And then spell Word of Radiance. Got you.
Yep.
Okay.
Spiritual weapon at 4th level. Right there.
Wait. But it's still a spell, isn't it?
It's a radiant. The Word of Radiance is a cantrip.
Word of Radiance is a cantrip?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
All right.
From Xanathars.
Okay.
As a
actually
bonus
used.
action on your turn, you can move the weapon up to 20 feet.
What does it look like?
It's a cactus.
Is it really?
It's a cactus.
The flavor. Okay. What kind of cactus? Does it have flowers? Is it a round cactus or a cylindrical cactus?
Let's go with a round cactus.
A round cactus?
It's a round
Does it have
cactus.
other little bits and bobbles, or is it just like a cactus ball?
It's got one little cactus flower on the top in the exact center.
Of like a
so
hat.
it looks weird, like a hat.
Okay. Okay. All right. What's it doing?
Quick.
And then also, does the spiritual weapon do radiant damage?
On a hit, the target takes force damage.
Force damage. Okay.
When you cast a spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet. So
Yes.
I can actually use it now. It's cast at 4th level, so
Okay.
that's 3d8 damage.
Okay. 3d8 force damage.
Yep.
Who's
so,
it attack?
We'll go with this one right here.
Brute number 2.
Yeah, brute number 2.
So much easier with the lines. Heck yeah. Good eye. I was wondering why those were there. I didn't even like look for like a pattern. Okay. Brute 2.
D8. Ooh! That's good. So 20 plus
20 force
5. 25.
Oh
force
yeah, you get your
damage.
modifier for it?
Mhm.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's tough.
All right. How does it attack?
So have you ever played any Final Fantasy game?
Yeah.
So it's gonna spin really fast and it's just gonna throw its needles out.
Hey. Okay. I like it. Now, dexterity saving throw. No, I'm just kidding.
It only targets one creature.
I know. All right, cool. I like it. All right, so your cactus starts spinning and like blades from the spines come shooting off and go over and pin all over into the brute right there up against the wall.
The cactus's name is Archer.
Archer.
Nice.
Archer the cactus? Okay,
I like it.
sweet. So, while the type of damage does not seem to be more impactful, you notice that the attack itself was really heavy, and you actually see the Whistler recoil and start to like kind of fall back under the weight of the attacking onslaught. It looks pretty hurt.
That's my
All right, anything else?
Nope, that's
Yeah.
my turn.
All right, I know. I think it's funny that they get to all go and then you all get to go together.
Yeah.
Works out. Works out for me.
Which one did you target, Lee?
Brute number 2.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to face step here.
Ooh, okay.
And then when I do that, I can pick one creature to attempt to frighten them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pick this one.
Brute number 4.
I got
Yeah.
this one.
Okay. What's the
So
save or how does
it's
it
a
work?
save. Charisma.
Okay, and what's the flavor of the effect? How does it work?
When she uses the face step, it's sort of just like a splash of water that comes from her feet, and then she
Okay.
appears up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space.
And it's like your visage of you doing that is what causes the frighten?
Yeah.
Okay, so the brute sees you appear over into space, and normally what happens when you get there is the thing that you are kind of directing energy towards is taken aback and scared by what happens. But this thing turns steely eyes over towards you and doesn't flinch in the slightest, and their gaze is almost penetrating to stare you down and don't flinch at all.
I'm gonna go ahead and use Eldritch Blast from there.
Okay. Go ahead and roll all 3 attacks.
All right. 17, 22, and 15.
17, and you are attacking which one? The brute right in front
This
of you?
one right here. Yeah.
Okay.
The one that's staring at me.
17, 22, and 15. Okay, the first 2 hit. Actually, I like they all hit. All 3 hit.
okay. Nice.
Wait, what did you roll?
Eldritch
15 was the lowest, and my 12.
And Eldritch Blast is force damage too.
It is force damage. Wait,
Yeah.
what is that?
Y'all are basically being swarmed by blankets of shadow right now, and then you have a half orc that's just like carrying a giant, like electric hammer.
He's a fan of
Milk,
alcoholic
what are you
eggnog.
That's what I thought. I was like, it looks like eggnog. Yeah?
That's exactly what it is.
28.
It's available. Hey, if y'all want to drink, just let me know. We can't in my eggnog. I'm sorry.
I'm not, it's okay. I don't like eggnog, so you're good.
I know you don't. Yeah.
I don't like it either.
See, I'm not the only one.
All right. How much damage total?
28.
28. And this is to number 4. Okay.
Really?
And then I'm also going to invoke Lance of Lethargy, and your spear is reduced.
Okay, got it. All right, so I'll keep that in mind for that one slowed. Yes, so the damage hits, and this one is otherwise unmolested up to this point, and so it takes a pretty.
I mean, you're the one that summoned a tentacle.
True. But the hit was significant, and you can tell that it rocked it back a little bit. While it's still like standing pretty comfortable, it hurt. It definitely hurt. All right. Anything else for your turn? Okay. Elazira.
I'm actually gonna turn around this
Nah, just face away from him.
group 3.
Brute 3? All right.
I'm going to.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check real quick before you. So we'll keep that one, but give me an intelligence.
Yeah, I bet you will.
What is it?
It's a 1.
Is it really?
So I was like, yeah, I bet you will.
Well, we'll see, depending on what I say. Or what you roll.
You said intelligence check?
Yeah.
9. I don't
Plus or
modifier.
minus? No modifier?
No modifier.
9.
Guidance. Which I completely forgot I had on those rolls earlier.
Have in your mind thoughts rolling around your head about why your last hit didn't feel good. That's all I'll say.
I mean, it's not like I have anything else to hit him with, so it's like
Don't you?
I just have melee weapons. Like I don't have anything else.
There's
So-
a difference.
There is. You're level 12 and you would know this.
Oh, okay.
So you might, what we've talked about this in the past.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Do you know what makes a weapon a +1, +2, +3 magic weapon? Magic damage.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, if I were to put the hammer on my back,
Okay. I'll take it. Yeah, because it's not like it's blocked.
Yeah, as long as it can be covered.
Yeah.
But as long as it's not covered, it's still produces.
But we'll say that you're casting like a shadow like off the front half of your body. How about
okay,
that?
that's fair.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's like menacing too.
That makes things. I know. I'm like, but now I'm
Now what I'm
facing
gonna say is that even though it's off like the front half of your body, a fair chunk of the light is still gonna like bounce off and reflect around. But I'll say that there is a portion in front of
So-
you, wherever you're looking, is gonna have a little bit of dimness in front of it. How about that?
Would I have any kind of disadvantage if I were to pull out my battle axe and still have my weapon? Oh, it's not a two-handed weapon; it's a versatile weapon.
The warhammer or the battle axe?
Both of them.
The battle axe is versatile.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I specifically picked it for that reason.
It doesn't say two-handed.
Nope, it is not. The great axe.
Oh,
is
great
Great
axe.
axe,
You
that's
have
what
a
it was.
battle axe.
Battle axe.
Got you.
I
So,
was
no,
like,
if I
I know there's
Uh-huh.
a two-handed one, but I couldn't remember the name.
Well,
Yeah, you
there's
can do it
that, and then
one-handed.
there's that.
Yeah, you can
So
go,
it just does
totally
I think like
wield.
2 less damage. Is what it is.
Yeah, because it's 8, which is what I've been using because I've been doing it one-handed.
Got it. Okay.
So, okay, so I can have. I'm gonna just
Got
take
it.
out
So
my battle
now we know
axe then.
L0 does it one hand. All right. Do your thing.
Dun-dun.
Okay, so
Y'all are swarming around
But
the
sheesh.
weird celestial pentacle. I mean,
Okay, so
No, it's
that one's
celestial.
stuck then.
that's weird. I've never seen my phone do that.
So
Okay.
1.
Could be a fiendish tentacle.
well, it's 1
It is
plus-
still the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you roll?
It's tentacle
It's a
number
1
one.
plus 10, so it's an 11 actually. But
That's
it's-
11?
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't. It's plus 10. Damn. Oh, because it's plus 2 plus your 8.
It's plus 2 plus my proficiency. And
Yeah.
they're both 4 modifiers.
So it does not
Plus
hit.
10.
First one does not hit.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a 1 anyway, so pluses don't matter. It's not
And then I just rolled a 9 plus 10, so 9.
That'll hit. Yep.
No way!
Another one. Okay, it's fine.
Oh.
Right.
So
I should have made one of the things. I should have. You know what? You
I'm
also
buying
get
the next
one
set of
guest
dice.
inspiration.
Jeez.
You get to choose one die for them at any point that they get to reroll one time, and they can't ask you. You have to say it. So you also get what's called one inspiration, but it's only a player inspiration. Sometimes like you can have like an effect where you cause a DM to reroll a die. We say we won't do that, but you can add to your card +1 reroll for any d20. It can be for a save, for an attack, or for a check.
Achoo!
For him.
Yeah,
Not for you.
I know.
Okay, so 1 hit. What was your damage? Yeah, I got you. So 1 times inspiration.
Four, plus.
For
You're using the magic weapon, so you also
any
get
player.
+2 to damage.
And
so-
that's any d20 roll.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
14.
14?
Yeah.
Okay, pretty good. All right.
14 axe damage.
And that is to
Yep.
number 3.
Yeah.
Route 3. I like those. Those are pretty nifty. I might have more of those. Okay.
Now that you know what the notches do.
Wait, you said 14 damage?
14 damage.
14 damage. All right. Anything else on your turn? Just having trouble hitting here. 2 natural ones. Let's go.
Just out of practice.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
a little bit.
She's getting her melee patterns ready for Team of Annihilation. Because you're playing a fighter, right?
Yeah.
For TOA?
For TOA, I'm playing Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Barbarin.
Leon and
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Ooh.
That'll be fun.
Okay.
I think
All right.
I have one.
Is this number 3 that you just attacked?
Yes.
All right. So, the barbarian, the brute that you just attacked, having nimbly kind of like coalesced around and dodged. In fact, it actually works out great because that shadow that you cast is right in front of you. So it's like
I
using
have
that
it
and oh, you have it in your hand. Shit, that's good.
Yep.
Okay, well I'll keep that in mind then. But so it avoids you miss basically with it kind of avoiding those hits.
I'm
It
trying
is
to
going to
feel out
rear
the
back,
weight
and
a
at
little
first
bit.
you think it's going to launch at you and try to drive its bony fingers into you and lurch on you again. But instead, it rears back to shove you backwards.
Mm, I don't like the way that looks.
All right, I need a strength check.
A strength check?
Yep.
I'm like, which dice do I want to use? They've all been bad to me. You know what? I'll be this one. That's 11.
19? Alright. So it braces itself, this large form, and it almost like surges, and the shadows kind of soak in. There's not much shadows left, but it like surges for a second. It gets a little bit larger. It digs into the ground and throws its arms up to shove you. You put your weapons both up in front of you and meet it head on with the weapons and brace with your back leg, calf flexed, and you shove it back, and it is unable to move as you resist its push. And you stay in place.
Yeah, resistance training.
That's actually going to be its turn. Brute number 4. Brute number 4 is going to go through and is going to attempt the same thing. And it's going to try to shove you.
And you're just all like,
That's fine. Give me a... Oh. Yep, go ahead.
Do you have to do that at disadvantage because of the daylight or no?
Good question.
$26.
Yes, I do.
26. What's good, Cameron? What's good?
Hey, don't say that. You're gonna start
I
rolling
know,
ones
right?
again.
I know, right?
We don't need that right now.
All right. So yet again, you brace against it, and he's unable to move you. And they're just now like, you know, Death Eaters in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So you have like these faces, they're just elongating and like breaking up. And normally that'd be scary in shadow. They're still terrifying, but now you get it in like HD because you have a light perfectly in their face.
Yeah, no,
This is
they
like swirling, nasty, terrible, oblivious faces.
Now they just look like salad.
But they are
Salad
unable to
fingers.
budge your 210 pounds of muscle. Okay, well then, brute number 2. Have you taken a hit yet?
Nope.
No. Let's change that. Okay. Alright, like. Hey, you have like 20 AC. They don't know that. I fucking just. You know what? You know what? That's like my 5th natural 20, too.
What? You're gonna
I got
get
like 5
2 this
nat
time.
20s.
Yeah, you
You're gonna
have-
get 2 this time. It's okay.
Fuck me.
Was it a 2?
It's a 6.
Oh, okay. Let's say one.
Okay, so even with ads or adding that up, it's not gonna hit. All right, so basically, it's just beating against your shield.
They're
while
not
you
used
hold
to
it up
short
and,
people.
like- Yep, yep. Okay. All right, Whistler number 2 is right here. Gonna attack Elazira. 15. Never mind. No, they're gonna keep you flanked. That's it. Lee, you get the sensation again of some type of magical movement, and that is descending. In, weird, lurching kind of movements from high up in the tower above you. Just almost, it's outside of your range. It almost is like the sensation of magic is being carried through the pillar, and you feel a pulse of something above you every now and then.
You said I feel it descending.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not my turn, but gotcha.
All right. Recruit. All right. You look lonely over there, Io. So throwing itself up against the wall, digging its fingers and clawing and like almost running sideways along the wall, it's gonna launch itself over the chair at you and attempt to keep sucking the life force out of you. 18. 7. This is a bird, right? Okay. 13. Okay. All right. So it is going to basically end up right on top of the chair, just like staring you down as you kind of nimbly move out of the way.
Did it move? No, I can't do that. Never mind.
Yeah, it doesn't get attacks or
I remembered.
Yep. Ebrick, it is your turn though.
It is. Word of Radiance.
When was the last time I landed an attack? Damn it, Lee.
I don't know, because you took my damage back because you rolled it.
I did.
Him.
It's just been
His 16 points of
There's now
necrotic damage.
3 of them.
But at least I hit
around.
you twice.
Yeah.
I should be.
Oh yeah,
The
true. I did move
Yeah,
another thing closer.
Yes, you did. Word of Radiance. So the 3 around me. Con saving throws.
Question: for your weapon, spiritual weapon, is that a bonus action?
Yes.
Each turn too? That's
Yep.
what I thought. Okay. All right, go ahead.
It's a con saving throw from you. 17 DC.
Okay. So let's do it first. What's the DC?
17.
17. 3 fails.
Right.
2 damage.
Woo! Pretty
Four-
much.
4 damage?
4 damage.
Yeah.
4 damage.
2 1s and a 2.
Dang.
All right.
But that's
so,
still 4
I
radiant
felt
damage.
yes. So that's going to be to Whistler 2, Brute 3, and Brute 2.
Yep. And my spiritual weapon is going to make his a tackle.
Oh. As the light comes down, the Whistler to your side shrieks out into the light that kind of radiates around you and is broken apart by it entirely and scattered into the room as it disappears.
Get dusted.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna move here for my movement.
Okay. I didn't realize we were in a jungle. Spotify.
We could be.
The song is
And
called
my
Yoda.
spiritual weapon is going to attempt to attack the one right in front of him.
Okay. Brute number 4.
Yeah, with a natural 20.
Misses. All right. Roll damage.
So, are we just doubling the damage? Or are
Yeah, it's fine. Just keep it.
so 8, 12, 13, double 26, plus 5, 31.
31 total?
Yeah.
26 plus 5? Okay, 31 to Brute number 4.
31 force damage.
Okay. As it is, I was going to say struck, but it's not struck so much as poked in the back repeatedly by a flurry of needles spinning off of, what's the name of the cactus?
Archer.
Archer. As Archer strikes, well, here, I got you.
Archer the cactus.
Yes.
Repeatedly in the back. You see pieces break off, and the form diminishes, and is clearly on its last legs, and is just struck repeatedly.
And as a free action, I will let the party know that I felt something coming down the smoke pillar.
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
Magical. That's it.
All right, yo. Yo.
Oh. Okay.
Yolanda.
So that one next to me is on the chair.
It
basically.
is. It is.
Okay. I'm going to. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to cast. As an action, I'm going to do Primal Savagery.
Yeah!
And, one of my arms is going to turn into like a tentacle. Can I do that, like for flavor?
Yeah, absolutely.
You pulled the pip.
And I'm going to.
Primal Savagery isn't druids only?
It is, but I have a tome. One of my tome features is.
Hell yeah.
I get to
Go
pick
for it.
3.
That's cool.
Okay. So all right. Natural 20.
All right.
And
We,
then-
we needed this.
Yep.
3 number 1. Okay.
That one is 17.
17 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as your arm changes form and you extend it,
Acid.
it's acid damage? No, you're good. The tentacle reaches out, and the gaping, screaming face of the brute in front of you is invaded by your tentacle weapon, and it goes into the skull and starts like spreading open the mouth as it stretches and fills the cavity of the thing. As the jaw starts to break off and it bursts out the side, breaking and splintering out the ear of the brute, and it rips the head open as it dissipates and turns into dust.
Ah! Okay, nice. Alright.
You just did terrible things to that brute.
Was it good for you?
Apparently not.
And then
Life
for
altering.
For my bonus action, it says I can move the tentacle and attack. So I'll move it here.
Oh, dope.
Attack that one.
Okay. Did you forget to do that last time?
No, I used a bonus action to face that.
Are you enjoying the tentacle flavoring of the match here?
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for that. The skull.
The Whistler number 1. Okay.
And that is 15.
15? Okay, got it. And that
Doesn't-
is cold damage, correct?
Oh, it hits?
Oh, 15 to hit. 15 does hit. Sorry. It does hit, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be cold damage. 12.
12. So same thing as before, it does strike, but the cold impact of the spectral form of your tentacle, again, clearly has an unlimited effect on the shadowy nature of the creature.
And its speed is reduced.
Got it, okay. Alright, anything else for you?
That's... Actually, I'm gonna move.
Okay.
That's it.
That was 0.
I'm going to attack the one in front of me again.
Okay. Brood number 3.
Yeah.
Is it a 1?
It's a 4.
A 4?
4 plus 10.
Oh yeah,
14?
Yeah.
14 hits.
Ooh, new borderline.
What?
The little
dice, man!
Do you want me to use a big dice?
No, you use what you want to use.
Got it.
17.
Fuck you. Fine, I got my little dice too.
And that's an 8.
My dice are the tiniest.
So-
17 and 18. 14, 17,
Yes,
and
all 3
18.
hit.
I'm gonna find even smaller.
Okay.
And these are all with your battle access. Okay, cool. So with hand and battle axe.
Bigger dice for the sake of our DM here. Okay, so that's 6. 8. 16. Plus 4, so that's 10. Plus 4. So 10. 10.
Don't forget about the damage from your magical weapon.
So it's 12, 14, and 12. God. That's
12, 14, and 12.
Yeah.
So 24 plus 14, 38. Okay. Alright, 38 damage to brute number 3. It had 38
Nice.
Of course it did!
Brutality!
So basically, you like cleave. You know, like an anime when you watch like blades go through the body and it's like all together still for a second, and then like the light lines show up.
Collides. Yeah.
She says I'm all
That
warmed
sound
up
timing
now.
was perfect, just like that. Yep, just like that. All right, sweet. So it dissipates right in front of your face, and the dust is scattered in front of you.
Sweet.
But you cough your way through a little bit.
I'm gonna move right here, so not with that. I'm not out of reach.
Okay.
And that's
All right, brings us to dead number 2, who is right next to you. Damn, your hero's beastly. That was like literally the main mechanic of this fight was to have a bunch of things that can scream and frighten you all, keep you running around while they attack with advantage from the shadows.
If it makes you feel
we got
better,
rid of fear and we got rid of the shadows.
if it makes you feel better, I do have another way to deal with it. Just being a Twilight cleric.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they do though. All right. Okay, Elazira. Seeing you attacking
and
Its
slaughtering
companions.
its
Listen,
companions.
I only brought daylight because of the last one shot you ran.
Which one's that one?
The one with the cave that our dark vision
15.
didn't work.
Does not.
Okay.
Oh, I guess that's the one.
Well, damn. All right. I thought y'all would need more players, but we're doing just fine. Okay. So, like, you duck under the assaults of the brute behind you and, like, shoulder check its head and knock it backwards as it tries to reach up over you.
Yeah.
All right. And that's it for its turn. It's gonna bring us to Lee. You once again get the sensation of movement above in the tower. It is closer. You don't have a guess of distance, but wherever it started from, it feels like it's closed, whatever half that distance was.
It's still coming. I
Um,
feel it in my bones.
In your beard.
My beard is twitching. My mustache curls up when dark magic is near.
No, that's fine. All right, so we're going to say. Yeah, that's good. All right. The Whistler that is here is going to run around behind you, Io, and is going to. Shadow. Yeah, no, okay, they're going to leap out and try to attack you. 18 and. Never mind.
2.
All right. Edric, your turn.
My turn. Word of Radiance.
Does the spell sunlight, does it say that it is sunlight
Daylight.
or daylight? What does it say?
Pull it up for you.
I hope I didn't give it an unfair
Daylight. A
advantage.
60-foot radius sphere of light spreads out from a point you choose within range. The sphere is bright light and sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet. If you chose a point on an object you are holding or
I'm gonna give it to you. The spell is called daylight, for God's sake. You're good. All right. Yeah, that sucks. All right. What are we doing?
We're doing Word of
He's doing
Radiance.
radiance.
Okay.
So con saving throws for those two.
Okay. Okay. And 20. 15.
17 is the DC.
It's a con save?
Yeah.
Makes it. 17 exactly.
Both of them?
No, the second one.
Okay.
So, Brute 2.
So the first one takes 13 radiant damage.
So 13 to Brute 4.
4. Yeah.
Okay. It disappears.
Nice.
More dust. It's getting dusty in here.
Does the
And
second one
then-
take no damage?
Yeah, no
it's
damage.
a-
Oh,
it's a
no
cantrip.
damage.
It's a
It's a
cantrip.
Right.
Yes.
Ah, cool. All right. It laughs at you and then screams in terror.
I'm gonna move around here. Log it off. And I'm just gonna let the party know. Whatever's coming is getting closer.
Okay, I.
It's my spiritual weapons.
Ah.
Bonus action. So he is going to
Attack. I.
5, 10. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna move him 20 feet.
Okay.
He's going to attack that. Probably misses. 8.
8 total?
Yeah.
Yes, 8 misses.
He tried.
I guess like the first time it. No, you've missed with
12.
natural ones.
I missed the 12 though.
Not on a Whistler.
I'm
On a
not.
Brute. Oh wait, or whatever it was. Either way, you've missed like
He
one.
did his best.
All right, so it does miss.
Yeah.
What else for your turn?
That's it.
All right, now that you're done.
Okay. I'm gonna move the tentacle bonus action that's right in front of the elephant pouch here.
Okay.
So here.
Yeah, for these one. And I'm going to attack.
Quick attack.
25.
That'll hit.
A
A little bit.
little bit.
+3. He didn't need a +3.
That's weak. That's this 5.
5 damage.
5 damage.
And what's the Whistler number? Okay, noted.
And then
This is
I'll-
cold damage, right?
Cold.
So same
Oh.
thing.
No,
So
it was-
reduced
It
damage.
was 12 to hit, but I know that still misses. I added the wrong number. I added just my wisdom modifier instead of my spell attack modifier.
For the Whistler, it does
Yeah.
miss.
Yeah. Gotta remember that next time.
And then I'll use Eldritch Blast from Io.
Okay. On the same target, the Whistler?
Yes.
Alright, what you got?
15,
15 hits.
28,
Hits.
and 3.
Misses. Yes. Alright, roll damage. What is this from?
They're all 8.
Nice.
24
That's pretty good.
plus. Then each one has an agonizing blast, so that's 12, 12, 12, 36.
Oh, you get to add for each one. Right. So you have agonizing blast and repelling blast?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's dead.
Okay.
He's dead. So you like split 3 holes in it as he disappears, and there is one shadow.
You
left
see
lurking
Archer
in the
just kind
room,
of bouncing up and down.
screaming. All right, anything else for
all
turn?
in my turn.
He
Okay.
can't speak, but you can tell he's
Elazira.
happy.
This flower
Baby
blooms a little
dice.
bit.
You get one more turn to roll some critical fails. Let's see those ones. Yep. Let's see it. Let's see it. Damn.
So that is
15.
yeah.
Okay. 15 hits. Yes.
There you go. 11.
It's funny you use a dice.
12.
Let's go. It's a brute, right? Yeah, misses. All right.
Yeah. That's rough.
Hell yeah.
Hey.
But she insists on using the little dice. This is karma.
That's fine. She rolled max damage for
Yeah, I
it.
did. So that's plus,
Your strength and
No, she's hitting.
plus 14.
14 damage on brute 2.
Well, hold on.
Okay. 14 damage. Anything else for return?
No.
All right.
There's nothing else to review.
Lee, I need a strength check.
strength check. Natural one.
The brute digs down into the ground and jumps straight at your stomach, chest out and everything, and uses all of its body weight in a last-ditch effort and knocks you back as your body weight gets thrown straight into the pillar in the middle of the room. As the pillar makes contact with your body, you feel a horrific cold overtake you as smells overwhelm your senses and screams penetrate your ears, and it feels like flesh is being ripped off of your skin, and you feel cold and alone. You lose your vision for a second as it shears through your body, and you are cast just back outside of it after coming in contact with it. I need...
So I'm on this side?
No, you... in fact, where is he? No, so you're still gonna get cast out just back out this direction.
Oh,
it's
so I can go
almost
in
like it
and
was
then-
soft. Yes,
Okay.
yes. You are going to take...
I refuse.
well, I'll tell you what. Give me a Constitution saving throw. Oh, I do need.
11.
Okay, you take 21 necrotic damage as you come into contact with the pillar. What I will say is, as you do so, and your body aligns directly with the pillar for just a moment, you can feel and have a very strong sense for the magics that are right there around you. And you also have a better, almost like vision directly above you through the holes that lead up. And while you can't see, you're able to feel a little bit better what it is that's coming down towards you. And there is a clear, unnatural magic of coming off of some type of creature, some type of unnatural creature that is descending down the pillar towards you. And that's what you've been detecting. And it is even closer at this time. Did you just roll your con save?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
18.
18? Alright, so you hold on to it. So magic weapon is still present.
No, that's for detect magic. Spiritual weapons, not concentration.
I knew that. And I still think you weapon weapon. Okay.
I don't. My magic weapon's inherent because cleric.
Yeah, spiritual weapon's not concentration?
Nope.
That makes sense. Alright, cool. Alright. Then...
It's coming this way.
Damn. The
Did
brute.
it feel like more than one, or did it just feel like one creature?
You don't know.
Gotcha.
Just as described. The brute starts dashing behind the pillar.
Did he run past me?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take it.
I'm gonna say you do not get a chance for an attack opportunity here.
Is there like a specific reason?
Yes, because you just got knocked into a pillar where you lost vision in all senses. You don't have the cognizance right now while being forced moved backwards into a pillar as he's pushing you, which is forced movement. He's moving at the same time.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, he can run 5 feet out. He's got plenty of space, but you would not have the capacity to attack right there.
I was just reading Warcaster again to make sure it didn't specify anything about that, but it doesn't.
Does Warcaster? It doesn't give you a reaction spell, does it?
It changes my opportunity attack to a spell. That's all
Spell
it
or
does.
cantrips?
Does
Does it say spell?
It says spell. When a hostile creature movement provokes an opportunity attack from you, you can use your reaction to cast a spell at the creature.
Gotcha.
So it can be a cantrip or a spell.
No, its intent was to throw you back and to disorient you. Alright, but it does circle around behind the Pillar of Shadow.
Yeah, the only stipulation is the spell has to have a casting time of 1 action. And it can only target 1 creature. So you
One
can't-
action?
You can't opportunity attack an AoE spell or something that has
Right.
a longer casting time.
Exactly, that makes sense. Okay, that's going to be it for its turn, which does bring us to you, actually. You are next.
I'm going after it! Yeah.
Okay.
And I am going to Divine Strike with my Warhammer.
Okay, what does that do?
Divine Strike, I gain the ability to infuse my weapon strikes with divine energy. Once on each of my turns, when I hit a creature with a weapon attack, I can cause the attack to deal 1 extra d8 radiant damage.
Is there a number of uses, charges?
Once a turn.
There's no limit?
Nope.
Every turn you can add 1d8?
Yep. If I use it, it has to be a weapon attack, though.
Really?
Yep.
Is that because of the domain you chose?
I believe Divine Strike is just 8th level feature for clerics.
Shit, I didn't even remember that. Okay, cool. Alright, so...
I know Tosh just has an alternate version of it, but I didn't choose it.
Okay. Divine Strike.
Yeah, so I have to hit with the weapon,
So roll melee.
which is 18 plus 5, 3.
23 hits. Roll damage.
First part of it is 1d8, so that's 7 bludgeoning damage, and then with the Divine Strike, it's an additional 1 radiant damage.
You're a Twilight Cleric, right?
Yeah.
I think it is a class. Or
Is it?
Okay, so you did how much damage for each type?
It was 7 bludgeoning damage for the initial weapon hit,
Okay.
and then 1 additional radiant damage. I rolled a 1 on the d8.
Got it. Okay. All right. So first thing you notice is that your weapon itself seems to almost mush into the body and is not very effective. But it almost leaves like a sprinkle of like radiant energy that leaves a nice little burn, a nice little singe right on this.
Not very good at this.
Okay. But other than that,
All
it
that
did not
running.
seem particularly effective.
And
Which brings us-
then- Can't quite reach, but I can get it here. And that's my turn.
Okay. And Io, you are next.
Okay. I'll use my bonus action to move the tentacle let's see, diagonal from where the spiritual weapon is.
So,
Yeah.
here?
Yes.
Nice.
And then I'll attack.
All right. Roll attack.
18 plus.
That hits.
Uh, 8. And then movement reduced by 2.
Okay. So again, the cold, while less impactful, does strike as it almost like whips out, and the suckers kind of latch on and rip off little pieces of the shadow. And while it is less effective, you see that the creature is becoming frantic as it fights on its last legs.
And then my action will move. Sorry.
You killed your weapon.
You killed your weapon. It's gone forever.
And then
You can't
I will
kill
use,
Archer. Archer lives forever in our hearts.
I'll use Eldritch Blast.
All right, roll attacks.
20,
Hits.
13,
Hits.
and 25.
Hits. Little did you know, this particular brute has 250 HP. 1, 2, 3.
18.
But plus 5 each, right?
Plus 4 each.
Plus 4 each. Okay, so 12 plus 4, 18. Nice. Okay. Well, that'll do it. So once again, as you blast the holes through, the form of the brute starts to fall apart, and as it collapses to the ground, the dust just disappears into space. The last one inside the room, Vince. There is no sound, only the weird wispiness of the pillar that sits in the middle of the space in the room as the creatures are taken care of. You still have kind of a foreboding sensation.
And I let the party know the sensations that I felt after touching the pillar. And
There's
are we still in turn order?
No, we are not right now.
Okay. Then I will walk up to Io and give you a second level cure wounds.
Well, thank you, Cancer.
Oh,
He's
you will.
touching you.
I touched the butt.
He touched the butt.
It's been so long.
Yeah.
I've just had this tentacle.
Me too.
Wow! I'm all alone. There's no one here beside
18.
Damn. You're getting pretty good rolls.
Well, I did upcast it.
Second level cure wounds?
Yeah.
What were your
So,
rolls?
2d8. I rolled a 7 and a 8, and then plus 5.
And plus 5? Yeah. Okay. So, as you sit in the space with the...
Oh, sorry. But
Yeah.
I can't go over the fact that I lost 2 hit die. So that's my max. Or how does that work?
You are still missing 2 hit die right now.
Okay.
So basically, if you would normally have 12, you're just down to 10.
Okay.
And we'll just pay attention to that.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Alright.
Man, I only hit...
You didn't.
Wait, did I
hit
only
me.
hit twice in that whole... No way.
No, you hit him quite a few times.
Yeah.
AJ.
But you passed the con saves for those other ones?
Well, I didn't.
Shit.
Yes.
Yeah, just those 2 though. Okay. Alright, not bad.
Yeah.
Alright.
And I'm gonna try to focus my detect magic on this pillar to just like see if I can continue feeling the like presence making its way towards us, or if it may have stopped.
So, even with focusing, your senses are still like the same. You can't
Okay.
change the concentration of what it
Alright.
is you can feel. And you can tell that, same thing as before, right? You are unable to penetrate the door, the walls down here, or the ceiling. Because the ceiling, you can tell, is like super thick. Whatever
Yeah.
that stone is, it's too thick for you to penetrate. And then this thick pillar of shadow that goes up the center of the actual tower itself is also nearly impenetrable to whatever it is you're doing. But there are brief moments where, as it moves and swirls around, maybe for just a second, a crack opens up and you're able to feel something's above you.
All right. And now that we're out of combat and I can not be focused on just enemies at this point in time, is there anything in the room that stands out magic-wise from my detect magic?
There is not. Nothing else is glowing or giving you any different types of kind of magical trigger.
Okay. I want to walk to where the door was, and I want to just kind of feel around, see if it's just like completely sealed, solid.
The door up here?
The one that we came in through.
It's gone. There is no
Yeah,
door.
I'm just checking to see if
Yeah,
it's like
solid wall.
sealed.
Solid still, solid stone.
All right. I'd say it's you're gone. You only last a minute.
Oh, mine
Goodbye,
too.
Archer.
Mine too.
Goodbye. Wait, what's your tentacle's name?
Oh, Tenty.
Tenty. Archer and
Sorry.
Tenty.
Archer and Tenty. Haha, you don't have a friend.
My hammer.
What's your hammer's name?
I don't know.
Okay.
Figure it out.
I want to check out that chair too. Over over here.
mysterious
Yeah.
fluids around it.
Yeah.
Dang,
Give
dang
me-
right. I'm gonna check
give
out
me-
the chair.
An investigation check.
Investigation.
So I guess you don't need this concentration. Or
I do.
you just need-
My detect magic.
Oh,
It lost 10 minutes. How long would you say it's been since we?
Oh, because you cast it before.
Yeah, just
you
before walking in.
came in,
yeah.
basically. We'll say that it's just coming up on 2 minutes right now. If that.
Plenty of time.
Yep, you got tons of time.
4.
Well, it's made of stone, and it's generally shaped like a chair. And
Okay.
as you get up close to it, you get a bizarre sensation through your feet. And then it climbs up to your knees. And
Okay.
it works its way up your gut.
So this is a stone chair.
It is.
Can I derive anything through my stone cunning as to like the history of this chair, if any?
So normally maybe you'd be able to, except for some reason the sensation has worked its way up your chest, up your shoulders, into your head. And all of a sudden, you feel this penetrating thought just overwhelming you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Pretty sure it's wisdom saving throw. Yep.
16 plus. Oh, it's a saving throw. Plus 9. 25.
+9. Okay. I need wisdom saving throws from you two as well.
Both of us?
Yep, both of you.
Don't we have advantage? Or...
Yeah.
You do. You do.
15.
15? Both of you feel an overpowering urge to just go look at and stand right next to the pillar, right in the middle of the room, as close as you can, and not move for the next 8 hours.
Bro?
100%.
And I see this.
Yes. So you feel something come over you for a moment, and you kind of shrug it off, and you're not quite sure what it was. And you look around, and you see them both walking straight up to the pillar, just staring at it. Standing right
Can
next to
I
it.
determine like what this is? Like what kind of effect it is?
Give me an Arcana check.
17.
17 total?
Yeah.
They have been influenced by a suggestion spell.
Suggestion, is that a form of charm?
Good question. Technically, well, maybe. Kind of. Yes, we'll say it is a form of charm.
All right. Seeing this, I am going to channel Divinity Twilight Sanctuary, and there is now a sphere of twilight emanating from me. It's a 30-foot radius sphere that's centered on me, and I am going to end the charm on both of them.
What does it say?
I will read it. The sphere moves with you, and it lasts for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated or die. Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, you can grant the creature one of these benefits. 1, grant temp HP equal to 1d6 plus my cleric level, and 2, you end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened.
You choose one for a minute at the end of every 6 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So looking over at them and getting the impression that they are under the effects of another form of trap set here inside of the tower on this first floor, triggered by your approach towards the chair and over towards the stairwell. You shrug off the effects and get your kind of concentration together, pull yourself back into the space, and you let out part of your connection to your god saloon. As you do so, a wave of energy kind of forms itself around you in this space, and just like that, after a brief moment, there is a wave of energy that rushes out towards you two, and you just feel this sense of clarity, and you find yourselves eyes opened again, and in front of you is a waving, swirling column of pillar of smoke, and you just go from this position of, I need to look at this, to what the fuck am I doing?
What was that?
And that's where you are. You're standing in front of the
Last
pillar
for a
right now.
minute.
Not quite sure why you were doing it.
I'll back
So
up.
that's it. And with the remainder of it, I'm going to give all of us temp HP. So 1 1d6 plus cleric level.
Okay. How long's it doesn't
The
have a
sphere
length,
lasts
right?
for 1 minute.
Yep.
Yep.
You
So-
and
You want to read it?
it says you end one effect. You grant it temp HP equal to 1d6
Mhm.
plus your cleric level, and it's at the end of every 6 seconds inside that time frame, right?
Yeah.
Okay, copy. So you're doing that for each of you?
Yep.
Okay.
So you get 11 temp HP.
11?
Yeah, 6 plus my cleric. Oh, plus my cleric level, so it's plus 12 actually. So 6 plus, so you get 18.
18?
Nice.
Okay.
You get 14.
Nice.
I get 16.
Y'all move on. Are y'all hungry?
Will be. Were you thinking you were going to go pick up food? Yeah, we can send you with some money or something. What were you thinking?
Come on.
I'm thinking surf and turf with a little bit of king crab and no shit. I don't know what
I
else.
just
was for
want
me.
red lobster cheddar biscuits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, shit, that sounds really good. Oh, my God.
I'm not a seafood.
See,
I was
food
thinking
is too good
I
to
was
not
thinking
like seafood.
McDonald's.
See, seafood is too.
I tried.
Yeah, and when y'all come out of your stupor, you are just kind of surrounded by almost like a twinkling just area of just like you have the daylight hammer, but there's also like this other form of dim light that's just in
How
the
long does
area.
daylight last? It's an
Hour.
Hour.
It's a full hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's almost like little constellations of twilight just kind of periodically popping in. and
Are
out.
you trying to steal Carter's?
I am a
effects?
twilight cleric.
You know
I'm not
what?
stealing anything. We
shoot,
were
yeah.
in the same book.
It's true. It's true.
Pizza?
Could do pizza.
Sure.
We could do.
I don't know what's around here, so that's.
I got it. We'll get hot dogs from the gas station and call it good. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah, shoot. If we order at Domino's and then we avoid the delivery cost, it's pretty cheap. They have like the $6.99 items. So if you do the medium pizzas and then additional items, you can do $6.99 per item. Is their deal that they have going on. So for like chicken wings or for pizza or for pasta or for whatever else, Domino's is pretty cheap. That's good. If y'all want that.
I'm good.
You're good? You don't want anything? Other
Yeah, you've been munching
pizza.
on beef sticks this whole time, so.
Little Caesars was not very good the last time we got it. And it took forever. Oh my god. They're supposed to be, they call themselves hot
Hot
and
and
ready.
ready?
Yeah.
There's some-
So I waited in line 15 minutes, and then that took them 20 minutes. 20 minutes to get my pizza after I ordered it. They said, pull around, it's parked on the side. Okay. And I'm like, hey, do y'all have my food? Like, what did you order? Bruh! Hello?
Pizza.
You're supposed to have this shit like in a box ready to hand to us. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Are you good with pizza?
Yeah, that sounds
I'm
good.
fine with that. Okay, so do you want to put the order in and have them get it ready before you go out? Cool. All right. So let's do that then. And then, do you want to do it? Or do you want us to put it in? Your call.
Whatever is easier. I don't know what y'all want. I'm just gonna go.
What do you two want?
Oh, I just don't like Italian sauce. That's
Unacceptable. I was thinking 3 Italian
I
sauces.
knew.
Right.
Now I know why you're a warlock. No deity would love you.
They threw me off land, up in the water.
Like any kind of pizza or buffalo chicken, whatever.
Buffalo chicken
Buffalo
pizza.
chicken.
That's
Yes.
premium. That costs more.
Does it really?
As chicken.
The chicken costs more in general. I didn't know that.
Would do like a bacon. and a
Let's see.
pepperoni.
You always tell me that.
Well, it's because there's an option that says premium chicken, but I didn't know if buffalo chicken counts.
Well, it uses the premium chicken.
Does it though?
And then,
Does it?
you're right, it uses
Buffalo.
Kirkland.
That was interesting. I guess it hit exactly
Sorry.
the right sound.
Sorry, that hero's feast is coming back.
Jeez, that was something. Like it's not even up against anything.
No,
is
it's not.
it? How weird.
It is weird. Like,
Earthquake.
What's that called when you hit like the resonance of something else? Probably just called resonance, huh?
Yeah.
All right. I hit your mom's resonance. All right. Okay. Okay, what do we got here? Store pickup. I would do.
is just a snake, I cut the head off.
You know what? Honestly, I'll just get a full pizza
Smart.
and then you can eat it later, or we can snack on it if we. Or I can just give you cash or Venmo, whatever you need. So I would do probably a medium Hawaiian. Of course, you wouldn't eat Hawaiian, would you?
I'm not gonna eat any. I'm not getting any.
Yeah, I'll just do
Good for
a
now.
medium Hawaiian pizza. And then, unless y'all want to split into different pizzas. Into, not into TWO. A medium $6.99. So the deal that they have going on is as long as you get 2 or more, you can get $6.99 2 topping medium pizzas, as many as you want for $6.99, and other items, including things like their wings, breads, desserts, pastas, and sandwiches. It's pretty good. You want to see?
No,
He
I
doesn't
don't.
want
No,
soy
wait.
sauce.
So, I mean,
anything
So only Italian sausage.
No cheese, no sauce. It's just bread and Italian
Just-
sauce.
yeah, exactly.
Boom, meat patty.
Ew.
In fact, forget the pizza. Literally just an Italian
Just
sausage.
a package.
That's just a meatloaf at that point.
I'll split one with her if y'all want to split one.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
that's
Hawaiian's fine with me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Hawaiian?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's do a Hawaiian, and then I feel like I'm gonna have the munchies later. So you know what? I will do their sweet barbecue bacon specialty chicken as well.
That was pretty good last
Yeah,
night.
it was good. It was good. I should have cash.
But I can Venmo too if you want.
I don't know.
You don't have Venmo?
Not everything else.
Shh. No, that's good. Yeah, I got the water.
I can cash out. Cash out good? Or
Oh, you have Cash App?
Yeah.
I'll give you Cash App. No, I can give you exactly right around too. Yeah, we're
That's
going on cash.
fine.
And I'll pay for the chicken. Alright, so you two come to staring down the pillar of horrible necromantic smoke and shadow in front of your face. What are you doing?
That chair fucked you guys up.
I back up.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna,
move towards our dwarf friend over here.
I'll move way too, like towards the. I guess those are stairs.
Yeah.
Towards the stairs?
Yeah.
You're moving away towards the stairs?
That's
What?
the
I'm
way he
saying,
asked that. Like, no.
That's not what I said.
That's not what I said. Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay. So, as you move over towards the stairs, you do feel another sensation, but it is like the same type of sensation. And because you had just postured yourself against it, you're able to ward it off and fight it off pretty easily.
I look up the stairs. Can I see clear? Can I just see it spiraling up, or can I see it?
Clearly
I was thinking that too.
shadows going.
Does it go into just darkness?
So it is a 20-foot climb, and the stairs wrap around at a fairly steep incline around. So you're able to see up quite a ways before it curves off the side, but you can't even see all the way up past that rise in the actual level.
Oh, stairs again! My nemesis. We go up.
Yes.
On
Yeah.
Tuesday.
All right. Pushing the fighter up front.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll do that. I'll take that.
Doesn't even have the highest AC.
No, I know.
Your
Or the highest
concentration was
HP.
for.
I mean, I'll go first.
What is the concentration?
He just has the light
Detect
hammer.
magic, I think.
Yeah, no.
Ah, yeah. Daylight's not concentration, is it?
No.
Okay. You're sure?
He's got the detect magic up.
I'm sure. I will pull it up again and tell
How
you.
funny would it be if it were like, ha! Take it all back. We're doing combat again.
Nope.
Restart the entire thing. All of it.
Please.
Oh my goodness! It actually is not.
Except it is now. Cool. All right. So you guys are going upstairs.
Yay!
All right. You set foot into the stairwell, and as you start climbing, even those couple of feet, there's a noticeable temperature change. With each step that you take, it almost seems like a degree or two drops. And while it was pretty temperate down that first floor.
I have a beard.
It goes from temperate to almost chilly, pretty darn fast.
I'm in a bathing suit.
Nice and touch.
The music.
Yeah, you are.
Wait, what?
She's in a bathing suit. She's water oriented.
Good stuff. A water kini. All right. Shatter some more die. So.
And my domain is gone.
Your domain is gone.
Yeah, it lasts a minute. I'm saying it's gone now. My aura, my domain aura.
Got you. And you're all tracking your temp HP as well? Because that'll be the first thing that goes is temp HP.
Yes.
Even if you weren't at max HP. So as you climb the stairs, and the temperature starts to drop, you come up to the top of them, a full 20-foot incline, and you're met by another very solid door at the top.
Does it look the same?
Identical to the one that you took to enter into the tower initially.
And I detect no magic coming from this door.
You do not.
Okay. I will open the door this time.
You reach forward and grab the solid iron handle, and you go to turn it, and it does not budge.
Does it feel like it's locked? Like I go to turn it and it doesn't turn all the way? Or I turn it all the way and go to push and it just doesn't open?
It does not turn. It's like it's locked.
Got it. I just kind of push against it to see if it's just like it actually just like slides open.
It does! No. It is definitely very well secured. It's very well locked.
Is there a lock?
There is a lock. You are a dexterous rogue thief.
No, I
lockpicking.
have mason's tools, but I just put them on. I didn't actually look to see what was in them.
It's for stonework.
Yeah. But I do have knock. I'm just kidding.
Do you?
I could probably get this locked
No,
off.
that's a wizard spell. I
Probably.
can't get that without the feet.
Little did I know, you're a multi-classed
I'll clear my
sorcerer,
throat.
bard,
Step
druid.
aside. Grab my warhammer, two-handed.
Are you doing
Smash
it?
down on the lock. Yeah. why
Okay,
not?
roll attack.
Like, yeah,
Can I
why
give
not?
her guidance for this?
Yes. Yes.
And that adds a.
No, not for your attack, it doesn't.
Not for myself.
Nope, only for ability checks. Your warhammer. Are you talking about the warhammer? What are you talking about?
A warhammer. Yeah.
Warhammer. It bounces off of the wood,
Would I
and your
add
hand
my strength
rings.
and proficiency to that?
Yes.
12.
12. Yeah.
Yes.
It bounces back, and there's a crack that rings out and echoes down the stairwell, and things become very eerily silent.
Do you want me to try it again?
I'll say it looks like brute force isn't working. I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast.
I thought he was gonna be like primal weapon, and then tentacle unlock the door.
I banish the door.
Okay, so you're Eldritch blasting the door.
Yes.
I'm getting such a.
Everybody move back.
I'll step back like
Yeah.
10, 15.
Roll attack.
15.
Okay.
Well, you have plus 11. God damn.
You gave it to me.
I did. That was a mistake. 15 hits.
Oh, okay.
So your beam does. I mean, it'd be impressive if it didn't hit. It's a matter of if it works though. But roll damage for me.
Okay.
Was this Eldritch Blast?
This is Eldritch.
Was it just the first beam? Okay, go ahead. And I would say because you're casting them all three at the same time, just go ahead and roll all three as well.
That is a total of 18, and then plus 12.
Did you roll for? I would still roll for
Oh,
hit
yeah, I'm
on
sorry.
the other two.
So
You can
I'll
keep the
keep
damage
those.
though. Yeah.
And then 15 again, and then 13.
Okay, so roll damage for 2. So take out the last die that you
I roll these at the same
pick one. You got it. Okay, how much damage?
Oh, so that's going to be 13 plus 12. 25.
25. So you rolled 15 to hit and 25 damage. That door is a 15 AC and it has 25 HP.
No way.
So the door is
That's
blasted
insane.
open and split into pieces as not only is it broken apart, but the wave and the force behind your repelling blast that you have casts it and shoots it inside of the second floor of the tower. Yeah!
Is this-
Eldritch Blast!
Is this moving?
Yeah, you can. So, and yes, you're absolutely right. So, as soon as that opens, what you see in front of you is death. The first thing you notice is not the pillar, because as the door opens, a yellow fog starts to roll back in underneath it, down just off the top of the stairs, and you can see that inside of the room in front of you, and I would say actually, oh yeah, perfect. That's exactly where you'd be. That's weird how they did that, but I'll take it. So, inside of that space, the entire room is covered in a thick yellow fog, and there is a smell to it. Before you even step in, it reeks and burns your nares, and you recoil at what's inside there. You can tell that this is almost certainly another magical trap that was left inside the space. In fact, give me an Arcana check, you two.
12.
14. This is a stinking cloud.
Is there an origin, like, that it's coming from, or is it just there?
It is permeating the space, but it seems it is everywhere, but it's definitely covering the entire space inside of the floor.
So there's no, like, origin. It's not coming from a specific place. Okay.
It's not rolling out from
Yeah.
something.
Gotcha.
If that's what you mean.
Yeah,
Dispel
alright.
magic. I'm gonna try dispel magic.
Okay. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
So, the yellow cloud is permeating the entire space and sitting densely across the entire room. There are bookshelves all throughout there as well, making it difficult to see all the way across. And there's a large, closed tome sitting on the far side that you can just barely see on a desk, right there on a reading table in front of a single chair. And beyond that, there's another tome in a glass case sitting over a mantle with a low fire sitting in the hearth, giving off just some dim illumination into the room. And the pillar of smoke and shadow is visible over the top of the bookshelves, going straight back up through the second floor, again, all the way up the 20-foot distance to the third floor, to that ceiling above you, going through a broken gap as it almost has torn through and broken apart the 5-foot thick barrier of stone between each floor.
Can you describe the books and their locations for me again?
The books?
Yeah, and their locations.
So there's, this isn't a giant actual library, but there are literally bookshelves with loads of books all throughout.
Oh, I thought you
space.
like described like specific books, like one in a jar.
You're talking about,
The
okay,
tomes.
the individual
Yeah.
tomes.
Yeah.
Yes, so on the far side of the room, you can just make out the corner of a desk and you see a singular book sitting right in front of a chair that is sitting behind the desk. And then behind it, there is a hearth with a dimly lit fire still kind of burning inside it. And there is a glass case above that hearth. And there's a single book inside of there.
How does the hammer, the daylight on the hammer, make it the fog like a denser look to it? I guess. If that makes sense.
It does now. Now there's twice as much rolling fog. No, I'm just kidding. It does not. No effect. You're just able to see better kind of inside the space. But to be fair, what would have been a dimly lit space, everywhere that you bring your hammer is quite bright. For like 60 feet, right?
And it's 60 feet bright and then 60 feet dim.
Yeah, you can see everything. Yep. It's pretty bright.
On top of 300 feet of dark vision.
You know what? You all become blind.
Ridiculous
Smite
amount
me,
of vision.
almighty smiter!
I can fix that, guys. Maybe.
So you said that I could tell that it was Stinky Cloud?
Yes. You recognize the spell as Stinking Cloud.
Okay. Well, I'll relay that to the party that this is
Yes. And are you familiar with that at all?
Stinking cloud.
Mhm.
I think I had it on one of my past characters.
So like, it's a nauseating gas, and stepping into it, you basically are at risk of being poisoned by it at any point in time.
Oh. We're immune.
Alright.
You know what?
Dang. It's time
Were we
to
not?
leave today.
Well, you don't know that yet. You don't know what it is. You're still scared of it. Ebrick.
Lee's got the perfect thing for this.
It's actually flames. Everything's on fire.
This is fine.
I stick my hand in the cloud.
Give me a con save.
17 plus 320.
You feel it tickle your fingers, and it seems as though your skin would be crawling and burning. But there is a magical protective quality to your blood right now, emanating from your stomach.
Seems fine, guys.
Yeah.
Seems fine.
You know what? Did you read the adventure first?
No, I didn't even know what we were doing.
Nope, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Well, I guess since I just blasted the door open, we have this information. I'll step foot. I guess towards the. But it still obscures vision. You said, sort of.
No, it's just it's literally like a sunken cloud of nauseating gas that is blown across the floor and wafts up
Yeah.
into the space.
Gotcha.
So
Got some nose hair burning fumes.
yeah, so it's really dense towards the floor,
Mhm.
but you can still it's slightly opaque, but you can see through it to the ground. It's like really heavy fog,
Okay.
but it's clearly got like a yellow, nasty kind of coating.
I
to
pull
it.
out some perfume that I bought off Carter and starts.
At a discount.
At a discount.
It's been a really long time since you bought it, and the smell is worn off, so it barely smells.
I think I bought this like 70 years ago.
And it's completely masked by the horrible, nauseating smell of the stinking cloud.
I bought this like 70 years ago. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, true, probably, actually, it's about right.
Yeah, because I'm 135. Who knows when I met Carter?
Ooh, what is it, eau de fof?
No, the foof.
Oh, the foof.
Foof, why foof?
Throw back to your other character.
Well, fof, Fellowship of Folly. Eau de fof.
Yeah, but foof is furry.
They don't know who foof is.
They don't, but Carter
Does he?
does. Yes. It's canon.
Maybe.
It's canon now. They're actually brothers.
Canon now.
We'll do some space adventures later. We'll do space adventures.
This-
All right.
Many space adventures of foof and fof.
As you walk in, and you get a better angle on the bookshelves that have the texts scattered out between them, there is a vast array of varying qualities of books, but it is immediately evident that these are collector items and highly specialized texts. They are covering a range of different topics, some very focused in nature and very scientific, and then some bear imagery and labels and titles where it's very clear that it's the weird and bizarre and magical in nature. Things that may not even be real, but these all seem to be focused on a pursuit of knowledge throughout a varying array of magical inquiries and creatures and throughout the world of lore that's available. Some of them look very, very old. Almost all of them are very well bound. None of them are dusty. And it is quite the collection. It is evident that this would be the desire of any magical caster.
Does my detect magic pick up anything on any of the tomes on the bookshelves, or?
Where are you?
I'll say that I had just walked through the door.
Of course, you also have detect magic.
You
You two can just go home if you want.
Cleric, baby.
So yes, it does. So as you step forward,
Warcaster cleric with detect magic.
there is magic emanating brightly from the tome that is in the glass case above the hearth. there is definitely some form of magic cast onto it and contained inside of the glass and the text itself. And then there is also a hint of a glow, very light and shaped, almost attached to the form of whatever might be on top of the text that is on top of the actual desk itself. So not so much a bright light casting out, so much as a glow outlining the lines and forms and ridges of whatever might be on top of that tome.
I will relay that to our resident party and face smasher.
Technically, the face smasher right now is actually Io, because he tentacle attacked.
And I just stood still and emanated a radiance. I just like, beam.
Just burned their eyes out until they died.
My fire and my laser.
Character flaw. Had an unusual experience as a child. May or may not have something to do with why I reached out to Cthulhu later on in life.
I didn't
Yeah.
consider that.
Yeah, I'll relay that I am detecting fairly strong magic from the glass and the tome that is in the glass, and a faint hint of magic from the tome on the desk.
The other thing I'll say too is that the flavor of aura that you are detecting from the stinking cloud is on the same frequency of the traps that you detected downstairs. And you can tell that this was a chain reaction set of traps and magic that all triggered from the same ward that was placed that you all tripped coming into the
Gotcha.
tower. These are not individual occurrences. This was all one singular.
Got it. So it didn't happen when you blew up the door. Good to know.
Not my fault.
Don't feel
Okay.
pressured. Okay. I'm going to slowly make my way to the desk, just kind
Kind
of
of cute, right?
keeping an eye out.
Take one as a pet, maybe. Right?
Yeah,
No.
his name would be Fluffy.
His name would be, what the fuck is that? Get out, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
That's so long to write on the pet documentation, though.
But that's why we use acronyms, so.
His name is just emojis.
Yeah. Alright. So, you are all in now.
Yes.
Wading through the wafting cloud of stink. And embracing it fully. Luckily not losing your stomach
My
or
eyes are
becoming
slowly
poisoned.
like tearing.
Yes, yes they are. Like, it's still bad. Okay, maybe you're not getting poisoned, but it's not pleasant. This is not enjoyable.
Walking
It's like-
onto that floor like that's right.
Yeah, no. It's like if I were to attribute to like the dorms, and I've got all the the fresh people that are there. They're all
Tie my
farting and smelling
beard
and
around
sweaty
my
and nasty
mouth.
and walking through. So I'm not dying, but does it smell good? Nope. Nope.
I tie my beard like around my mouth as like a makeshift mask.
See, but now the bird is suffering. You're cruel.
I have
Oh,
enough beard.
Oh! Give me a Constitution saving throw for your bird, sir.
I don't know what a bird is, but 11.
Bird's not gonna have con. In fact, it
11.
might even be negative. I'll keep the 11 though. Negative. Your bird is poisoned.
Oh no, Fluffy 3.
What happened to Fluffy 1 and 2?
Don't ask questions.
That'll be a side adventure. All right. Okay, what are we doing?
I am slowly making my way towards the desk.
Okay.
I'll follow.
Just kind of keeping an eye out on the floor as I'm going, just because you never know if there might be another trap.
Okay. We'll say it's been.
What do you-
We'll say it's been 5 minutes getting to this point.
Okay.
Just to be cautious, breaking down the door, going
Yeah.
upstairs, investigating downstairs, you casting your spell, because your spell is a minute. You know what? At least 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll say at least 5. Getting to this point. So you've got some time left on your detect magic still. And that's the only thing you were maintaining, right? Because it's 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, you're good. Okay. So,
I try to take very few concentration spells. Because I
We'll
don't
miss
want them
you.
overlapping.
oh, I forgot. I just forgot his name. What's his name?
Joe.
Joe. Cool.
Rogan.
That's 2 letters off of exactly who he looks like anyway. What?
I guess.
That's all right. Okay, so
Oh,
you
we
are
let it-
approaching the
what's the
table.
job?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, it took me a minute.
Completely.
I took me a minute.
Completely.
Just a skinnier version.
Who?
Well, it didn't used to be. But
That's true.
Yes, now.
Who?
We have a buddy named Josh.
Oh, okay.
He who we do not mention.
Oh?
No, I'm just kidding.
oh,
Fuck you, Josh. I mean, we miss you.
I'll tell him that whenever we're all in the No Josh is Allowed Steam
Yeah.
or Discord page.
that
I
makes
saw
sense.
Yes!
that makes sense. See, I never understood what that meant.
You know what's funny? Every now and then we'll be inside of Discord, like playing a game or something, and it used to be Mike, like on Ash or something, but you've popped in like 3 different times. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but
Yeah.
you'll show up in the Discord, and I'll be like, because we hear the sound, and we're gonna be like, hello? What's that? Who is it? We're like, oh, hi! How's it going? And then, boop, I just left the channel. We're like, alright, fuck you then. You've never said anything.
Yeah.
No, there was a point where I jumped in and I was asking questions. So
Wait, really?
My character, yeah.
Oh, it must have been a like mic thing then.
That's probably, yeah.
I'm
Well,
like,
she's done it a couple times too, though.
Well, that's not no like mic. Like maybe there's some like a setting on her phone mic for Discord.
Oh, maybe, did we not answer? Or did I answer?
Because all the
You
times you've
answered.
hopped in. Oh, you did. I must have not been there that time.
No, y'all were both in there.
Were we?
At one point. 'Cause
We were
y'all
drunk.
Y'all were
Just kidding.
streaming during
I don't remember
something.
the last time I was from.
Yeah, y'all were streaming doing something and I was asking questions based on my character, like what their restrictions
Oh, yeah.
were.
That's what we do whenever we play like co-op games. We stream each other's screens so that we can. Keep
Yeah, I was
track.
like, y'all were doing something.
It's
I've always
it's
wanted to,
super
like-
efficient with
It's
like certain
really
games.
convenient.
It's just every time I'm gaming, like I always feel like, oh, I should join, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm always talking to him, so I'm
Yeah.
like, it is.
So we're taking a break from Diablo 4 because the new season launches on the 20th.
Yeah.
And to be honest, Diablo 4, it has a lot of like interesting, fun gameplay elements. But once they're done, there's nothing left.
Yeah, it's like after I'd
There's
say
nothing.
55. Like after 55, you're
It's
just
all so boring. It's terrible.
it's this. You're pretty much like end game geared, and
Yeah. Diablo 3 was better in 90% of ways so far, so they have a long way to go.
Yeah, I got bored with it.
yeah. So it's like
I
there's
don't like
45
Diablo
levels
So
where it's
disappointing.
like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
There's only nightmare dungeons. So hopefully the season. I hope they
You know what?
they bring
Do you want
season
to text
content
him
into
and
the
ask
actual
if he
game like after the
can
season's
also pick
over?
up at the gas station
If they don't,
or
it's
there,
like what content
some
are you
soda.
actually adding?
and if y'all want, or at least for him, so he's got something to do else. We're I can grab drinks and we're gonna pick some. He can pick up some soda or some mixers, something like soda, whatever else to mix with. And that way he's got something to do while he's over here watching the stereo. So
He
It's
is
either that-
surprisingly into this right now.
good.
Every time I turn around, he's just like.
Is that normally not what he's like, or?
No, like normally, like he'd just kind of be like,
Well, I was gonna say because if he's
Looking at
bored,
me
he
or
can just
something,
like
you know?
give us a
Just kinda
striptease in the
chilling.
background or something. He just can't be on camera.
I'll
so.
set up the polls.
See, that explains a lot, Lee.
Great exercise.
I feel like my AC is not working today. It is
It
not
is really
cooling
hot
down.
in here.
I'm trying. I dropped it to 73 like 2 hours ago, and the whole time it has said that it will get down to 73 in 2 hours, and it hasn't been dropping. It is 101 outside, but I hope something's not wrong with my AC. Ha! I hope my speaker's not going bad.
So
I've never done that before.
you said soda or mixers. When you say mixers, like
Any form of soda or juice or because actual mixers are expensive, but if he wants to, whatever he brings back, I've got vodka, tequila, I've got a little bit of whiskey. Yeah, vodka, tequila, and whiskey. And moonshine.
yeah, moonshine.
And if we drink, we must use this cup today.
Oh my god.
That's perfect.
Release the Kraken.
I told him he should play with us, but he's like, I'll just watch. I'm like,
Has he ever played? He hasn't played before, right?
Never played before.
It would be very
Me and you
hard
is
to
very-
start a level 12 game that's mostly combat based and not social, because we have very little social stuff in
this.
Yeah.
Like, I had to expand quite a bit on the even introductory elements of it. This is largely just an opportunity for you all to try out level 12 characters, and that first fight was obviously supposed to go very differently, so fuck our cleric. But yeah,
You mean
I
yes
did.
him?
I did adjust one thing that I didn't need to. That suggestion spell that y'all tripped was supposed to happen before combat. So if you all would have failed, you've been stuck during combat, staring at a pillar with a bunch of things coming up on you, shoving you into the pillar over and over and over again.
That would have
That's-
sucked.
Yeah.
That would have been
Well,
crazy.
that just means I would have had to use my channel divinity then and there instead
Fuck!
of daylight.
Would that have? It would have.
Yeah.
No, but you get to choose one per round.
Yeah, one per round, but I would have still had to burn it then and there. And you also wouldn't have got the temp HP because I would have been focusing on combat.
True.
But yeah,
So
I
what
don't
kind
have
of
a
vodka do you have?
female,
Huh? What kind of vodka?
but I do have a
Just regular
Leon.
New Amsterdam.
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna actually buy a Leonin off of Etsy because
Oh,
Etsy has
what?
a lot of miniatures on
I
it.
didn't know you had this.
They came in that box.
Because it came in the box.
Vodka, whiskey, what else?
I have vodka, whiskey, moonshine, and tequila. The same bottles I've had for probably the last 8 months. Like, for real. We don't drink very much.
Yeah, he's asking. I said, I was like, can you also pick up some like soda or juice or mixers or something?
Yeah, whatever he wants.
Yeah. Now you know why
Dr.
clerics are
Pepper's
my
always
favorite.
good, Coke's
Their
always
utility
good,
is
Sprite can be
unmatched.
good.
Very good.
I love being a utility-based character.
Can I have one of your snassages?
Mhm.
Here you go. One bag, thanks. Oh, they're huge. What the? Don't read into that.
No, they got-
Oh, they're huge! He says
I don't
little
read.
bitty things.
Oh, wow.
I will take them too.
Hey, those are decent.
Old
What
Smoky.
brand is that? Old Smokies?
No. Old
No, they're not.
Tramp.
Old Tracker.
Yeah,
I was
Trapper.
saying Old Smokies is a cheap brand.
Tentacle of the deep.
Wow.
Oh, pause.
Please ensure
Hold on,
all
I have-
viewers are 18
I have a
or
base. I have a base for these.
Tentacle of the not so
older. Wow. Well then.
Got it. It's a hallway tentacle.
Maybe the hole is just too big, okay?
Genetics, man.
These are delicious.
Those are freaking good. I'm impressed. Alright.
Cool. I got them from QT.
So,
I'm gonna have to get myself some.
everyone roll percentile die. Don't roll yet, or at least don't tell me if you've already rolled. Okay, go. Okay.
20.
Okay.
55.
Okay.
59.
Okay. Lee. It's funny because y'all think this is a good thing, and it's not.
Oh,
I never think it's a good thing until after the explanation.
Fair.
I don't know what's going on, so I'm just gonna like.
Just because we haven't done anything in a long time, I decided in my head, I was like, you know what? Something should happen in this time frame, and there's going to be a chance of how severe it is. Top 5% is going to severely impact you. Top 10%, moderately limiting. Top 15%, then slight, and then top 20% is not really unimportant, but it's still going to happen. So, you just got a migraine. Your character now has a migraine. Just saying. Ooh, you know what?
Can I tell what it's from?
You have disadvantage on every other Constitution saving. Constitution saving throw for concentration.
I'm a warcaster.
Do you have advantage?
Yeah.
Well, now it's only normal every other save. Fuck. God damn it. All right, your migraine every other
He made like the perfect
Constitution saving
That's
throw. It's fucking ridiculous.
This is crazy.
I mean, literally, like,
He has something for
haven't-
everything that you do.
yes, there hasn't been something you haven't had a
And that's
spell or
why
a-
my favorite characters are clerics, because of their utility.
Mm-hmm.
They like I have 17 spells that I can have prepared on top
what
of
the
my domain.
fuck?
Yeah, on top of the domain spells that I get.
By the way, genuinely, do y'all have an interest in doing a heist? One
Yes.
No.
shot? Or would it be a
Yes.
one shot? Probably be a miniseries, like 2 to 3.
Yeah.
I'm down for literally whatever. So.
Also, I have a week off. I have leave coming up on the 24th to the 28th. And with that, I'll also have the weekend before that and after that. So it'll actually be from like the 22nd to the till August.
Oh, okay.
I'm off. So if y'all want to play more than just Sunday or Saturday, then we can, and I'd be happy to prep something, including more than just a one shot. But if we're doing a heist, y'all need to, depending on what game we want to play, whether it's this or Tales of the Unknown Portal or whatever else, it will be very important that you develop your character. Because a heist, you're not making necessarily a big, brawny, beady, bashy boy. That was great. A big, brawny, beady, bashy boy. That was not intentional. I fucking love it. You're gonna make
My salt first.
yeah. You would make like you're gonna be a team that's gonna go commit a heist, and you actually work for a group of individuals, which I could explain. It's the Golden Vault.
Got it. Gloomstalker Rogue.
Maybe.
I'm just invisible in darkness.
First character I ever made for an actual campaign for D&D was a Gloomstalker Rogue.
That you
That
didn't
was a
get to
mistake.
play.
No, I didn't. Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
Oh, good memory. What the fuck?
You've said it like 5 times.
Have I?
Yeah.
Dang.
Pretty good.
I'm supposed to remember it after at least 3.
Oh, third, you're bending my carpet.
You opened your curtain pacify.
You know what?
How dare String!
I've never seen natural light in this room.
It's actually, it lights up really well,
I
but
believe it.
fogs the camera.
Oh yeah.
That's why I can.
And the sun sets on that side of the house, so it's just
It's
like
hot. So these houses, luckily, were built with pretty good. I don't know what it is, but whatever they put on the windows that reflects the actual heat that comes in for the sunlight, because it doesn't block light, but it bounces the heat off. I don't get it, but it works. There's this spot on the grass where when the sun is over on that side and the sun does reflect off of it and goes towards the grass, I'm like afraid it's gonna catch on fire because it's so hot and that heat isn't coming into the house, which is amazing. But we don't need to wait for Joe. So
Anyways,
y'all-
migraine. Can I tell what this is from?
It came from a god rumored to have existed millennia ago.
All right, I'm gonna
But
use
never to be
divine
confirmed.
intervention to have my god remove the migraine.
Do it. Do it.
Hold on.
If you want to.
It's like, wait.
Yeah. I'm gonna try.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, but I didn't write it down. I have to pull it up on my
Okay.
tablet.
Fuck me if this works.
Divine intervention to get rid of a migraine.
Beginning at 10th level, you can call on your deity to intervene on your behalf when you need it great. When your need is great. Employing your deity's aid requires you to use your action, describe the assistance you seek, and roll a percentile die. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, your deity intervenes. The DM chooses the nature of the intervention. The effects of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again after you finish a long rest.
Send it if you want to.
I'm gonna.
12%.
You know what's funny? I've never seen somebody actually get it.
So I have on a Arcane Arcade, I believe it was.
Like everyone's always unlucky.
It was super epic. So they were in another dimension, and it was like the last fight of the campaign, like the big fight. They were fighting some
What
crazy.
assistance did they request?
I'm getting to that. So
alright.
So the portal that they had came into was collapsing, so they were trying to get out of the portal, otherwise they'd be trapped in this realm. And their cleric character had a bad roll and got essentially left behind and wasn't going to be able to make it. So in order to save his party and combat the things that were chasing them, he used divine intervention and summoned Tiamat into the realm.
That's a very, very considerate DM to allow summoning a literal god.
Well, the reason behind it for the campaign is the realm that they were in was Tiamat's greatest foe.
Oh, fuck me. So Okay, wow.
And
All
he
right.
rolled a 5 on the percentile
Dang.
die, and I was actually
But see, even though 5 is good, if you think about it, that's 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
That's not that. That's like rolling a
Yeah.
natural 20. It happens.
yeah. So and he did, and he summoned Tiamat, and ended up being stuck in this like hell rift fighting demons with Tiamat.
So what is this? It's your level that you have to roll.
Yeah,
in?
so I have to
you
roll
the
12 or
12%,
lower.
12 or lower. Okay.
88.
Okay. All right.
I tried.
Just checking.
I tried. Can't use it again for 7 days.
It would have been interesting.
Can't use it again for 7 days, he says.
Wait, I thought if it works, you can't use it for 7 days. You can use it
That's
after your
true.
next long rest.
That's true. Well, let's take a long rest. I also have Tiny Hut
Not in this.
You have Tiny Hut?
as a
spirit.
domain spell.
It's a domain spell?
Yep.
What is it?
Liamon's Tiny Hut.
What's
It's
that?
amazing. It literally brings you into a parallel. How would you describe it? It's a pocket dimension. There we go. It's a pocket dimension. So you're still in your dimension, but you create a sub-dimension so that you're in a
Kind of like the
bubble
Harry
of
Potter
warped.
tents. When they go, it's like a tent, and then you go in. And it's
Yeah.
like this
Yeah,
massive thing.
but
Yeah.
nothing can get in without my permission.
I like.
However, I believe it can be dispelled with a high level spell.
It probably can, yeah.
Y'all
I don't see why it
y'all
wouldn't be able
played
to
the
be.
new Harry Potter games?
I haven't.
Dude, I love these. These are great. If y'all ever get like little character faces or whatever, you want to make a bunch of these or whatever, just like send me your designs. I'll throw them on these. These are cool.
Sick.
We're cheap too.
Anyways, I'm gonna give you Vigilance Blessing this time.
Okay.
So you have
So get
advantage on your next
down
initiative roll.
initiative.
Oh, you did use it, didn't you?
See,
See, you should have.
I'm not an asshole.
Hey, we all have assholes, okay?
Well, it looks like I can't do anything for this migraine. Oh, wait, yes I can.
Of course you can.
I have Lesser Restoration and Greater Restoration.
Hey, if you want to do it, up to you.
I
What does it
mean,
do? Does it give like HP and stuff?
no. It's basically like a cure type thing for diseases and afflictions.
I like how we're just like doing interim shit. Like wafting. It's good. We can't get poisoned. Oh, I'm loving it. It
Yeah.
smells great.
I'm
Yeah.
Actually,
good.
Orc probably doesn't mind too much. Half
Oh
orc.
yeah.
You're like, eh.
Although I wasn't raised.
Worse.
That smelled worse. Yeah.
Worse.
Because, I mean, not having advantage on Constitution saving throws kind of sucks. That's
But you would only not have advantage every other.
every other one?
Yes.
No, fine. I'll deal with it for now.
All right. Also, every now and then you get a blinding light flash in the corner of your vision, so you have disadvantage on every third attack. No, I'm just
On
kidding.
every third
You're good.
attack and every second.
All right.
And that's funny. My sister actually has something like that, where she gets if a car light or a sun reflection comes at just right angle into her eye, she gets a migraine, and then her vision gets messed up for several minutes. And I could have sworn she was like making it up or misunderstanding what was happening, and then apparently my grandpa has the same thing. So it's genetic. I don't know what it is. Like I don't have it, so I don't know what it's like. But that being said.
Anyways,
you all
I
take
was-
10 points of. No, just what?
I was going towards the desk.
Okay. Go ahead and move your character.
Yeah.
I'll follow too.
Right next to the pillar.
I'm gonna look at the stairs.
As you get closer to the tome, the light that is surging up underneath in these organized lines is following a nearly indistinguishable rune that is on top of the tome that is on the desk, but you can see it because of your detect magic.
Would it be safe to say that I have like parchment and like a piece of charcoal to write with?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll take out like a piece of parchment and I'll draw the rune and I'll hand it to him.
Okay.
Tell him this is what I see on the tome.
Give me an Arcana check. Give me a History check.
$16.
16 total.
And a 6.
Give me an Intelligence check. 13. When you all were doing your investigations and your preparation for coming to the Tower of Shadow and Flame, Flicker and shadow. Shower and water.
Shower and flame.
Earth and mud. Yeah.
Fire and ice.
Flicker. Yeah. Flicker and shadow.
Earth and sky.
The nobles that you spoke to, the wizards that you spoke to, those individuals, those parties concerned with the uprise and the change in demeanor of Henry and his pursuit of power and his involvement, his potential connection to all the egregious, nasty things happening around here. You remember now that they talked about him entering into that terrible domain and going into those shadows, the dark mists, and that he brought something out with him. And that something was potentially magical in nature that gave him information in how to do new things. The rune that you're seeing now, you've seen similar runes, similar hints at magical natures, because runes themselves hold power tied to magic. It isn't just a letter or a language or a hieroglyph. Runes themselves are a connection to the weave of magic that permeate everything inside of this realm, inside of the world that we live in. It is a way to draw them forth, which is why you can create rune traps. And this one is giving you a sensation of pretty much straight up evil. What you recognize now and what you have learned to discern from the lines and patterns of the runes themselves, what you have before you is definitely old, powerful, and evil. But that migraine?
No.
Oh, I found out. What? The
Was it the dog?
no, it was the. It just like hit at a weird point. Sorry.
That's what she
it's
said.
called. It's called ocular migraines.
Oh shit, you were looking it up? Cool, good to know.
And it
They
is-
probably know that, but I didn't know it. That is good to know.
Well, it's
So they're not
it
lying.
can be a genetic.
So they're not.
Yes, they are. Those fiends. How dare they make
You
them?
just want attention. Alright, wait.
Alright.
Okay,
So-
I'll tell. Like
Yeah, 'cause I don't know that.
information to both of you. I mean, if you care, because you're not mad. I'll let you guys know what I. Well, you're the one that feels it, right? Because I can't.
Well,
see
I
Oh, I feel it.
like I get the like nature of like it doesn't always happen because like if I don't know the magic, it's hard for me to like be like, oh, this is this. But I can sometimes discern like the school of magic. I can get like feelings of like if it's good or bad. But what I'm seeing, the only thing that I saw was the room, and because I don't like have much knowledge in magic, I wrote the rune down to get your input.
Well, I'll convey that it's definitely evil looking, and that we should be very careful about it.
Should I try to dispel it? Or banish it?
I say go for it.
Alright, I'm gonna try to dispel magic on the tome.
Quick question for the rod. Oh, never mind.
Alright, Lee. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to dispel magic on the tome.
Do you have your spellbook open?
Yeah.
Can I see it? Okay. You move towards its home, and you reach out with your holy symbol, which is what?
Some symbols, so I'm just gonna say it's it's a moon.
Do you have like a pendant? Do you have a
Yeah,
talisman? Do
yeah.
you
We'll
have
say it's a talisman and it's a crescent moon.
crescent moon talisman. So you grasp it and you reach out and the threads connect and you grab hold and the energy breathes into you. It surges out as you focus it and weave it over towards the tome. And as it encases the magic book, your vision's swimming because you can see magic at play in front of your face. It seeps into and coalesces over the book and starts to battle its way into the rune. You see the lines of light underneath the rune start to waver and flicker and change in intensity, and they start to crackle, and then they burst out, and your efforts are shattered as you feel as though your attempt was not strong enough to dispel whatever this magic is.
And that's
you
what
had just lost the battle.
I don't get to roll.
What does it say?
Choose any creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends.
Let me see. I'll tell you what. Go ahead and roll.
Ten plus 9, 19.
Give me a percentile check.
78.
78. Give me a percentile check from IO.
Oh.
Okay. All right. That is impressive. You almost got the lowest couple of numbers.
So I rolled a 99 earlier. You rolled a 96.
You've had
98.
5 natural ones, 4 natural ones. I've had 5 natural 20s. 6, 5, 5.
How many hits did you land?
Like none.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Bringing up my ass.
They were for
Come
checks
on
and
now.
stuff, not for hits. I think I only had a total of 4 hits, and 2 of them worked for the con save. Whatever. All right, you dig back in and reach out and plead to Saloon, and you focus in with your vision and use that to guide where you are penetrating into the tome and the runes itself. And it takes some time and some effort. It takes you a full 60 seconds of concentration as you start to sweat profusely. Your body and muscles getting tired, your migraine beating at your brain and your head. You got a vein that's starting to throb and pulse out on the side of your head. And you finally watch as the magics find their way in and seep into this home, and the rune goes dark.
Okay. I'll say that that was enough focus to break my concentration on dispel or on detect magic.
Okay, up to
I'll
you.
say I definitely had to focus on that one.
I'll take it. All right.
And you just see me.
Oh yes.
You really gotta try that. Oh, that's a workout.
It's cactus juice, I swear.
Man. It's hot in here. Woo!
I turn around all weird.
Still smells like ass in here. All right,
What
now.
did I miss?
Alright. So I'm no longer detecting magic, but I will let you know that it was successful in dispelling the tome. I don't know if that did anything, but it did work. It just took quite a bit of effort. You said the hearth is still lit?
The hearth is still lit. There's a very subtle fire burning underneath it, casting out dim light.
I'm gonna throw the tome into the hearth, into the fire.
Okay, you reach out and you grab the tome. The moment that you come in contact with it, almost a cold shiver runs up your arm, and it's not on the flesh, it's underneath. It's the core of your body. Like your bones themselves are icing over. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't seem to slow your movements or anything of that nature, but something about the magical nature of this book resonates in a very peculiar way with your body. You grab it and you lean and turn over towards the hearth and you toss it
into. Like, give me a dexterity check.
I mean, I would walk up to the hearth and put it in. I'm
Are
not
you gonna walk it over and drop it?
Yeah.
Just checking.
like.
So you take it over and you drop it inside of the flames. You watch as it lands on a couple of logs, and some of the ash from the little remaining timber inside kind of scatters, and the flames puff for a second, kind of reignite. A couple of seconds pass as the subtle flames lick at the edges of the book and the bound tome underneath it. You wait and you watch, and another 20, 30 seconds pass. Another 20 to 30 seconds pass.
I don't like this thing.
There is not a single mark. There is no charring, no smoke, no burning, not an ember on any of those pages. You watch as the cover of this tome remains completely unscathed from the flames. It doesn't appear to have heated up. The smoke almost seems to avoid the thing, cast out to the side. It is completely unaffected.
It's the Necronomicon. I'm gonna look at Io and just be like, "That's weird. You see this shit? Magic."
So we're over here next to the.
Yeah, I'll have walked up to the hearth to throw the book in there.
And you picked it. You touched it. You said. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll describe the feeling that I got whenever I picked it up.
I'll use. Wait, but the rune that was on it is just like black. Right?
Yeah, I had dispelled the magic on the book.
Is there any changes to the stinky cloud in the room?
No,
It's
it
just
is still
there?
pervading the entire area.
Was the book closed the whole time?
I never
it is
opened
closed.
It.
It was never open.
I never opened it.
It was never open.
Just because I'm tome of the pact of the tome, I'm curious about it. I'm gonna use my staff to sort of fish it out of the fire.
Using your staff to get the tome out of the fire?
Yeah.
Okay, you break apart some of the logs and kind of dig and move it, and it glides easily enough.
Yeah, just like
It comes out with
right
some of
in
the
front.
coals and some of the
Should have
embers,
Indiana Jones
but
that
it
shit with a
lands
whip.
on the stone, kind of covered by the fog as it settles over it, but you can see through just underneath to where it has landed on the cold stone floor.
Can I use the staff to like?
Yes, you can.
We both are like.
I'm gonna take a step back.
As
him
you
take a step back, I'm gonna take a
lift
step
the
back.
tome's
Move
cover,
back.
and it opens up, the first page, the cover itself, what once may have hid the origins of its creation, the authors, the maybe even the time frame in which it was created, where this thing came from. There is a charcoal black, just pitch and nasty scrawl completely covering the first page. It has been completely darkened out. But the material used to cover and scrawl over that bit of information that may have been on the first page is swirling and moving on the paper itself. And it is not on top of it. It's almost though the page itself is moving.
Another magic once you leave it. Center of the room.
Lee.
Yeah.
From Ebrick, I need a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
$13? No, 10.
10.
What's it
At
for?
disadvantage?
You actually still have Detect Magic going, don't you?
No. He just
No, you
rolled.
don't.
Nope.
Okay. Unable to see, but clearly able to feel, you are unable to communicate as all of a sudden you feel what can only be described as a pair of hands wrap around your throat and squeeze with an immense pressure, almost crushing your windpipe.
Something touch my butt.
You are unable to talk, and immediately all air is cut off. What is your Constitution?
16.
16?
Mm-hmm.
From this point forward, you are considered to be holding your breath. And you can hold your breath, I believe, a number of minutes equal to your con modifier. So what is your modifier? 3 then, right? So you currently have 3 minutes
One,
up
can you
there.
imagine?
They are completely unaware. Yeah. Minimum of 30 seconds. Minimum of 30
Oh,
seconds.
okay.
You died 30 seconds ago. You are unable to hold your breath. At the same time, those invisible hands that are grasping your throat seem to pierce into your very flesh, and your esophagus is almost feeling as though it's torn asunder. You immediately are going to suffer 35 points of necrotic damage. Bludgeoning damage. Also, I need a strength saving throw as you feel your body being dragged towards the pillar of shadow. A strength saving throw. What are you doing with the
Do
top?
we see him being dragged?
Maybe.
Do we see him moving?
We'll see.
15.
15. You plant your feet, focused on trying to figure out and remove whatever it is that's blocking your breath, now moving frantically, drawing the attention of Io and Elizira as you stumble towards the pillar of shadow, fighting against whatever force is ripping at your throat, pulling you back into the darkness. And you manage to not give up any ground as you fight against it, but you feel the ever-tightening presence of some force, and your neck now has an appearance of being crushed as though invisible hands are grasping on it. You, in that moment, are able to just tell that something has appeared just behind the pillar of shadow inside of the room with you.
I'm able to tell that,
Yes.
so it's not like I can't. It's not like physical, like invisible hands.
The hands are not coming from the location where something has appeared.
Okay, so this was something. All right.
Let's put it this way. Give me a perception check.
18 plus 5.
Plus 5?
Yeah.
There is a daemon. There is a wispy, wafting fiend of fairly like a medium size that is almost blending in, casting around, swirling on the backside of the pillar. This has come down, and the moment that these hands, these invisible hands, have started crushing you and pulling you back, you realize this is what you detected earlier. Something has just traveled down this pillar of shadow and darkness and has now cast out and reached out and grabbed you, and it is what is causing you to now suffer this bludgeoning, crushing damage on your windpipe
All right.
as you are being pulled.
So I can see it.
You're aware of its presence. Every now and then, if you're looking to the side, you can catch a glimpse of it, yes.
If I can actually see it, I want to use banishment.
Let me see management. Verbal somatic material. You cannot.
Oh, okay. Then,
What are you doing with
well,
the
yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and move.
I don't need the somatic, but I do need the verbal.
Do I see him move like towards you said?
Can I point towards the direction that I see it?
I'll allow it.
Actually,
You're
what-
able to just indicate over towards the pillar.
Yeah, so I do that. I mean, I can't say anything, so if y'all are actually looking at me,
I was looking at you. Okay.
I'll move
so
towards.
Seeing him point, I think I'm gonna move in that direction that he's pointing.
Okay. Ebrick. The presence that you detected, that you are kind of just managing to try and see and perceive, immediately disappears into the full opacity of the smoke, and you lose all track of where it came from. It disappears, and you don't know where it is inside of the 20-foot expanse inside of this level of the tower. You don't know if it's on the same floor or where it might be inside of that distance. You are still having your windpipe crushed. But that said, give me, after 6 seconds have passed,
So I don't see anything.
give me a strength or dexterity check, your choice.
strength.
Strength? Okay, go ahead and roll.
Okay.
And after these 6 seconds have passed, you two are now aware that he was indicating over towards the pillar, but did not see whatever was happening.
Okay,
You
I
only
don't
know
see
that
anything
he
yet.
is clearly fighting against something, and that he appears to be struggling against his body being pulled towards the pillar itself.
12.
12. You are unable to remove the apparition, the invisible aggressor, the effects of whatever it is that is causing you to suffocate and not be able to draw breath.
I
So
want
you
to
remain
throw Eldritch Blast at the book.
at the book. Okay, go ahead and roll attacks.
Uh, 29, 19, and 15.
And 15?
And the daylight's not helping us see this creature at all.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So you cast beams out towards the book itself, and all three connect, and then immediately scatter as though broken light reflecting off of glass, immediately cast away, completely unscathed. The pages don't so much as turn or ruffle, not a breeze affecting the pages of the tome itself. Another 6 seconds pass. Lee, give me a strength or dexterity saving throw.
7.
Or a check, rather. 7. You continue to choke. You both can see pressure building up on his face. The veins are now bulging more than just his migraine from before. And now a look of panic starts to come over him as he's starting to feel the effects of the pressure, the pain, and the lack of oxygen.
I'm gonna run up to him and I'm gonna attempt to.
Can
Can I feel anything around his neck?
You can try. Okay, so you reach out and try to find whatever it is that's causing this, and you don't contact anything. Your hands find air. Not met by any resistance. There is no invisible creature that you can touch. You are at a complete loss for whatever it is that's happening.
We go back up to the book.
Okay. So you have no problem closing the book. You jam the cover shut and look back and see that nothing has changed as Amber continues to struggle. Give me another strength or dexterity saving throw. Or a check, not saving throw.
19.
19. You pry your fingers into your own flesh and push back as though you're grabbing hands. And while you feel nothing, you reach in and just close your eyes and you give a silent prayer.
Can I use
to
Divine
Selene.
Strike on my hands for this?
How does that work?
You gain the ability to infuse your weapon strikes with divine energy. I mean, if an unarmed strike would be considered,
I'll allow it if you'll take a 50% chance that you hurt yourself in the process.
that's fine.
Okay, roll percentile.
57.
57? Okay. So as you roll damage. 1d8, right?
Yeah.
2.
Nice.
All right. Your hands pry in and for a second start to glow, and a flash emanates off of your palms and creates a spectral outline of hands, arms reaching out, and as light radiates up them and you finally find something to grab onto and peel it off, you pry them open, gasping for air as your lungs finally manage to pull some in, and the hands dissipate and the light casts them away, and you're able to breathe again. And you are no longer being pulled towards the pillar.
Immediately, upon that happening, I'm going to cast See Invisibility.
Okay. You... does that require concentration?
No.
Doesn't?
No.
How long does it last?
It lasts 1 action. Or no, duration 1 hour.
1 hour. I was like, that kind of sucks if it's only 6 seconds.
Sorry.
All right, so your eyes almost seem to have like a screen appear before them. And you gain a new range of vision that you didn't have before. And while nothing in the room appears to be different, you can tell that there is a slight change to your ability to perceive the depth of the world around you. But you don't see anything different. And oddly enough, the pillar remains completely opaque. And you are unable to see into it or through it.
I'll like reiterate what I was able to glean with whatever I was able to see in those moments that I actually did see something to the party, and I want to maneuver around the pillar to try to, yeah, like a circle around the room, trying to find this thing. Yeah.
I'll stay on this side.
All right. You all start doing your dance around the pillar, circling, looking up, weapons drawn, fear on your faces, marks left on the neck of Ebrick, and you see absolutely nothing. You're unable to see any changes, no moving figures going around it, within it, above it, coming up from the ground, and a few gaps of the smoke coming through the solid stone floor, 5 feet thick above and below. There's nothing.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic again.
Okay, so you cast Detect Magic, and once again gain the ability, you return to that presence of having a sensation, be able to see the outlines. The case, once again, behind the hearth, and its home underneath it within the glass, takes on its familiar glow and kind of rolling, emanating magic within that's contained from its home in the glass itself. The pillar gives you that sickening, bedded feel again that kind of permeates the entire sensation of the tower, at least for as far as you can feel before it stops on the walls and the ceiling and the floor. But beyond that, you don't see anything new.
Okay, do I detect that presence above, like how I was able to occasionally gleam it in the pillar?
Presently, no.
There's a fiend afoot.
A fiend afoot.
I know he
So like
detects like the presence of the. There's another book, right, in the glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But that's what he like. What do we see though? Because we don't have.
I relayed that I saw emanating. I saw magic emanating from the tome and the glass case that it's in.
Okay.
You closed the tome on the ground in front of you, correct?
Yeah, the one on the ground. Yes.
Give me a perception check, Lee. Never mind.
7. 7.
All right, noted.
Alright,
what are we doing?
Should we? Well, knowing my propensity for books, I'm kind of looking at the book in the glass case. I'm gonna make my way towards it.
Be careful.
Is it like
He's looking at the book in the glass
right in
case.
front of the glass case that's on the wall or above the fireplace, I guess. And does the case? Can I see if it has a lock on it, or is it just
It is like a display case in the sense that there is a metal frame on the bottom with a support holding this tome sitting open with it closed. It's sitting closed. Actually, it looks like this, right? So it's got a book sitting on top of a metal frame with a glass case that can just be lifted up off.
Oh, I'll lift it.
Just take them with you. Do that on your own time.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's like,
What are we doing?
I'm lifting it.
You're lifting it? Lee, do we have buffalo sauce?
What?
Do we have buffalo sauce?
No.
Hot sauce? You're out.
Actually, out.
Oh,
that's
pretty much
That's the only hot sauce I have.
Do it.
I ran out of my other like 3 hot sauces. I love it.
Wow. I don't like hot sauce.
Yeah, just use a little bit if you've never had it. I know you're good with hot sauce. basically got like apostles.
He does.
Yeah, he's holding in the honey.
Oh yeah. And I put it over here.
Tell you the truth, I have to
Honey
do
with
that
rice?
either.
You never had honey with pizza crust? You gotta try it. What is it? That's so penis.
Okay.
Also, it's really good.
You just ate.
What's your thing? Hey, everyone's being choked in an attack. Split pizza.
Seems like the perfect.
That's fine. Like Domino pizza used to be better, but most pizza places.
Has the best nose.
I don't think I would call Papa John's fast food pizza in the same way. Because they make it using a home and cook it. Right? Is that Papa John's? Oh, it's Papa Murphy's. Yeah. I'll tell you the worst one. Absolutely. They literally just have frozen chips. I'm frozen it in. Now, something next. Who would like a drink? Unfortunately, I just realized I do not have ice because my freezer is currently broken. But I'm pretty sure someone. Wait. Lee, I'm confused. It's still frozen.
And it's probably just the water dispenser that's broken.
Huh.
The error was wrong.
How weird is that? Well, I still don't have ice, unfortunately, because my ice doesn't come from the freezer, of all things. Yeah, that's my bad. I didn't think of it. But, I do still have. Oh, wait, Lee. We have 4 ice cubes.
Oh yeah, I have the
4 hot ice cubes. So, we do 1 each.
I also have a fit. I haven't ever used this. This is an ice maker.
What?
Yeah.
Hold up, how long does it take? Probably too long.
I don't know. I've never used it.
We're good, we don't need it. Who would like a drink?
I don't even know where I have one.
Yes? Okay, Andrew? No? Lee? Drink? Cool. Vodka, tequila, whiskey, moonshine, or... That's all I have. Tequila? That is on Billy. I have... Camarena, and I have Jose Cuervo. Jose Cuervo, Gold?
Is that a way to
I'll take it. Got it. Alright. And what drink for you? I do. I have New Amsterdam. I think it's the only. Oh no, I have that, and then I have. I don't even know what this is. Lee, where'd this come from? Cheers. Well, there we go. Give me a chance, dude.
I didn't buy that.
All right. Go. Go. Good. Ice cube. And then we've got whatever mixers you brought with. And then I've got simple syrup, curacao. We do have a mixer. This is the most exciting part of the stream right here. I should probably put an intermission. Yeah. Actually, here, let me do that. Just in case anybody pops in, it's like, oh, I wonder what this is. It's nothing. It's people not even sitting around a table. I hear voices in the background.
Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, we weren't in chat. It says, I did that with my group's downtime once. I had power. Does the attack roll one have to be before or after that? That was a while ago. I don't even know what that was to. All right, let's go intermission.
the cocktail that I make.
And we're back.
For me, it was only May.
Wait,
Brief
it's
update,
Houlihan's
everybody
or
died.
Hooligans?
It's hula.
Wait, what?
It said for me,
It's
it was
like
only
the
May.
steakhouse type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was like,
I mean, we
such
don't
the
drink
age.
a lot
It's not
anyway.
Hooligans.
Well, no, like
Yeah.
anytime I go home with my dad, we always go to the.
Yeah.
My dad just likes to go to the bar.
Heck yeah. Well, y'all used to make moonshine.
Yeah, but because they were in an apartment, he had to put his still in storage. He just hasn't pulled it out yet since they just moved into the new house.
Yeah.
But we usually make it every winter.
All right.
Homemade moonshine.
Did you want to try it?
AJ, you said 11 for your perception?
Yeah, I was on
Okay. So,
I really don't.
you approach the glass case and you place hands on it. Feels normal. You start to lift it.
Okay.
There's the initial kind of resistance. Apparently, it's airtight, and you have to kind of fight it for a second to lift, and then you hear as it kind of lifts up off of the glass or the metal platform underneath it. And as the air goes inside, you almost see like a swirling come up off the floor, and the stinking cloud raises up and sucks kind of up into the space in front of your face. And while you're not poisoned, because, heroes feast and shit,
tasty.
it starts to kind of permeate and then puff out into the space. And as it does so, the air starts to get thicker and thicker and thicker. And it's no longer just a stinking cloud. It's almost like there is ash and a pervading fume that is just cascading out from within the glass, mixing with the stinking cloud. And you start to see little zaps, little sparks inside of the glass as you raise it up. And for a little moment, little combusting bits of ash from inside of the material. First of all, I need a Constitution saving throw from all three of you. Okay.
12.
19, 12, 16?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we still on intermission?
The tome bursts into flames.
Oh god.
And it explodes out. The glass shatters in your hands. Dexterity saving throw for Io.
And natural 20 for my concentration.
15.
15?
15.
15. Some of the shards splinter into your fingers, and you take 10 points of piercing damage as the glass itself cuts deep into the palms of your hands and shreds your fingers as you start to take damage.
Pretty sure I saw that in a Saw movie.
Oh my god, yeah, actually. I can name a few places in there. It's terrible. Like, real quick sidetrack, but the worst thing for me in the Saw movie, it was like really graphic, but there's the case, and they're like poisoned and they have to get an antidote or something, and one of the antidotes is inside the case, but the only way to reach up is through these two like cut out holes. And there's metal that kind of just like folds in a spiral around it, and this girl just like walks up to it, like, antidote, reach up, and the metal, okay, they're blades. And so she reaches up and grabs the antidote and trying to pull her arm out, and the blades, as the metal in this like spiral pattern starts pulling down against her wrist, she's like yanking on it, and it's doing terrible things that I shouldn't say while we're streaming. I'm like, nope, next movie, we're done.
Got
Nope.
Got it. I got some
Terrible.
Grindhouse movies that you'll
Nope.
really like.
It was bad. Like, I know that's the whole point of Saw, but like that's the point where I like draw the lines. Like it's like bordering
feel
on
you.
self-harm. I'm like,
I feel you.
nope, can't.
Yeah,
can't do it.
I got a few that'll ruin your whole day. Some old
Some-
70s
some-
ones
Yeah.
before censorship was the thing.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
censorship was a thing.
Meanwhile, Constitution saving throws were what?
16.
19.
Well,
12. All right. The ash shoots out into the room, and mixes with the fumes of the stinking cloud. You, still sore from having invisible hands grasping around your throat, start to choke. You right now have disadvantage on all attack throws, saving throws, basically anything with a d20. And also, you cannot fully catch your breath. So you are going to be on that timer again for 3 minutes for how much air you have as you choke and sputter and cannot fully regain your composure. And your concentration is kind of split at the moment as well. That fire that started in the little combustion inside that space, you watch as the air starts to ignite in this slowly expanding cloud that reaches out into the ash as it thickens around your hands as you step back from the case, and the fire continues to push out.
You and I are gonna have
Well,
words.
You and I are gonna have words. Gee, who would have seen that coming? Evil books. In cases.
But knowledge is power.
I guess.
Says the
Okay.
guy with
Oh,
intelligence.
by the way, the book is blasted. The book is blasted off of the stand and lands on the kind of support for the shelf there next to it. The pages open up, completely blank. Not a damn thing written on it.
You said it's off the stand, but is it still on like the shelf?
It is.
Okay.
It is. So you've got one there, and then at your feet, just next to you, is still the other tome that had the rune on it. That's what this one.
Can I see?
You can. You can.
Okay.
You're choking and coughing
I'm
and
gonna
sputtering a
walk
little bit.
through the door, down the stairs a little bit. To
Down
try to,
the stairs?
Yeah, to try to get out of like the cloud.
Okay. Easily enough, you do so.
And I'm just gonna try to reorient myself.
Perception check from everybody.
Even me, even though I'm not in the room anymore?
No.
Can you grab that?
Yes. Yes.
Appreciate it. Wait, where did you go?
I just stepped out of the door to get out of the cloud. To reorient myself.
You said it was a what?
Perception.
Perception.
14.
18.
23.
Okay. $14, $18, $23. You watch, looking around in a panic as the fire starts to spread around inside the ash in the room. Oxygen depleting very quickly, the heat rising. You see a dwarf go scattering and scampering underneath it, basically roll up against the wall and start kind of, trampling down the stairs, coughing and catching his breath. And as you look back over to see Io, see the situation, as she peers the glass shards cut into her hand and shearing her flesh, out of the corner of your eye, you see movement, and you look over, and you see a creature of smoke creating the visage of a horrible demonic presence, skeleton and bone and rended flesh of a varying form, changing in size from fairly large to about the size of you, still fairly large, reaching around and going in and out of the pillar of shadow. As it comes around the side, you watch as it opens its mouth, raises two shadowy skeletal hands, and hurls forward as fire goes casting out from him towards one towards you, two towards you. You are aware of it. You are not. All right, so towards you. What's your AC?
17.
Okay. You manage, paying attention, to avoid the fire that is hurled in your direction as it crashes into the ground next to you, and like singes the floor and ignites another explosion, a plume of ash that gets cast into that space. The heat is now almost unbearable inside of that space. Meanwhile, Io. 17 and 20 something. Both hit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are going to take. Wow. It's only really been hitting you, huh? Okay. Just that. Not bad. Okay. So 13 fire damage for the first one. And you take 15 fire damage for the second. So 28, right? 20 damage. Alright. How's your... Well, you had the 10 hit points. Cleric.
I don't want to hear that from you after what you just did to me.
Hey, you know what? To be fair, y'all are supposed to already be hurt. And you're
Don't
like,
worry,
no, we're
I
good.
got something else to ruin your day.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
No, it will.
What's that? The rooms start to flood. Whoa!
Oh, thank God! Yes.
All right. So, having just been attacked by fire, you again look over and having just seen this creature throw fire, you watch it start to retreat back into the smoke pillar and almost dissipate back into it as part of his body scatter inside the pillar of shadow.
Okay. Oh, but I didn't see that.
No, you just got hit by a couple of mini
I'm gonna
fireballs.
yell into the room like it's in the pillar. I'm just gonna yell at it.
Did I see anything with my 18 or no?
You had 18?
Yeah.
Uh,
Or did I just hear?
it would have been audio. So you heard additional implosion. You heard fire combustion,
Okay.
but you did not see anything.
Well, can I speak yet?
Give me a con saving throw. Con saving throw at disadvantage. No, you cannot.
Why is it a disadvantage?
Remains to be seen.
I don't agree with this.
That's okay.
Don't agree with this conclusion.
I like how it like separates out like that,
Mm-hmm.
which is both bad and good. It looks cool, but it also means the curse out. I mean, the water and Gatorade.
It's way too fast for that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Water and Gatorade. Hydrate.
As he sips.
Yeah.
Well, having just been accosted, I'm
I
gonna-
just realized your character has like. Okay, never mind. I thought for sure
What?
she like didn't have her shirt on. It was
Oh, no, it's just-
blocking the. I thought it was their way of like blurring the image.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, having just
Hey,
been accosted.
FTN, free to All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go towards here.
What is mouthed?
Huh?
Mouthed.
Don't know. Brand?
All right, y'all are retreating down the stairs.
I just walked out the room because I'm
You,
like,
like,
Well, we
I'm
didn't
like-
see any other exits, right?
There are
Well,
just
there's
more
no-
Well, there's
stairs.
the stairs
leading
that
up.
Stairs
continue going up.
If you want to open up all of Pandora's boxes, we can do that.
But right now, I'm just like, I just got out of the gas chamber. There's like snot, tears.
Yes, pretty much.
I would probably not go up. I would go with wherever he was. That's why.
Yeah, I'm literally just like outside the door, like on the outside.
So you're
Of
making
the
your way
cloud.
towards the stairs to go down.
Well, towards wherever they're.
Somebody hold my beard.
Are you going upstairs, downstairs?
Well, I'm not going to go upstairs because I would rather go upstairs with everybody.
So we'll say that you all quickly recede into the familiar, comfortable kind of retreat of that initial stairway. There's no door to close because it kind of got blown to smithereens. But you start to recede back, and the sound behind you lets you know that there are little episodes of combustion happening between the ash and the stinking cloud underneath. And you kind of duck down and push yourself up against the walls as little bursts of heat kind of happen just outside the door frame, kind of cast themselves in up against the stone wall in front of you. There are flares of light and ranges of stench as the stinking cloud moves and explodes in kind of different arrays of, again, like levels of combustion. But after a good 20-30 seconds, everything falls silent and very dark inside of the room above you.
Stick my hammer.
And then it was daylight. Right, because I forgot about that. So you watch basically the settling of just like little flakes of ash. A large number of the books have gone up in flame and are now burnt. Were cast off of these shelves and are scattering down to the ground. Some may or may not still have survived.
I'm gonna.
It wasn't an explosion per se. I forgot. I did 2 Constitution saving throws for you. First one is at disadvantage.
14
Okay.
plus
And the second one?
17. What's the second one for?
Just roll it.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's for the concentration.
Die.
14 plus
14 for both. Okay.
17 total for both.
The sludge that has formed inside of your throat is sticking to the walls of your mouth and making it hard to speak and form words. You manage to clear enough of it through coughing and sputtering to the point where you're able to breathe reasonably, but every time you try and move your tongue or to project your voice, you are unable to get the things where they need to be inside of your mouth, and you can't make the sounds that you expect to be able to make. So, for the next minute, you are unable to speak legible words.
Okay. I will use a 5th level spell, Greater Restoration, on myself.
Verbal, somatic, and material. You can't speak.
Stupid. I do think it's dumb that those spells have that. It's like, okay, well, what if I'm...
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So
Fine,
for
I'm going
60
to
seconds,
drink
you
my
guys can-
superior potion.
Okay. How much health did you have? You haven't taken damage, right?
Yeah, I have. You just dealt 35
Oh,
damage
yeah.
to me.
True.
My max
do you know what
HP
the
is
healing of a
132.
superior
I'm at
potion-
74.
Do you know what a... Wait, really?
Yeah. You
Holy
fucked
shit.
me up in this room.
Hell yeah! Good. Yeah, okay, so go ahead and roll.
And I don't know what it is.
It's really high, actually. Superior is, like, amazing.
I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, actually. If my phone would stop freezing. But,
What? So looking around the room, because I kind of peeked back up into this area, it's just like dust.
Yes,
And ash
it's
settling.
the after effects of a pretty large combustion. Not an explosion, per se, but...
I'm just gonna turn around. Claire! I'm just gonna go back up into the room.
Okay. You get... Well, there was more than that. I really did. It's 8d4 plus 8.
I'll do that. And
And the moment that the liquid comes in contact with the sludge in your mouth, you feel it dissolve and just slide down your throat.
Do you need more?
yeah,
How many?
5.
Holy cow.
Baby dice. Pretty baby dice.
Yeah.
Get a whole bunch of tiny dice, make them roll that. Wow, that's a 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 4.
That's fine.
4,
4, 8, 12.
What is this music?
15.
Woodland fairy music.
I Dark ambient
Yeah.
combat
All of-
music.
All of the ash is settling in its like.
I think somebody put that in the wrong playlist. Okay.
So I'll get 26.
26.
Yeah.
Okay. So 26 HP. 100 even. Nice. All right. I really do like these tokens, especially now that I know what the notches are for.
And I do need to know, were any of those Constitution saves related to poison? Because I have
Negative.
advantage
No poison.
on those
No poison.
because of Dwarven Resilience.
You were. You know enough to be able to discern that there was a magical trap around the, obviously, around the tome inside
Yeah.
the case. And not only did it create combustion and fumes inside of the space, but the sludge and the resulting chemicals that were created were designed to attack you.
Me specifically.
You, specifically.
Because I failed.
Fuck you.
Looking around this general area,
Yes.
is the
Perception
books...
check.
I'm not used to failing Constitution saves. Never have succeeded.
Constipation saves.
I always fail them.
X-lax.
So 23.
23. There are a little bit less than a quarter of the books have survived the combustion. Some of them in varying rays of different damage states, but some of them are still on the shelves and are closed and have, or at least bound enough that the pages may still have text on them. But very clearly, you can see, stepping back into the room, that the tome at the base of the hearth completely untouched.
Okay.
Except that the cover has been blown open, and it is open to a couple of pages that definitely have writing on them, and that is not scrawled out or blacked out by the
Okay.
writhing black shadow from before.
Do I recognize the script?
You're too far away to see it right now.
Okay. Let me go closer. Where is it?
It is right at the base of the hearth.
Okay. Can I make out? the
You
script?
can't. There is an array of different languages all on the same page. And what's weird is that it seems like every few moments the language changes on different parts of the page. But once you've looked long enough, you're able to make out different phrases in common. And what languages do you speak?
Common Orc, and then I read Dwarvish because it's written in Dwarvish.
I forgot that completely. The only one that you recognize as common. It's definitely not written in Dwarvish, but every now and then there are almost notes written in common. And you can tell that what you're reading appears to be describing whatever the original script is around it at different points in time. You make out some key different words, and after staying there for a little bit, you are able to tell that it's talking about the origin of the tome and what it is capable of doing. You make out a couple of different words, and you can figure out that it's called the Dark-Hearted Oath. In front of you is a magical tome called the Dark-Hearted Oath. How long do you want to look at the tome?
Well, when you ask me that question, I guess I'll look at it a little bit longer, trying to make out some of the other wording.
Give me a range in seconds in increments of 10. 10, 20, 30, 40,
What?
50, 60,
Okay.
70, 80. How many seconds?
I don't know, 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds?
Yeah.
All right, you take 100 No. So, in a range of 10 seconds, different words flutter across it. The key ones that stand out to you are ritual, summon, power, and candle. And that's what you're able to see in 10 seconds.
So I'm gonna kind of like look around the room, make sure nobody's watching me, and I'll see that fiendish thing coming out of here again. And I'm gonna look at it for 10 more seconds.
Give me a perception check.
I'm gonna be real cautious with this one, okay?
She's
Like,
Cookie jar, where's mommy? Where's daddy?
cookie from the cookie jar.
oh, so-
16? Okay. You don't hear anything, but when you look back at the pillar of smoke, every now and then you see almost like a protrusion from part of the pillar. Like it is moving.
In what shape? Is just as it's been moving this whole time, or
Maybe.
slightly different?
Hard to tell.
What I notice.
Hard to tell.
Hard to tell. Okay.
You're looking back at the book?
I'm gonna walk back to check on them
Okay.
and see what they're doing.
I'm gonna say.
And then I'm gonna relay to them the tomb that
Io, are you pissing in the corner? What are you doing? Well, yes, she is.
I'm gonna relay to them, the tomb is open, and I recognized some of the words, and I'm gonna tell them, that it's called the Dark-Hearted Oath, and that I recognized the words ritual summon power.
Okay.
So I'm gonna relay that to them and see.
Not the dark-hearted oath. Oh, are we back in the stairwell?
Yes,
you're
Yeah,
powering
y'all are
the
in
stairwell.
I'm just like
Um,
dying.
I'm not sure if there's anything in this shadowy pillar thing.
I like how I can't actually tell which way is like going up the stairs, so I just made the assumption. that
It's
Because
it's this
there's
way.
a barrel at this base of this
Oh,
one,
so
and
this
there's
is
a
a
top
Ah,
face. Oh,
okay,
that
well that's
makes
fine. That
sense.
does make sense then because
That
it's
makes
that
a lot
side.
more sense, actually.
And then same thing. That one starts
so I
here,
guess
goes
y'all
that
are
way.
here.
Yeah. There we go.
Because y'all are. Okay, that makes actually a lot more sense.
okay, with my bleeding hands, I'm like, let's get out of here.
In
And
what
I'll-
way? Go back up? Or like. I mean, we can't turn back.
Well, yeah, we're not
we
gonna go
leave
back.
one
There's
shot
no
over.
door.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah,
you tell me?
You're coming back up?
Yeah.
Hold on,
I want to
hold
stay
on.
like as close to this like the wall as possible.
And are you coming back up, or are you staying down there for a minute?
I'll follow.
The fire is out in the room. If not for dark vision, you would see absolutely nothing.
She has daylight.
Daylight.
Just
Daylight on my hammer. Wait, we ruined your whole game. I'm sorry.
But
I may be dying, but I can see the
the
light.
pretty beautiful colors of the well-lit B&B, Airbnb are, so y'all walk into the space, and the library, some of the bookshelves are like rocked on edge, some are knocked over, some of the books are still in place. There's no fires lit, but you're able to see through the falling ash and kind of the remaining smoke, and the stinking cloud, it's gone. The stinking cloud is definitely gone. It doesn't smell good in here, but the stinking
It's
cloud
not
is
as
gone.
bad. So I'm gonna go back to the book now that they're in here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look for 2 more seconds.
Okay. Give a roll of percentile.
I'm just gonna watch
Percentile?
the
What
column.
is this playlist? It's called Dark Ambient.
Just wait, it's gonna kick
Hello?
off. Just wait till it gets to
Yeah.
30.
that's 3.
Oh, is that a 3?
That's 3.
That's a 3.
A 3.
Yep.
0, 3.
Yep.
Aha.
I knew
That's what you meant.
that.
Okay. The word you saw earlier was candle or candle. What was the word you saw?
Candle.
Candle.
Mm-hmm.
So it was actually candle light. And next to it, you see the word as it comes back across. You catch it in just an instant. Daemon. Candlelight daemon. And you realize that what you're looking at is a recipe. Instructions for a ritual ceremony to summon a candlelight daemon. Give me a history check. What's your intelligence? Is it?
Yeah, so 0 modifier.
Okay, give me a history check.
7.
You don't know what this is,
Yeah.
but it is a summoning ritual for a candlelight daemon. And next to it, you see very brief descriptions of of some described historical events where candlelight daemons have been summoned and have wreaked absolute destruction upon different enemies at different times, and how they're capable of basically tearing apart a castle from within, or sundering a small army, whatever the case may be.
So I'm gonna
Put a buffet out of business.
put a buffet out of business. All right.
Maybe.
Okay. So
What if we wanted a
I'm
candlelight daemon?
gonna come back to them, and I'm gonna tell them kind of.
It's a very fancy buffet.
I'm refusing to put my back towards this shadow pillar.
And I'm just
Seeing it
watching the
moving
shadow
strangely.
pillar,
So
hawking a loogie.
I'm gonna tell them, what I had seen, that the book is basically like a summoning device for performing a ritual for summoning candlelight demons.
Okay. Your throat might be sore, but you're good now. You can speak.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
That's a potion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Superior potion. You're good. You're good.
Oh, I see. I've just been doing this. This has been an act the whole time.
All right. Perception checks from everybody.
Is that cocked?
That is cocked. It is cocked. Cocked.
Dirty 20.
That's better anyway.
Better.
A lot better.
18.
20, 18,
14.
14.
I've been rolling well for perception.
Unfortunate.
A 1.
You all looking at the hearth, kind of talking for a second, looking at the destruction kind of wrought in this room. For just a second, out of the smoke, you see a protrusion of a face break the shadow and come out, looking straight at you all as hands spread it, almost ripping apart a veil, and peer out. Realizing that you've made direct eye contact, you see this horrible face grin and create this terrible smile, and then immediately recede back into the smoke and disappear.
Well, that's not a
the
good
center
sign.
or the smoke?
into here.
Oh, okay.
Close that book.
Oh, hi.
Don't open that
So-
shit again.
Oh yeah, the book's not closed. I didn't close it. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to make contact with it. I'm seeing it. Y'all are fucking
Man,
crazy.
so weird.
Crazy. I threw it in the fire.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to the foot of the stairs and just say that I'm ready to get out.
We're at the foot of the
I
stairs.
think it is over there, yeah.
Oh,
As you make your way around to the back, and then make your way back to the front, unknown to
I
you.
forgot about.
No, you're good.
You don't see
Okay,
the
so
hidden
are we gonna go
wire.
up then? Is that
I
what we're
mean-
doing? I don't really know what
I don't
else.
want to. I don't want to mess with Book.
Should we go close
Yeah,
the
let's
book?
go up.
Should we go close the book? You know,
Fine.
do you think that matters?
I'll stealthily walk over to the book, keeping an eye around
Stealth check.
to close the book. Natural 1. It's a disadvantage. I'm in heavy armor.
Sweet.
Oh yeah. That's
Are you two going up the staircase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just leaving me while I close the book.
Second
No, kidding.
Anyways, I close the book and then make my way back.
Lee,
Yeah.
I know. I was thinking that too.
do 20 and 23 hit.
Yes.
So,
I think. Yeah. Yeah. It's only 20.
and that's what I thought. So one misses. As you stealthily make your way over towards the book, unknown to you, the face peers out from the column of shadow once more, and a heat emanates into the room as you see light somehow cast up behind you, and 3 balls of molten fire come cascading. You see the first one shoot past the side of your face, skimming your beard, burning off some of the hairs. You turn back reflexively and are met by 2 additional strikes of fire hurled directly into your body, one striking you straight in the chest and the other one glancing over your shoulder. You are going to take 1 million. No. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. 13. Making me question myself. Like, what? 15, 13, 15, 28 damage. 28 fire damage. As fire is absolutely.
That's what I
Oh yeah, it is. Yep. Sprawled across your body as you attempt to do this. That being said, you are headed towards the book. You have a few seconds if you wanted to dash to the book and do something.
I just want to close it.
Okay. Are you gonna dash to the book and close it?
Yeah.
All right. Are you using your full movement to get there and then do what?
I mean, well, like, I don't know how else I can close it aside from.
All right. So you rush up, you grab the book, and the shiver kind of runs through your arm again, touching it. You close it and turn around to head back towards your party, and the same face is peering out, receding back into the shadow pillar, just in time for you to catch it as you turn back around. What is this playlist?
This
It's
is
called Dark Ambient.
Listen, you've never seen a dwarf run this epically.
Crazy.
So,
You see the face dissolve back into the shadow pillar. Where are you going?
Back to the staircase for the party.
It won't let me skip.
You've been hacked.
Pick a different playlist.
I can't.
You've
You
been
can't
hacked.
pause it and pick a different playlist.
I'm
Anytime
literally
you listen
like
to it-
unable to change anything.
Restart Spotify.
Yeah. just close it.
Or do it on your computer.
You discovered a premium feature. Thanks, Spotify. I've been paying for you for the last decade. No internet connection available. Not true. I don't know what's happening. All right. As we were. All right. So you're doing what now?
Going back to the party.
Okay. So you rush around the corner and meet your party on the stairwell as you all mad dash back up around. You come up to the top and
that was crazy.
there's a closed door.
Let me at him.
What are we doing?
Open the door.
All right. It's locked.
I'm gonna take my hammer and open the door.
Roll attack.
No way.
What was it?
That's like her 7th natural one this session. That's crazy.
I'm gonna hit it again.
Okay, roll again.
7.
Plus
I know.
10.
I don't think the AC is working. I think it might be out.
Yeah,
Right.
I know. I'm like
Is it that stupid CPS energy?
17.
to save money, so we're gonna turn it up for you.
Not this time. I think it's just genuinely not working.
The heat knocked out AC. It's happened before.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it later.
17.
I mean, luckily it's not too bad, but okay, 17 hits. Roll damage. Yeah, dude. What the hell? I mean, it's 63 degrees. I don't know what we're talking about. Talking about the drinks.
8.
8. Y'all see Ella Reese. Wait, what's her name? Ella Zira, not Ella Riza. Ella Zira. I flipped 2 letters. Pretty
We
good.
call you ZZ.
Ella Zira go up to the door, rushing up, hearing the fire attacking, and probably the shriek of Ebrick from behind. I don't know. What sound would Ebrick make being hit by fire? Yep, you hear as Ebrick is hit by fire from behind. You rush up, you're like, don't worry guys, I got this! Whack! You hit perfectly on the handle of the door and the cast iron snaps off. The door is still closed.
And Ebrick's
I think
just
some
like,
magic would probably help.
because Ebrick's like, I'm not good at that. I'm impressed.
Alright.
Eldritch
Move back.
Blast.
Move back.
Ebrick.
Attempt.
Give me a perception check.
14 plus 5, 19.
Natural 20. Nice.
Of course. Can't pass a perception check today for some reason.
I've passed all of them with flying colors. Not gonna lie.
So,
I've been hitting this.
Stop.
I'm nothing but a miss.
what we're gonna say
You saw
is
mine.
you turn around and you see a wisp coming around the corner, but it's after the creature has already come around, and you see flames held inside the hand once again of a fiend, now standing outlined by his own flames in hand at the base of the stairs, staring you all down, raised and already ready to cast at you as they highlight his form from behind them. You are caught completely off guard. You are in the middle of an action. Give me a dexterity check before IO.
Okay, you got that one.
Nailed it.
21.
21? Okay. You sense the tension and the reaction of Everett next to you and are able to respond in time, and then also notice what is happening at the base of the stairs. So what's going to happen is the first 2 fireballs are going to be at Everett.
Not my beard.
They're at advantage. Does 19 hit?
No.
Does 26 hit?
No.
And the next one will be at you. But will not. Oh wait. They are at advantage. Doesn't
You'll
matter.
find out why.
6 does 13.
Because DM said so.
Okay, so you will take 15 points of fire damage as another fireball is cast into the space to hit you there. That said, the fiend is left standing at the base of the stairs, eyeing you down. More flames already starting to grow inside of its hands. What would you like to do?
Can I actually do something?
What do you want to do?
Banishment.
You're gonna cast a spell?
Yeah. Like if I can actually do something, that's
Give me a
what-
dexterity check.
10.
10 total?
Yeah.
You can. Are you gonna try to guess?
To pull the spell because I don't remember the.
He wasn't ready!
Well, I wasn't sure if we were going to go into initiative. That's why I didn't have it pulled up.
Depends on what y'all do. Oh, and you also. Did you want to do something?
Well, what I was gonna ask is, these stairs, like, is it open, like I can jump off, or is it like...
No, there's a
There's
wall.
a wall.
It is a fully enclosed staircase.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember from.
Yeah, if I would immediately try to cast Banish, that's what I would do. If
Okay.
I'm able to.
Is it a level thing? What level is the spell?
4th.
4th level spell?
Mhm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Copy, okay. Alright, you're casting banishment?
Yep.
So, you go to call upon your energies and banish the creature in front of you. And what you see is the mouth open up of this fiend, and the smoke swirls around it, almost like a giant whirlpool in front of its face as it starts pulling it in. And as your energy is forming within you and you start to reach out to banish the creature, it is sucked out from your very being and counterspelled, and you lose your banish.
Guys, it's a pretty high level counterspell. I'm just gonna like whisper that singed beard.
And what were you doing?
I guess having dodged the
Gotta use
fire.
this right now.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and cast Eldritch Blast downstairs.
Okay, you're gonna attack him? Alright, roll attacks. What are you doing?
I'm getting out my battle axe because I'm in first.
So you were just attacking the door. Your focus was forward. So if you are going to try to turn, I can put us into combat. Are you still attacking the door?
No, he was gonna. So we switched.
Oh, did you go in front of her?
Is she?
Ooh.
Yeah, because I hit the door and I was like, he said that he was gonna Eldritch Blast it, and so we switched doors, and then the thing came up behind us.
Ooh, I missed that.
The fireballs.
Mm-hmm.
And then same thing for noticing as well. So I won't change the fireball, but I need dexterity check from you then. See how fast you notice and respond. What's your dex? 15?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can take an action if you want to. What do you want to do?
Attack him.
Okay.
My battle axe.
So right now, you're in the middle of the stairs. Are you going to run for melee or are you doing something ranged?
I have to do legs.
You trying to run past?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can roll too. You got 15?
What am I at?
You said 15, right? Total?
15 was the before.
For your dexterity?
Mhm.
You start sprinting down the stairs and you watch as the demon disappears. The demon disappears from the corner.
I'm gonna take my hammer and kind of like.
Are you going to chase down past?
Well, I mean, I figured I was already kind of towards the bottom, so I might as well
Yeah?
whip around the corner and see where it went.
So as you come around, you see it once again disappearing into the column of shadows.
Right. So I'm gonna stay there,
Okay.
and I'm gonna keep my eye on the column, and I'm just gonna yell back up, get that door open, let's go.
Okay. And then are you attacking the door top?
Well, yeah, since the demon's down.
Okay, what are we doing?
And I'm keeping a focus on the shadow pillar for that demon again.
Are you gonna watch it?
I'm like the lookout for that demon
Okay.
right now.
Well, I have 30, 31, 26, and 17
For all hits?
for Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, those all hit. 31?
I'm at a natural 20.
Dang.
All right. How many misses?
Bruh.
What is happening?
Damn you,
That's the
Damon!
third time that's happened to me.
Yeah. Something, maybe the speaker's going bad.
Maybe.
10, 6, it's gone. The door is blasted off its hinges and knocked back into the room again.
Yeah, you could be a locksmith.
As it does so, you immediately recognize another stinking cloud. That doesn't do anything because y'all are immune to poison, but it's there. It's there. Just thought you should know.
Yep. We walk into the room.
Okay, so we're going on up then?
What? Oh, I have dark vision. So I'll step into the room,
Okay.
but just right into it.
So you are in a
Dark
sleeping
vision and
area.
daylight hammer.
There is a
Well,
cooking
she's
hearth
lower down.
and regular household essentials inside of this space on the floor. There's a yellow cloud drifting throughout the room, just like before. And the pillar of darkness is there, once again, going all the way up, all 20 feet up to the next floor level.
I'd go in behind him.
I'm gonna kind of back up and then go up the stairs.
All the way up into the room?
Oh.
Yeah.
So you all step in, and you can tell this is likely where Henry would otherwise have spent, or should have spent, most of his time. But it's immediately evident that it's unlikely that he had been spending too much time here in the recent days, weeks, maybe even months, depending on what he's been working on, because things are in disarray. There is dust coating a lot of the surfaces. The bed looks largely untouched and unused. It looks like the sheets are kind of musty and probably haven't been slept in or washed for a significant period of time. There are things out on the tables and leftover detritus and kind of old food that hasn't been cleaned up. And then also there are a few buckets of poop and pee. And the other
That's
kinds
where
of
the
things.
stinking cup.
Yeah,
Roll
other detritus
18
inside of
on
this.
my concentration check from the fireball.
Perfect. Okay, gotcha. And you're still concentrating on
Detect magic.
detect magic again. Okay.
So do I see anything in this room?
From detect magic?
Yeah.
You do not. This room is otherwise
Normal.
pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward.
Clear. No books.
Noted.
Or
Um,
notepads.
I'm gonna walk into the room.
Yeah, still keeping an eye on the center pillar. I'm gonna make my way over to. Let's see how this person lives. Let's go towards the bed.
That's where I was gonna go. I'm gonna go towards
Oh,
his.
we haven't known each other that long. What are you doing?
I'm gonna look at
She
the
sits
desk
seductively
stuff.
on the edge.
Oh yeah, she's
Looking at what?
I'm a man of the cloth. What are you
Looking at
doing?
the desk area.
So while walking around inside of this space, you can tell that this is definitely just where he, potentially maybe in earlier times in life, would have otherwise spent his time and rested. Henry being a once fairly well-known and up-and-coming wizard, and being requested throughout this kind of space in Chernal through the nobles and those other individuals in the castle that had some renown, some power, some prestige, may have come to work on and investigate different spells or different opportunities, whatever other opportunities may have come up for him. So he would have slept in here, eaten in here, and then gone back to his workspaces. But all that's really left is some old scrawled notes for projects that he was working on that appear to have been cast off and kind of disregarded over time. So his personal desk, nothing particularly exciting over there. You don't notice anything that really stands out other than some old notes and a very dry quill pen with ink that has all but evaporated from the well that it was inside of. And that's pretty much it on the table.
I'm gonna come over here on this side so I can keep an eye on the pillar, and I want to try to discern how old the food looks.
Okay,
Like
give me
how
an
long it's been
investigation
sitting
check.
there.
And are you tasting it?
16.
This particular food hasn't been touched in at least 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Ah,
He must be hungry.
Because I have the ring of water walking, I'm gonna go to the bathtub and stand on top of the water.
For no reason.
For no reason at
It's
all.
just that-
Y'all witness this.
And I'm gonna angle below with my fan and use the gust of wind to make her hair flow.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So you're confused as fuck. You're not.
Sometimes it's the little things in life. A tall lady.
Tall lady.
The little things.
And then tentacles come up from under the water.
That's not a little thing. That's not a little thing.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Wait, what?
I've seen this show before.
Have you?
I mean, that's literally not new Namek.
I wasn't allowed to watch that episode, so.
It's the flying tentacle monster. Yeah.
Give me an investigation check.
Hey.
You find. That's all you find.
You find the buckets of.
Exactly.
He eats a lot of corn.
It's a lot of corn.
Wow.
And perception checks from everybody.
Why?
Because.
This is the first one.
17.
14.
8.
17, 8, and 14. 14.
Oh, the first.
Okay. Keeping an eye on the pillar of smoke. Well, actually. Yes, you do. You notice the face emerge once again. It peers out, and as it looks out and immediately notices you, you get that wicked grin that breaks across the visage of his face again. And he just makes eye contact, and then disappears back in the pillar of shadow.
I relay that.
I'm
Hey,
gonna look around.
he's peeking.
What's your health at?
He's peeking.
What's your health at?
My health? 73.
Just curious.
Oh, God. He said just curious and walks away.
Alright,
That spell's based on total max health, and I still don't have enough. I think it was 150.
I'm the only one here that has remained at full.
Yeah, I know. You were surrounded on all sides, and you're still at full health.
And that's why I'm the
You're welcome.
person.
I gave you that hammer. The light that's on it, at least. I take credit for that.
Well, I've been using my battle axe, so. But it is credit to you because
I still gave you the best flashlight.
The best flashlight.
So you, only you notice that.
Yeah, but I relate it.
Okay.
It's like, I want to do the thing, but I only have 1 second level spell slot left.
Is this?
I'm wondering, it's like, should I just put a moonbeam in the pillar?
That's what I was thinking of doing on the pillar. Doing something similar.
They have all these nice drinks out.
You know, now I'm like, man, I should have taken Glyph of Warding. That way I can just put a glyph. It's like a trap spell that you put a glyph around. Like it's like a circular 10-foot glyph. I just put a glyph around it on each floor.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't take the spell.
Too bitter? Fair. Totally fair.
Although,
die?
I think it's like a 5th.
Wait, what?
spell.
What'd you say, Lee?
I was just thinking, I was like, man, I wonder what would have happened if I had taken this spell and then I could have done this.
Yeah, because you've been useless so far, so.
Well, no, you know Glyph of Warding? I think it's a 5th level spell.
I don't remember.
But you basically you draw a glyph on something, and it's basically like a trap type thing. I was like, I could have drawn the glyph because I think it's a 10-foot radius.
Okay.
I was like, maybe I could have used that to draw a glyph around the floor at the pillar.
Maybe. We'll never know.
But I don't have that, so I can't do it or try.
Okay.
How wide is the pillar? Did you say it was? Was it 15?
The pillar is... No, it's not 15. So it's just slightly wider than 5 feet. So it's not quite as big as this appears to be. It really is about just slightly more than a 5 foot space.
Okay.
This is just a placeholder.
Then my other idea could work.
All right. But having just watched
But
the
do I
creature
want to-
once again recede back into this bizarre pillar of shadow and smoke,
How tall is the from floor to ceiling?
20 feet.
20 feet? just a little bit longer.
Whatever it is, he's not tall enough.
I mean, I can't do it because there's too much light in the room. I nerfed myself.
You can't do what? Because
There's not enough. Wait, too much light in the room or not enough light in the room?
Too much. I can fly in dim and darkness.
Oh, Twilight. Interesting.
Well, opaque objects could cover it, so.
Well, I don't need to fly, but I could. Even though I'm afraid of heights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
what are we doing? We
I'm just
going
watching
up?
this pillar.
I think
You said
somebody,
something was in it.
like we did
You said
the last
something was in
floor.
it, so I'm like,
Yeah, like the last floor, like you kept eye on it while somebody
yeah.
else.
I think I'm gonna do that too. So y'all go up, and I'll keep an eye on this pillar.
All right, resident locksmith,
I'll get my witch finger ready.
and I'll be at the base of the staircase, kind of keeping an eye downwards. So I don't want-
Perception check.
Oh, base of downstairs.
That's plus
Natural
5,
20?
25.
You watch the face peer out from the smoke, this time right at the ceiling, looking down at you from above, and you just manage to notice it as flame starts to light up within its mouth. And as you look up and make contact, it starts to recede.
No. Swipe or no swiping.
Not today.
Hey now, that's not till season 1. Okay, so we figured out in Diablo 4, you get
Diablo 4
titles.
season characters.
There's like prefix titles, or you
It's
have your
prefix
name,
and
and then you
suffix.
have double suffix titles. So you can be like, nasty pilferer, cruel thief, something like that. So your character name's like Bob, cruel thief, something like that. But you can also get the. And so one of the titles you can get at the end is the Explorer. So I'm like, got it. I'm gonna be Dora. So I'm gonna be Dora the Explorer. He's like, sweet, I'll be Boots.
I'm gonna be Boots the Boots.
And then Boots the
our
Boots.
friend Josh is gonna be Swiper the Thief.
Swiper the Thief. So we're gonna be
I love that.
we're gonna be Boots, Swiper, and Dora for season 1 of Diablo 4.
That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
That's great.
So I think I'm gonna be a barbarian, and you're a barbarian.
Should
And
I
then-
do a druid because I'm a monkey?
Do whatever's gonna be most
No,
fun.
I'm gonna do druid because until
Are
they barbarian
Barbarian.
because until they like actually
druid.
fix the early game leveling,
It's terrible.
it's terrible.
Yeah.
But end game, it is so good. It's like the only class that the uniques actually like matter.
Well, not only that, but it's the strongest nightmare dungeon pushing.
Yeah, the
class right
tornado,
now. But they're gonna nerf
Stormwolf.
it.
Oh
gonna
yeah,
nerf
they're
it.
hard nerfing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not hard nerfing, but they're definitely nerfing because I think
We'll
it's I think the crit ramping is not supposed to work with it.
I'm trying to figure out what your shirt says. Kirking Plas.
I have no idea what it is.
Right? Is that what you see? Kirking Plas.
Why y'all looking at my boobs, bro?
Why not? Just like
So I actually don't know what it says, though.
They're boobs.
What does Lee's shirt say?
yeah, what does mine say?
Stop looking!
You died?
Yeah, it says you died.
So he wore a shirt that said, "But did you die though?" in one of our sessions.
And it
he
was
was the
the-
DM, and somebody did die. Who died on that one?
John.
Was it?
Yeah.
And so he was like, "Damn it!
Oh,
I
yeah.
should have worn my shirt underneath that said you died." So if somebody did that, he'd be like, take it off, like, bitch. But yeah. Anyway, all right. So you see the fiend creeping down at you.
Creep.
We're both staring at this thing.
Oh, you're there too?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Give me a
We're-
perception check.
9 million.
21.
Wait, really? Yeah, you saw him. So,
I like the rainbow. I like time.
Yeah.
one thing that you've started to notice, since you've seen him a few different times now, and you've seen him twice?
I've seen him quite a few
A
times.
couple times?
Yeah.
This creature, as the smoke and shadow drifts across its body, the fiend has runes covering its features underneath it. And you definitely don't have the opportunity to make them out from the distance and the time frames that you have, but you can tell that there are magical runes scrawled across its body each time you see it.
So, did I notice that? Did he see the same thing? Did he?
How many times have you seen the fiend?
I've seen him quite a few times because
Have
I
you?
was on. Yeah, because I was
think
doing
I've
the same
seen
thing
it.
over here.
3 times?
3 or 4 times.
What's that you both noticed?
Both
You
nights.
both noticed.
Runes.
I only saw that.
Okay.
It's got those.
This is
shaky
probably a
things on.
stretch, but did one of those runes, like the ones that I was able to see on it, match the one from the book that I saw?
Give me a intelligence check.
I'll
for
be like,
memory.
it's got those shapy things on it, guys.
It's color things.
No.
I
No.
don't know. You were
I
it's
don't
just too
know.
far away and it's too hard.
Figured
to
I'd
tell.
ask.
Too hard to tell.
Figured I'd try. Anyways, Elder's Wire.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna attack. Well, let me try the door first.
It opens. No, I'm just kidding. It's locked.
Okay.
Well, the
Eldritch
first one
Blast.
was open, so.
Yeah, they're all gonna hit.
Breaching, breaching, breaching!
Roll damage. Actually, you know what? Yours are +4 damage each, aren't they?
Yeah, it's automatic. It's 12. Right? And then whatever I roll.
Oh, because of the 4,
Yeah.
4, and 4. Okay, so roll damage, just in case you fail and do funny. Never mind, you're good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way.
9 million damage. to
Yeah,
the
that'll do
door.
it.
No structure can hold me back.
The door blasts forward into the room like you've never seen before, except the last 2 times that it happened.
This time it stays on the hinges.
It's just
I'm
like-
getting
It smacks off the back wall so hard that it comes flying back and closes and locks again.
Well, what are the odds, bro?
Too much power behind that one.
As the door opens into the space, much to your confusion, you find that you have come back up into the first floor of the tower.
Wait, here?
No, I'm just kidding.
I was like, that's not possible.
I mean, hey, this is a
I
magic.
took physics.
This
Now wait a
is a
second.
wizard's tower. Anything is possible.
This is true.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I would be genuinely confused not doing magic.
Well, yes, but none of you
I'm
are
like-
particularly
Yeah,
smart in
my-
this campaign anyway.
Yeah, so
But they're magic users.
Well,
I just
no,
swing an
I
axe.
am-
So
I
I'd be
use
like,
divine power. I don't use magic.
And he has
It is very
a
different.
patron deity pour out
Whatever.
power.
And then
for
he
him.
Whatever.
tried magic school but
I
failed
guess.
out. And that's
Warlocks pimp themselves out for power. They pour themselves out for power, legit. And
which
clerics
explains
just
it.
do it in a more respectful way.
yeah. Saloon's the only girl on my mind.
That's a lie. Let's see.
Yeah, Bruni's in there somewhere.
There you go.
Bernie's in there somewhere.
Framed stained glass windows, rich, with a niche in the wall behind each, decorate an operating theater.
Whoa. That's a person.
Or is it a mannequin?
A candle burns in each of the niches, illuminating the stained glass. Bodies under sheets rest upon stone slabs, with trays of surgical tools next to some of them. A counter against the wall is filled with bottles and jars, and the ever-present pillar of darkness is here as well.
Alright, I'm gonna. Seeing the door open, I'm gonna make my way up the stairs, but keeping my eye on the pillar. Kind of like hand on the wall, that way I don't just fall off the stairs.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm
I'll follow.
gonna walk into the room.
Give me a perception check.
13.
Wait.
8 plus 5.
Oh, it was an 8. I thought it was a 3. I was like, what? Okay, copy. 13. Alright, what do we do?
I'm following behind. I don't know where.
Well, you're in front, so
Right.
after you blast the door open, I'm just kind of making my way up.
Oh, that's the.
Yeah.
So,
Alright.
how is the room lit?
Are you? You're coming up.
I'm coming up with you.
So, we'll say that there are actually a scattered array of very dim lit candles across the space. Very similar to what's actually shown on there. I'm okay with that. Give me a perception check, Io, being in front. And you said that you're up here watching?
Yeah. I'm keeping my eyes
I'm
on
peeking over the
Dilla.
top.
Are you distracted by the visage of Io in front of you?
I mean, her butt's right in my face. I'm short, remember?
Disadvantage then.
14.
Ah, Eladrin cheeks.
She's
13.
flexible.
A
Yeah.
natural 20.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
It was 14.
14? For your perception check.
Perception check.
I mean, you should have seen the view while she was standing in the bathtub.
You take a quick look around the room, and it's not just a couple of bodies. There are 17 different bodies draped across massive stone slabs, some piled on top of each other, some partially and some completely covered by sheets, but you can tell what's underneath those sheets. They are definitely arms hanging out limp across the side, various states of decomposition, some missing some of their limbs, some otherwise put together for the most part. There is a stench on this floor, but it is not a stinking cloud. It is rot
Decay.
and decay and fetid, eaten flesh of bodies, some which have been neglected and some which may or may not be fresh, some of which is the open entrails of the stomach and digestive juices inside, the different pieces and bits that are.
I'm gonna take
Drink!
Is that lactose pizza there?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Arnie, sounds awesome.
It is evident to you that the fears of the other wizards and magic casters in this kingdom and nearby surrounding areas are without a doubt confirmed. That Henry has been involved in necromantic magics, has been studying and researching and working with revival of dead corpses, creating minions, and reaching out into otherwise inaccessible and unreasonable forms of magic, entreating with different creatures and forms of power that should be banned to the other individuals in this kingdom.
so looking around the room, there's a lot of candlelight, right?
There's some candlelight. It's very, very dim. Those do not even give off 5 feet of light. You can just barely see the candle and
Oh,
inches
I
away.
misheard. I thought you said there was a candle on each one of the things where there's a body.
No, sorry. There's just sparse candles that have kind of very dimly burned down around the outside.
So, referencing back to the book
Mhm.
and it's in here, we're speaking about the candlelight demon. I think that we should put out the fire on the candles.
Does this look like a laboratory or?
This. Give me an intelligence check.
6? Yeah, 6.
You weren't a particularly studious dwarf, unfortunately.
Told you.
So
Don't read.
you don't remember what laboratory class was. You think maybe this could be something like lab, or could equally be a herbology environment, or something else of that nature.
Okay.
Maybe some kind of research.
So, not knowing anything, I'm just gonna. If you mentioned putting out the candles out loud, be like, I can do that from a distance. I'll pull out my little fan.
Read me the fan.
While holding this fan, you can use an action to cast the Gust of Wind spell from it. Once used, the fan shouldn't be used again until the next dawn. Each time you use it again before then, it has a cumulative 20% chance of not working and tearing into
I have a
useless
question.
magical tatchers.
Did you say that you
Yep.
used it to make Io's hair blow back earlier?
Yep. So I'm risking
gonna
it for the
just-
biscuit. I'm risking it for the biscuit.
I'm just gonna walk around and just put out the candles.
Wait, let me see.
Oh,
You're saying.
Here, I'll pull it back up.
Yeah.
So I can use it again. It just is at risk.
Shouldn't be used again until next time. Each time it is used, it has a 20% chance of not working and tearing to useless magical tatters. It's kind of cool. I like that. Okay, go ahead and roll percentile.
I mean, if you're gonna,
It's too late.
yeah,
It's too
like,
late.
if you wanna do that,
I'll
you
do
can, because I might only get one chance, and there's 2 more candles. 58.
Okay, and also read me the Gust of Wind spell.
A line of strong winds, 60 feet long and 10 feet wide, blasts from you in a direction you choose for the spell's duration. Each creature that starts its turn in the line must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away from you in the direction following the line.
So we ask, where are we casting? Are we blasting IO forward?
No, I mean, I'd go
Okay,
for
I was just checking.
probably that one.
Hey,
Because I can't even see that one. I can't even see that one. There's a pillar in the way.
True.
So I'd go for that one.
I would say that wind and candles, if you aimed across here, you could hit all of this.
Okay, yeah.
So winds come up out of nowhere as the dust on the ground picks up, gets almost vacuum sucked back towards you, and then ejects forward into the space. So strong that the bodies of 7 different creatures, humanoids and other things, get blasted off as bones go scattering, clacking, and clanking across the floor, into the stone, into the wall, all the way back across the room. Papers and candles and old tapestries that were folded up and set down on the tables at the back all just go flying, and all of the candles inside of this space go dim.
I got it.
I'm just gonna walk back in.
There was no cloud in this room, was there?
No stinking cloud.
Okay.
No
Just
stinking
making sure,
Oh,
because the gust disperses gas
Wrong
or
person.
vapor.
Is
Oh,
this,
yeah,
is
I'll do
this
that.
candles too? Or-
And
yes,
it
yes, it
says
is.
specifically,
Yes, it is.
and it extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area.
Okay. How much is gonna
I'll walk towards this.
spit on it?
IO, perception check.
12.
I just got what you said.
Wait, yeah, 12.
Oh my god, that's great. I'm curious as to what you're doing.
He's murdering us all.
Just keep rolling.
Do 25, 22, and 26 hit?
Yes.
Just checking. All right. As you walk forward into the space, in fact, let's do this. Give me a dexterity check from, or sorry, perception check from you.
That's 20 plus 5, 25.
Okay. You see the face peer out from the very top of the ceiling and start to reach out and stretch as the body elongates and comes out over the top of the room, peering straight down over the top of Io. Flames, molten flames, almost started to drip over the space in the room, dissipating into the air. And the hands almost just seem to drop molten fire up on top. It just cascades down, picks up speed, and goes hurling towards Io. A third flame starts to form in the mouth, at which point you've already noticed at that time frame. We're gonna say $19. That's not bad. You take 19 points of fire damage. What are you doing as you see this fiend peer out from the top of the ceiling, fire forming in its mouth?
Oh, fuck. Jeez. I see him. I will try. I will try a Sacred Flame.
You're gonna try to attack?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say that since you're using your energy for that, it does start to get off its attack on Io. And it will hit, which is going to be 13 and 15 additional points of fire damage. However, you do get the opportunity to attack as it is overextended and is not paying attention to you, Lee. Everyone roll initiative.
From you.
Initiative from everybody real quick. Whoa, hello.
You have advantage.
Oh shit, yeah you do.
On what?
What is
On
the...
initiative, you have advantage.
Oh.
What are you out again?
Dexterity.
music.
What do you mean? It's beautiful. How about...
How about no? I want the My Little Pony theme song for this fight.
Four.
That little speaker
Four
is just
times.
Yeah.
is
I don't know what's
angry
happening.
today.
Oh my lord. I got you.
Remember that came on randomly?
Yes. Oh my god.
Wait,
that
which
was so
game was
funny.
it?
I don't remember.
It was the one with
It
the
was
worm.
Lee.
Yeah, it was the one with the worm. And we're just saying the worm is going through the doors like in cartoon.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We're all running in between the rooms.
So to start, Lee, you get your attack. I have to make a dexterity saving throw. Is that correct? Okay. Natural 20.
Damn.
Pretty sure that passes. Pretty sure that's better than a 17.
So
Pretty sure.
the fire that you go to cast, out of the corner of its eye, the fiend locks its head and eyes over towards you, and the flame sets into its appearance, but it opens its mouth, and the fire that it had just dropped and spooled down on top of Io almost seems to consume your fire as it swallows it within itself, and it dissipates, and you can almost watch through the semi-transparent body as it shifts through its opaque form, as the fire is absorbed inside of it.
It's not really fire though.
That's alright, it is now!
Oh no, my radiant damage is fire now. What do I do?
That said,
I'm broken. I'm a bad cleric.
we're going to do this.
We're gonna punch the child.
Ooh! No, not three, not three. We're gonna do this.
9, 9, 9. Yeah.
Did you think of something?
Well, yeah, it was what I was planning to do after you told me the thing was out again. So I'm just gonna do it now since we're actually in combat.
Oh, that's actually perfect.
Well, on my turn.
Okay, what did we get for initiative roll?
9.
9.
11.
11. 21.
21.
What is everyone's health at?
73.
133.
What the fuck?
I'm at max health.
You haven't taken any damage?
No.
Lightning strike! Okay. Oh, we'll fix it. We'll fix that. Okay. So, here's the thing. The only individuals aware of this encounter right now are going to be the the fiend who's attacking you,
The shadow monster.
and
The shadow
Ebrick.
people are attacking.
So, Io, you would be up first, but it's going to be a surprise round for you. So, that brings it to the creature. Which means...
Already took damage. Still surprised. She's like, ah.
What was that?
How about...
Is it hot in here, guys?
It's actually very hot.
I'm not used to being out of the water.
Exactly. Thank God I still in my bath.
Can I go back to the bathtub?
All right.
Even though it's like 2-week-old stale stuff.
While looking at the creature, you see a red outline completely engulf the creature up at the top. This daemon that is almost like braced up against the ceiling, stretched out, bleeding out in the form of smoke and shadow. Its bony tendrils, unnatural in shape and form, as it reaches out from the smoky pillar inside of the room, leaning right over the top of Io. It has the remnants of flame that just dropped off of it. As it looks over towards you, it sees what you're doing, swallowing your sacred flame. And the red outline grows stronger, empowering it. It is going to produce an additional 3 flames. Yep. And the first one is going to go towards Io below at advantage. 18.
Hits, yes.
18 hits. Alright. The red outline around The daemon pulses, and the fire lurches and grows in size. You take 16 points of fire damage and an additional 35 points of
Jeez.
damage.
Wait, 15 and 35?
16.
Oh, 16. Oh, then that's good.
16 and 35.
Can I change where you attack?
Yes. Yes, you
Where I
can.
have them?
Okay, alright. Let me see the card real quick. Let me see what I put. Make sure I follow my own rules.
What do
You
you
definitely
mean?
can.
Look at him.
You definitely can.
Yeah, just change it.
Attack target.
She's gonna get attack again.
So, well, let me think about this. What did I roll for attack? I said 18?
Yes.
What's your AC? Okay. So you will take the damage then. So you'll just take 51. 51 total points of damage.
51 total points of damage. God damn.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's legit. All right. So the flame starts to drop off towards Io, and as it gets close, there's almost like a preternatural wind, a gust, and it gets ripped out of the space and shoots over like little molten star shards, and they brace over towards the back of the room and smack into the back of you, and the half-orc skin sears your back as you feel this horrible pain. The red outline still surging from the daemon up on the ceiling. And it looks over in confusion, completely aghast because they don't know what the fuck just happened. With no explanation,
My gust of
unfortunately.
wind. A backdraft from my gust of wind.
It raises a second hand to drop another molten ball of fire. The red flare around it once again bracing does 20. Wait, math is hard. 21. 20. Wait. Yep, 21. Does 21 hit? Okay, so 21. That's going to be 12. You take 12 points of fire damage and an additional 35 damage.
A single attack for over almost 100 damage. That's fucking retarded. That's
So-
actually
Well, this
dumb.
was meant for 4 to 5 people. So I guess this is it.
So what was the total on that? 12 and 35, so it's 47. 47, so he's still alive. Well played. Good stuff. All right, and another ball of fire forms in its mouth as it looks over at you. Ebrick does. Oh wait, does it have advantage against you? I don't think it has advantage against you.
Yeah, because I wasn't surprised. I noticed it.
That's good.
It does not have advantage against you. It's not going to hit. It was like 11. So the fire comes over in your direction, but your magical shield has no problem shielding you and just casting off the molten fire. You can feel the intense heat as that happens. However, the red light I'm surprised. Yes, you didn't get a turn. That's the only reason why. Yep. So the red light that was encasing the daemon up on the ceiling disappears at that point in time. Then you watch him crawl back into the pillar, and he is no longer visible.
Okay.
Alazir, you're up.
Okay.
Ow! Your turn!
Basically, I don't really know what to do at this point. I mean, I can't see.
What I want to do and what I have to do are different, unfortunately.
You did. Yeah. The fire hurt.
Yeah. How does heavy armor affect movement speed?
Movement speed, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
It doesn't?
It's only stealth.
And you can't sleep with it.
Well, you can, but you aren't considered rested.
Exactly. So you can't sleep with it. No point to sleep and not get to be rested.
Yeah. Because then you risk having to roll Constitution for Con save for exhaustion.
Get me facing. Not worried.
I'm like, did I do something?
I'm thinking.
Yeah. And I can't see anything, right?
You cannot, no. So you're looking at the pillar, and the moment you got hit by the fire, you were able to discern exactly where it came from. So that's the thing, like when you're in combat, if something attacks you, it's pretty easy to be like, ah, and like look at the same time and like figure out where a combatant is. So you're aware of where it was and what cast that damage.
And how high was he? Was he all the way at the ceiling?
Like almost the full 20 feet up. Yep. The very bottom of him would be like at the 15 foot mark.
Well, I guess.
That'd be sick. Like spear somebody out of the pillar.
Yeah, right.
You javelins? Okay, still.
Even then, I feel like it wouldn't do anything. I don't know.
If only we had channel divinity call on the power of our god for assistance.
It's not how channel divinity works.
What is it? Wait, that was channel divinity, wasn't it?
Channel divinity is turn undead and destroy undead, and then you have your domain channel of divinity, which mine is utility. It was the Twilight Sanctuary for temp HP or removing Charm to Fright. That's channel divinity. The other stuff is domain features.
What is it to call on your god that you did earlier?
That's divine intervention.
That's it. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just kind of.
But let's be real, my migraine was way more important.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, you've done quite a bit, so.
I'm just gonna, I guess, hold. I guess I can put a already a swing with my battle axe if he gets within range. Other than that, I can't do
You have a 5 foot reach?
anything. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We'll see. But
Okay.
that's all I can really do. So.
Well, you've got movement. You can
Well, I used all
reposition.
of it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you were over here, weren't you?
Yeah.
Of course, you could dash if you wanted to. You could take a dodge action. You could dash. You could
I was
attempt to hide.
was
You
thinking
could.
about the dodge action, but I don't really know about
Dodge gives you or gives enemies disadvantage on attacking.
that. Okay, that's what I was gonna say, but I was like,
You want to dodge from there?
yeah, I'll do dodge.
Okay. So we'll say that for flavor, you go over and you grab the bodies and you hold them up in the space in front of you, and you're trying to manipulate them. So
So I would use a shield.
Okay.
This is how it works, right?
Yeah, right. Okay.
You know what? Both Io and Elazira,
Yeah.
you are both standing next to an arrangement of different bottles along the different places where you are as well, that contain a range of materials.
Suspicious liquids.
From yes, exactly. So you can see and smell and detect like embalming fluids. There are jars with organs inside of them, and bits and baubles and bile and other things extracted from bodies with like handwriting labeling them on top of them nearby. There is a range of the stained glass windows. 4 of them inside this room that we described earlier. And from here, you are close to one of them over on this side. And then you're close over on one side. And there is another one back in this corner. In fact, you know what? We're going to use those. So you have a stained glass window here, 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 and it wouldn't make sense to, so it's underneath the stairs, right? This goes up.
Gotcha.
So you can see, we'll say you can see both of these two from where you're at. And you can see these two over here. And it's evident, since you brought the candles too, those candles that I described earlier that are within and just behind the niches of those are still present and still lit from where you're at.
candles that are behind?
Oh,
The
they're
stained
in
glass
the,
window.
Oh,
in the
they're
sill.
behind.
They are lighting them. There is a niche behind the stained glass window, and the light casts off and gives the image a bright light behind it.
Maybe it wasn't the candles in the room that
Maybe
we
those
should
are
have been worried about. Maybe it was the ones that were in the sills that were extinguished. Okay.
Did my gust of wind put out the one that's behind her too? Or did it
It's
break the
behind
stained
her,
glass
it's behind
window?
her.
It did not. It actually perfectly avoided
So you
the stained
said
glass.
that there are bottles of miscellaneous fluids.
Embalming fluid and organs and bile and blood and yeah, extract from corpses. Why does this feel like it's like half horror, half Christmas?
Because it's probably from Nightmare Before Christmas.
It kind of does get off that flavor, doesn't it? That was actually really good. I'm gonna
And you were
Hurry while he's distracted! Throw the pillar out the window.
Well, whose turn? Are we still in
Am I still on my
battle
turn?
order or?
Yeah, so you were deciding your action if you're going to take dodge action or do anything else still. Are you?
Well, with the hints. I
I was just reminding you of the environment.
Oh yeah.
Don't necessarily take it as hints.
How high up are those windows?
Oh, like 4 feet. Yeah, like 4
So
feet.
they're within well within
Oh
range
yeah.
of me.
Yeah.
Alright. So I'm kind of at a loss because I guess we need to get those windows extinguished somehow so we can get the glass. I mean, if I didn't take my full movement, then I could reach this one very easily. That one I would have to throw something.
If I didn't have to, I could take these two up. Sometime.
Yeah.
On my turn.
Well, I can't get that far, so I can throw
But
my hand
I'm at 3
axes.
HP.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I know, I'm like,
Yeah.
there's the thing that I have to do versus the thing that I want to do.
How are we doing in potions?
You have a
You
great
have a
Whole
greater.
action? No, but like whole action.
potions are bonus.
Yeah.
Did we
Yeah,
change
healing
that?
potions have always been bonus action.
That's fine.
It's other like potions.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Better.
So, seeing the candles in the windows, I think I would go for this one. But if I was over here.
Not the one behind you,
Well, I mean, if I go for the. I could go for the one behind me.
because you are
but
right
I-
next to it.
Right, but I've already used all my movement, so. throw some-
If
And
you wanted to
ranged
change
attack.
where you had moved to, you could do that.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, though. Because. I think I'm gonna use
Scratch taking
You're
both
feeling
at
pressure.
the same time.
Huh?
I said scratch taking them both out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna take out the window that was closest to the back area where I was. Oh, sit here yelling. Yeah.
All right. Door failed. Window. Next episode.
Which window?
episode.
That one?
I'm gonna go for this one because. Then
So
I
the
can-
window that you are looking at is an image of a dark mist populated with like ghostly faces rising over a large tome. And that's what you see as you run towards it, blade in hand.
All right, let's swing it.
Attacking it?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
So do I have to roll to hit on that window?
Yes, go ahead.
Stop rolling that dice.
No way.
That's weird because it went from like
There
my
you go.
best one to like the
Fixed
worst
it.
one.
So,
Wait, do it. 9.
we'll say that
You hear me?
you 9.
9.
Well, it's a 1, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your bonus is.
It doesn't?
No,
Damn.
it doesn't matter. The one time that like 1s and 20s specifically apply to attack rolls. A 1 is a critical fail, and a 20 is a critical hit. So a 20 theoretically will hit if it can, if at all possible, automatically. And then a 1 will miss if it can, at all possible. So basically what that means is that as you're running up to that, and you're like, your back is like hurting and whatnot, you go to strike, but the pain from your back throws you off, and you swing wide and smack your axe, your battle axe, into the stone next to the stained
I
glass.
have 2 extra attacks.
That's true, you do. Oh, I saw the 1. I thought it was, it's 2 1s. I thought it was a 1.
No, that is a 19.
A 19
Yeah.
just hits the win. No, it
Because
hits.
it's a 19, it's actually also
Oh, a crit?
a
Oh,
crit.
crit.
Nice.
That's on my class.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
She's a champion. This is music
8.
for breaking a window,
8
though.
plus.
It's better than
Well,
the
just
other
wait.
battle.
So that is plus my strength, plus my. So it's 4.
14 damage?
Yeah.
You swing with your axe, the first time smashing into the hard, thick stone on the side. Bring it back into a cross section and cleave straight through the glass, shattering the image and breaking apart the beautiful colors as they cast off the reflecting light of the candle inside. But not for long. As you swing through, break the candle, and the flame immediately extinguishes, and it goes dark off in that side of the corner, except for the bright light. But the instant that it does, the glass seems to almost hover inside of the air in front of you, not falling like you would expect as your battle axe comes around. You look at it and it starts to spin faster and faster and faster. Faster. You hear shattering sounds from the other windows. 1, 2, 3 behind you. All 4 of the windows shatter and the glass particles accelerate and shoot inside, lightning fast, in towards the center of the room. I need dexterity saving throws from you and from Io.
Ooh, that went all the way. 17.
17 does not succeed. 20 does. So you'll take half damage. You'll take the full damage. Okay, hang tight.
It's only 12d10.
Yeah, right?
You're
Where's
traumatized
my
by
other-
glasses this game.
Oh, I know. That's the second time. I should have like
Where is
immunity or something.
First, it was being a hockey puck by a giant snake, and now it's glass shards.
All right.
Don't forget the mummified by that tree, wrapped up everything.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
I just like to go into.
I was so ready for you to just beam one of your teammates.
Oh my god, he keeps rolling the dice. I'm like, the damage would be crazy.
Yeah, this is the strongest glass you've ever seen.
Did I mention the glass is also 5 feet wide?
This is like 4-inch thick,
Because the stone walls
resin
were 5 feet
encased,
wide.
bulletproof, non-axe resistant glass.
I rolled way below average.
Oh, that's good.
You take 26 points of damage.
Shit.
You take 53.
Okay.
As the
Okay.
glass explodes, shatters, and all different spaces go colliding in and shooting in towards the pillar, ripping through everything that they touch, shearing flesh and bone, and falling to a pile of rubble at the base of the pillar.
Should have done something.
Okay, just checking.
Slow motion.
Because he only had like 3.
Yeah. Okay, 1 down. You got hits.
One down.
You have another attack left.
Fuck this glass!
Oh, I forgot. Hang on. By the way,
Oh, never mind. You're good. You go.
The glass has multi-attack.
It gets back up.
I would like to use
Rage.
a bonus action to regain HP equal to one of my hit die.
Okay.
That's my level. Please roll strong.
Pick the good dice.
Alright.
I can already tell it's the bad dice.
Hey, these dice have been pretty good, okay? Here, I'll change it for you.
Watch it roll a natural one.
That's what I'm saying. This
But
is on
that's
you.
my favorite.
This is on you.
Don't worry, I'm
Well,
about to fix
It
it.
wouldn't matter for a hit die if it's a one.
I'm about to fix it. See? Look at that. Way better than a 1.
400% improvement.
Exactly. 800% value. That's a fluke.
6!
That's a fluke.
That's on you. Okay.
Hey,
So,
you know what? Forget it. You're not getting my heals. I'll
yeah.
remember this.
Yeah? Okay.
Metagame heals.
So I regain 16.
Okay, 16 health. All right, so you get 16 health back. Is it the end of your turn? All right, that brings us to Ebrick.
Really?
Yes, indeed.
Let's see. What square am I actually in?
This one.
If I can get here.
Okay.
Yeah. Show me a 30-foot radius.
Ooh, okay.
Can I get them both?
Yes, easily.
Okay. Aura of Vitality.
Okay.
30-foot radius centered on me. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with me. I can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the aura to regain 2d6 hit points.
Okay.
So, bonus action, 2d6.
Now, does that mean this is a concentration spell?
Yes, so I'm no longer detecting magic.
Okay, so detect magic goes. Daylight stays.
Daylight's not concentration.
Yep. And then you have aura of vitality.
Yep.
Okay.
You get 8
Okay.
HP.
How long does it last for?
1 minute.
Okay, in each round?
Yep.
Okay.
So 6.
What just happened?
Sexual,
I have glass in me.
Sexual healing. That's
Yeah,
what
you
happened.
kind of got wrecked on that last turn. You
Ah.
took 2 hits from the fire,
Yeah.
right? 2 hits from the fire.
And then one from the glass.
Yeah.
Broken glass hit him too.
So the daemon has something called Slayer's Advantage, and if you haven't gotten a turn, then it gets to do 35 points of extra damage whenever it hits with a targeted attack roll. And that's the damage, which it did. So it could almost drop. In fact, it could. It could kill one of you outright.
Well, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he was saved by the viewers.
By the viewers?
By the viewer.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. All right. So with your 8 hit points, and 1 point of exhaustion.
Yes. Oh, my turn.
Yes. It is.
Oh.
What would you like to do?
Well, feeling freshly
Invigorated.
Yeah, exactly. I'll use
Taste my
bonus
aura.
Action. Divining.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll use my bonus action to trade my
Okay.
Hold on.
Get up.
Hey,
Oh, what was it?
gonna double the heal?
Double the heal.
Oh.
You do. So you gotta roll percentile die. And if it's from 1 to 50, it's gonna double the
So
effect of
D10
potions.
and then the D10 is 2 numbers.
53.
53.
Dang! Just out of reach.
Got it, bro.
I appreciate it though. 9 plus 4, 13.
13? Okay, 13 hit points. So maybe just outside of a 1 turn kill still. Maybe. That's all right.
I almost felt it.
We still have some.
I
We still have some demigod powers available over there.
Okay.
You're currently prone.
Okay, I'll use half my movement to stand.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and I'm gonna throw Avard's black tentacles on these. It's good.
Okay.
So
Okay. So excluding those ones, but all right.
wait, what?
You said from there, right?
Well, it's 4 squares. So 1, 2, like
Oh, you're going up here.
yeah.
Okay, so like that.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Boom. You're
Boom.
the Terminator, apparently.
Okay, so it is.
What is this
square-
like from Toy Soldier?
Maybe.
You're not eating it. It says, squirming ebony tentacles fill a 20-foot square on the ground that you can see within
His
range.
face is a pause.
For the duration, which is 1 minute, these tentacles turn the ground into
1 minute,
difficult
not long
terrain.
enough.
Yeah. When a creature enters the affected area, it depends. When a creature enters the area for the first time, or starts its turn there, the creature must succeed on a dex or take 86 bludgeoning damage and be restrained. The creature that starts its turn in that area that is already restrained takes 3d6 bludgeoning.
Ooh, can I see it?
And so it goes 20 feet up.
Nice.
Piece of tentacle. Octopus, octopus, or a
Octopus.
octopus, or a
Fuck!
Yeah.
Interesting. A forest of tentacles. Okay. All right.
He's the flying tentacle.
And then she's concentration.
Okay, got it.
Concentration.
Or do we? What do
Yep,
we do?
right here.
Sunk it.
It's a probably not gonna fit on
We'll make it
There you
fit.
go. And then that is my turn.
Okay. All right. That brings us to.
We got a minute.
Hmm.
That's 10 rounds of combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like an hour
Yeah.
of gameplay.
I was explaining that thing yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, combat can get pretty tactical.
Can. Okay. Interesting.
Unless you're in this party, then we just run around with bear traps on our feet.
I am. The form of the creature pops out just on the outside of the pillar. And while it is on this side, its body is within the space of what your tentacles are reaching up through inside of there. As it peers out over the top of Ebrick. What happens?
Okay, so a creature. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, when a creature enters the area or starts its turn there, the creature must succeed on a dex saving throw.
What's your DC?
16. Oh wait, 19.
Nope.
Thank you.
I lose. Yep, I rolled 16. Well, 13 plus 3.
So, it takes 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
Gotcha, bitch!
10, 11 bludgeoning, and you are restrained until the spell ends.
Really?
Yep. You're restrained by the tentacles
Ooh.
until the spell ends.
Where's he at? Let me at him. No.
Wow.
Interesting.
Where is
You're
he?
like
though?
squirming.
Is he like at the top, or is he like somewhere in the mid?
He would be 5 foot down, so he's like up at about 15 feet up, and just peering out on the outside.
I'm a little heavy. I don't know if I could reach 15 feet with the jump. I might be able to.
Okay.
And it says, if you're restrained, you can make
It's a battle.
It's probably
Oh, you need to use your
So she has to be
action
able to one-hand it.
get out.
Which I can.
So it's probably about 3-4 feet long.
Does it give stats for attacking the tentacle?
Jump and swipe it.
You can try.
It doesn't?
Your
Really?
strength
It'd
is
be like an
19, so you've got a
athletic,
pretty good go.
So it's an action to get out of it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's, I guess it's your choice, but it's strength or wisdom.
Okay. Interesting. Oh! Has advantage on saving throws against spells like magical effects. 1 second.
Uno más, por favor.
Nope.
Thank God.
And I was like, I don't know anything else.
Worse. Much worse.
Has been ruined.
Much worse. Okay. Well then. How would it ever use those? It wouldn't do that.
And so
Well, I
if
guess
you're
it wouldn't.
restrained, it says attack rolls.
Do that.
And you have disadvantage on dex.
Okay. Okay.
And
And your speed is 0. And you can't benefit from any bonuses to your speed.
gotcha, bitch.
And that's it.
Okay, so it's going to use Nether Step. It is going to allow the remainder of its body inside of the pillar to recede and start being sucked into the pillar, and it is going to teleport to a spot that is also in dim light or darkness. So long as it
So a
isn't both.
different floor.
Yeah,
Got
I was
it.
about to say this whole place is lit up by daylight.
So for my own, where's my D10? Oh, it's right in my face. Shh. Okay. You see the form snap immediately out of existence and disappear. But that is it. That is all he can do. That is the end of his turn. Everett, your turn.
I'm gonna reposition myself right here, facing the pillar. That way I'm not like right next to it.
Okay.
And I am going to.
It's like such heroic music.
Yeah.
Darker. There we go.
I'm going to cast guidance on myself.
Get that headband going.
I'm gonna cast guidance on myself and use my bonus action to heal you once more. You get 9 HP. So I now have. Oh no, that's a lie. I don't cast guidance on myself. Can't.
Wait, why?
It's concentration.
Ah.
Oh.
So.
I was up next.
Can I?
No.
Can the spiritual weapon be summoned anywhere within the 60-foot range?
Theoretically, anywhere that there's space for it.
No, I'm talking about like vertically as well.
Yeah. Well, that's how the tentacle works. Like it can be at any point you can see. So.
Does it say that it has hover?
You create a floating spectral.
Yes.
Okay. I want to summon my spiritual weapon at the ceiling next to the pillar.
Okay.
5th level,
Okay.
and that's my turn.
All right, Io.
Okay. I am going to.
What was the last thing that happened to you? That you?
I got shattered
Yeah.
glass all in my body. All up in my body. That was fun.
Of course. Everyone likes a little piercing damage from now.
Oh my god. Like my trick.
It was implied, okay?
I'm gonna cast Mirror Image,
Okay.
and so
Is
there
that
are
concentration? Aha.
so there's 3 duplicates of me in
Oh, every man's dream.
my
Wow. Lee, whereabouts is your...
Yeah, it's literally within range of the pillar, 5 feet, just 20 feet in the air.
Okay.
And then my bonus action, Tentacle of the Deep. It's-
Too many
So many
tentacles!
tentacles!
Okay.
well,
Oh, right next to you? You want it close by?
Yeah, it needs to be close by.
Okay.
Yeah, it's comfort.
That's what it is.
Okay, that's
Aha! Okay. Question. Are either of you carrying sources of light right now?
Me? No.
Yes.
I am not.
Okay. And you are standing here with your light, correct? There is a flicker, and the candlelight daemon appears right here in the shadow cast off the back end of the pillar, up against the wall. We're gonna say right there. Right up off of the ground. The moment that it
And
does,
we can't see him even with dark vision.
I'm sorry.
I said, and we can't see
Oh,
him.
you can
even
see
with-
him.
Okay.
You can see him. So for it to be able to do that, it needs to be
Oh,
in
it
dim light
needs
or
to.
darkness. But fortunately, this is impenetrable to that light. So it will be dim light on the back side of that, and only there on the back side of that. In fact, I'll probably mark up. Well, yeah, no, because it knows not to be there. So it's going to go right there. The moment that it gets down there, it is going to hurl flames. 2 at the cleric, and 1 at the tentacle babe. None of these are at advantage for the first time. Doesn't matter. Natural 20. All right, does that hit Lee?
No.
I finally hit him. Was that the first hit you've taken?
No!
Okay.
Stop asking that question.
18 plus. Yeah. Okay, so that's 2 hits for
18
you.
plus what?
Plus like 7.
Nope.
Okay. And then 1 for. Nope. 12. So your tentacle, we're gonna say that it like rears back and like a ball of fire comes over and like knocks it out of you. Yep. But meanwhile, D8s
I don't know what the hell's going on.
fire damage first is gonna be 7 and 5 is 12 damage for the first one, and then I need a con saving throw. I'm really not rolling particularly well, which is good.
Is this is this for like an ability that your team
Concentration.
has? 16 plus.
Yeah, no, you're good. I mean, you literally just need to break 10. And then the next one is 11 damage. 11 fire damage. Plus, no, thank you. Good?
Yeah.
What's your health? I mean, you don't have... How's your character look?
My beard is quite sick.
Okay. And you kept concentration?
Yeah.
Both times?
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Warcaster.
It is then going to. Oh no, that's its movement. I don't have movement left. That's its turn. Elazira, while you can't see it, you saw the fire. So you have an idea of where it is. It's your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna move.
Okay.
And I can't make
You don't want to traverse the forest of tentacles?
Yeah.
it's not my preference. So I'm just gonna. That's all you, girl. That's all you.
Focus!
I mean, there's not much that I can do here because like everything that I have to do has to be like.
You don't have any ranged stuff at all?
No. So I mean, I could probably throw an axe at him, but that's probably not gonna do a whole lot.
But it could also potentially be a pretty bad waste.
Do it.
So you could dash and then action surge.
True.
I could do that. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. With the dash feature, how far would I be able to go?
You'd be able to make
Double
it
your
easily.
movement.
Oh, double it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
easily.
Well, then I'll do that.
Okay.
And then I'll use my action surge because I've been. So.
What does it say for your attack and for your extra attack?
Talking about like for action surge. Oh, I see what you're
I don't
saying.
think you get all three.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I think you might get.
I think you just get the 2 because
Ooh.
action surge gives you another action.
And you can
on an
use-
action, you can use your second attack.
I
So
think
on an attack,
so.
I can use, as long as I'm attacking, then I can use my extra attacks. But
Yeah.
since I'm using it in action to get there, so then I would have 2. Right?
Yeah, because your second extra attack counts as your bonus action? I don't remember.
No, they
No,
count,
so
they
it's
count as
the
attacks.
second attack is multi-attack,
Yeah.
and then the bonus action is.
I can attack 3 times at level.
I think that's a champion thing.
It is a champion thing.
Well,
Yeah,
is
I
it
get-
though? Because if you action surge and it gives you an extra action, can she attack 3 times?
I don't
Yeah,
see
let's
why
take a
not.
look. Let's take a look. Because you might be able to.
So extra attack says the number of attacks.
We're looking for the champion one, which you get level.
Yeah. So,
Is that what she's
Oh,
using?
that's what you're looking at?
I mean, that's not what this is for. It's just for fighter.
Yeah, just extra attack. Because at different levels you
Beginning
get.
at 5th level, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take an action.
Okay.
And whenever you take an attack action on your turn, the number of attacks increases to 3 when you reach level 11.
Boom. You get all 3.
Okay, I
That's
get
it.
3.
Yep, you get all 3.
Because I'm using my action surge. again.
100%. Yep.
Oh, the first one was a 15.
Hits.
The first one was a
And
15.
hits.
This is a 13.
Okay.
Um,
Well, plus your
Plus
10, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And then this one's a 15, so yeah.
15 plus 10?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 hits. Roll damage.
Kill him. Spray his entrails on the floor!
Jesus. No
Hey!
way!
Hey!
A 1 and a 2. Bro, what?
Let's
Should have
go.
taken savage attack.
A 1, a 1, and a 2. So 4 plus your strength. What's your strength modifier? 4?
Up in the forehead.
Yes.
So plus 12. So 4 plus 12 is 16 damage.
I'll take that.
Plus her
Plus-
magic
Plus
weapon.
2 on each of
each.
them.
So plus
So
6.
plus 6. What did you say?
So that'd be 18.
18. Yep.
18. Okay, I'll take that.
But man, that's where Savage Attacker comes in to
Yeah.
play. Something so rarely taken, but really underrated in
Yeah.
how
I
useful
mean-
it can be.
I mean, I have it.
No, it's a feat that allows you
reroll
to
ones
re-roll
for
your
damage.
ones on your damage.
I
Yeah.
see.
Useful.
Oh,
Yeah, it's one of those
Once.
things that's like you would much rather take like other things first, but it's extremely useful if you can take it.
Yeah.
It's
Or
hard
get it for free.
It's hard to fit in.
Okay. Anything else in your turn? Standing face to face.
Yeah, but now it's nice and brightly
yeah,
lit
that's a
over
good
there.
point. That's a good point. Oh, well, didn't I use all my movement or?
You still have some left.
You have plus 5 getting over one diagonal. Technically, you still have 10 feet of movement.
Okay, disengage, move back to me.
You can't disengage.
Can't disengage?
No.
Disengage.
That's an action. Unless you're a rogue.
I'm debating if I want to risk it.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Okay, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk an opportunity.
You're back up?
10 feet, yep.
10 feet?
Yep.
Okay. I will take the attack.
Yeah.
I'm going to use.
Primal savagery.
That actually raises the question.
Yeah, Google. Wasn't asking anything.
Yeah, yes, please. No, I think.
No, I'm good.
I'll take one.
For
Grazie.
what?
And nobody knows what's in
Yeah,
there because
he
it
missed
could
the
be
jump
tentacles.
too. Yeah, because when
I
you
got
were
it.
gone, I was like, tentacle of the deep with one of those.
Oh, and then I was like, tentacle the not so deep. Sorry. you were gone.
Lots of
Right.
tentacles.
Oh, and then it was tentacle hallway. It just escalated.
As you step away, horns form on a skull in the face of this fiend. And it lurches forward as you're stepping on his face. And it is going to. Wait, did I roll?
You didn't.
No, you didn't roll.
You didn't.
It's 16 plus.
You just got drilled.
Now, the
So that-
horns gash up your center armor piece and tear through the bottom of it, digging deep into your gut as these kind of like ethereal, smoky horns rip you open. You are going to take
Smoke damage.
11 piercing damage and 8 fire damage.
Well, I'm going to use Running Reaction. Guardian Coil. I can reduce the damage by 2d8.
What's
Any
that?
creature.
Holy crap, okay.
Oh, that's only 5 though.
But that's still.
I'll take it.
Now, question. Within how far of you?
Within 10 feet of the tentacle.
That's where she would take the damage, and that's within 10 feet of the tentacle. Okay, do it. 6 damage.
So
He said, well, I
I
did.
already wrote it down in pen.
How much do I take?
Oh shit.
It's -5.
It was 8 fire damage, and it was an 8. And
It was
what?
8 piercing damage. Or
No, because I
it
rolled
was-
an 8 and
Yeah,
something piercing.
That's
13
what that was.
piercing?
Thirteen piercing.
I think it was 13 piercing and 8 fire.
Okay.
So you don't have any
minus
resistances to anything in there, so. Yeah.
Do you have to be able to math to play D&D?
No, fake it.
Nope, I have a calculator that
Just
does
say
that for
numbers.
me.
True.
We use OpenAI.
I literally just
You said
lose an HP, go to the calculator. I don't feel like
Chat
subtracting
GPT.
76 damage from my health.
That's funny because that's how much damage you're going to take in the next turn.
Right back to where.
Joke's
I was.
on you. I probably will.
All right. Ebrick, it is your turn.
Oh, really?
It is your
Can I see him? Is she in the way?
You can see him.
Guiding bolt.
Yeah. Go for it.
No.
No hit?
He said
13?
no.
13 does not hit.
No.
What's your... How's she looking in terms of, like, beat up?
I'm pretty bloody.
Gross.
You get 10 HP.
Hey,
Man.
forgot about that. Io. Unless you're moving. Your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna move here.
I'll just make note she walked right over that tentacle.
It's spectral, so. I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast.
They share the space.
That's one way to put it, yeah. What are we casting? Sorry? Huh?
The imagery in your head just went wild.
No, I don't talk about. I don't talk about.
21, 15, and
Holy
31.
Holy shit.
21 and 31 hit. The 15 does not hit.
31.
Oh, wait, that's a nat 20.
That's a nat 20.
Yeah, just say that, double it. I mean, it hits, but you do double damage.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, crit.
Well, okay, yeah.
Super crit.
It's super gritty.
Whoa, oh.
Oh, sorry, these are 10s.
You're home. Go drink.
Just
I mean,
roll the 12s.
9.
Spotify, we're going to have a talk later.
It's 18, 20,
What we're doing today.
and 12, 38.
I paused in the middle of the song for absolutely no reason. Somebody's fucking with me.
It was so shocked by the 38 damage.
38 damage. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
9, 9, 8, plus 12.
Is that for one attack or for both of them?
Oh, wait, I don't get plus 12 because only 2 of them.
Two of them hit.
So, plus 8.
But one of them was a crit.
Yeah, so that's those 2. But I only get them plus
Plus
4
8.
once.
Yeah.
Or twice.
Twice, so
Yeah.
plus 8.
So
What's
instead
up?
of 38, it's
34? Okay.
34.
I'm also going to invoke Grasp of Hadar.
Okay.
And I'm going to move the creature 10 feet closer to me, which is in the grasp of the tentacles.
Okay.
Come on.
oh yeah, you are. Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Saving throw time!
Okay. What does it say for the description of this? So 34 damage, correct?
What is this called? Oh.
D&D. We're playing
No.
D&D.
The Bard's Black Tentacle.
It's called the Flying Tentacle Monster.
Okay, when a creature enters the affected area, it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
Really? It says when it enters, not on its turn or once on its turn or at the end of its turn, something like that.
Well, for the first time on its turn or starts its turn.
The first time on a turn. That's different. So it still counts. If it was on its turn, it wouldn't count.
Oh, I see.
When a creature enters the affected area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must succeed on its favorite saving throw or take damage and be restrained. Good enough. Here we go. What is your DC? 19? How about we add 4 to my 15? Just call it good. Nope. Fail. Alright, so roll your damage and restrained. Yeah, one. Gotcha.
I have charmed and poisoned.
Oh,
Don't even know why this is on the
12
table.
damage?
Like, we don't need this.
Wait, what kind of damage do they do? And it's a spell, so it's magical, right? And we're going to call it magical.
Magical tentacle.
Heard it.
12 damage?
Yeah.
12 bludgeoning.
12. Okay. And restrained. Okay, that brings us to
Super strong suction.
the candlelight damage.
Yeah.
Once again, caught in the embrace of your loving tentacles.
also making macaroni noises.
You said making macaroni noise. Stir the pot. That's that good.
You said it can use an action and strength or dexterity to break free?
Yes.
It's breaking free!
But if you use Dex, it's a discount.
That's a what?
Oh, is it? Because
Because you're restrained.
and so dexterity. No, but that's for saving. Oh, but it is a saving. No, it's not. It's not a saving throw. It's an action to break free. So that's
Oh, an
bonus
action.
check.
Got it.
Yeah. So I am gonna make a dexterity check to try to break free.
Just getting it strength.
What's the BC? 19.
It's 19.
Right. I wouldn't have done it if I knew that. Shit. And it doesn't give stats for attacking or breaking the tentacles.
It does not.
They're magical. They don't break.
They're like the
How much?
spectral tentacle.
They can
It has
fit
stats.
into a tiny jar. They're fine. They're super stretchy.
They're super stretchy. I got you. You said pause.
Oh my god, you're dumb.
OMG.
Well, fuck. Okay, that's his turn. Go on, let's hear it!
Sick.
You see it struggle and attempts to wriggle free of the tentacles. And each time
Oh,
that
it's
it
my turn?
moves, additional tentacles overlap and keep pulling it down and intertwining with the shadowy kind of form. And it's unable to escape. The onslaught
See a
of
slight
our
blush on
unusual
Io's
companion,
face.
Io, which probably stands for in and out, if we're being honest.
Oh my god, Burns! She's not a slut.
No, she's just recreational.
Yeah, right.
She's a recreational user.
It's just recreational
Professional
tentacle play.
recreation.
Okay, so I'm going to
Recreation.
hit it like 3 times. Combat
What?
ops. 15 plus.
10 hits. Nope, those last two miss. Alright, roll damage.
Shing, 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 shing,
And
shing.
you're attacking with your axe, your battle axe? Okay. Battle axe.
And the tentacles have AI dodge.
It's a
7,
1.
8, and 6. Don't play. See, look, that was all the way across there. I can see it this fine. I don't know what.
Well, yeah, that one's easier to
Yeah,
see.
but he's got real
I am.
bad eyes
I
when
am.
it comes to that.
It's true.
The only thing he can see is every pixel on a screen for some reason.
True.
Like,
True.
not even a joke. He just looks at a screen, he's like, you see that pixel right there? I'm just like, no,
Well,
I
it's
don't.
different though, right? Because it's not about distance.
He just
That's
sees
about
it all.
perception. That's not vision.
I
Vision
know.
and perception are different. Yeah. I can't see far, but what I can see, I see well.
Except for that one thing,
Exactly.
and that one thing, and this thing. I don't know what those things are, but they're there.
The answer to life, universe, and everything.
42 damage.
You got it. Coming right up.
39.
Yeah, you're right.
39.
Oh, it was close. That was close.
Wait, really? That would have been really funny if it was 42. 39?
39 damage.
Magical slashing damage.
Yep.
Well, fuck. Okay. All right. As you strike again and again, cutting through, slicing through tentacles and Damon indiscriminately, but the tentacles apparently just regrowing and continuously molesting. I mean, restraining me.
I'm so tired of this fucking fire.
The shadow continues to split and break apart with each cut, but it's almost like it is slower to reform, and more of it is being cast with each swing. It's becoming more and more material each time that you strike it. And now you are seeing anger and frustration on the face of the David in front of you as it lurches out and roars and attempts to free itself from the restraint of the tentacles grasping onto it. Anything else for a turn? She's like, should I say the thing? No. Ebrick!
My turn?
Just kidding. No, it is your turn.
It's my turn.
You take 42 lightning damage.
I'm immune.
2 lightning damage?
Yes. As of this moment. Toll of the Dead.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw.
What type of damage is it?
Necrotic.
How does is it wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
How
17.
does 6 sound?
Sounds like a juicy fail.
Okay.
And because he's taking damage, it's a d12.
Told me, senpai.
Alright, so let's see. 11, 3d12.
Holy fuck. Okay.
I love Toll of the
I
Dragon.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep, damage increase because you're missing health.
I forgot about that. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So 6, 12, 17 necrotic damage. You just see Ebrick raise his little wooden cactus, just bang it on his shield. Not hard, just like a ting. And you hear like a ting, just kind of ring out. That's it. And then he's accosted by necrotic tentacles.
Accosted by
Yeah.
necrotic tentacles.
And
And that's not even the worst one.
Yes.
10 HP. And I'm going to end my turn.
Would you believe we've only been in combat for 24 seconds? Serious? Yeah. All right, Io.
You got rigged.
Yeah, in and out. Let's go.
It hasn't stopped.
Not In and Out Burger. It's In and Out.
You got time to see
I've
Enough
never
burglar?
dominated a daemon before.
Damon
Bonus
domination.
action.
Daemon.
I'm gonna attack.
We're a family-friendly channel.
Family friendly domination.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, that's what I heard, so that's what matters.
That's not what I said.
That's what he heard.
Okay, the tentacle does 12 damage.
More like 12
Yeah,
million.
it's 12 mental damage.
Wait, which tentacle? Oh, this?
No,
The
the
passive? Oh, 12 cold?
Yeah, 12
Okay.
mental damage.
Honestly.
Okay.
and then I was gonna attack it.
Eldritch tentacle.
Blast me.
Sandblasted.
Okay, 21,
Sandblasting.
17, and 14.
The first two hit.
Oh, guys, you made him eat.
How is it like the third reference that we've had to fucking...
Finding Nemo.
Yes! In the same string.
Blame it on In and Out.
21.
Wait a minute, on the in and out. Alright.
21.
21 damage? Okay. Is that 21 bludgeoning? Magical. Oh no,
This
that's
is
force.
Eldritch Gale.
Yeah, force damage.
Eldritch Force.
Okay. Is that for your turn?
That was bonus.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna move.
All three of them came closer to me.
On the
I'm so
Candlelight
happy.
Damon's turn, it casts.
Oh, wait,
Oh yeah, don't forget these are like essentially on her.
I did forget that. Thank you.
Things.
You're right.
When you start your turn, you take 3 to 6 damage.
Oh,
Yes.
it's broke. This thing. Was I was seeing it weird because of the way that I thought that this white part had popped up.
I hope not.
Maybe I was just
But it
seeing
might happen.
things.
That's me, whatever. They're cheap. Wait.
14.
14 bludgeoning damage.
14 bludgeoning, piercing. 14.
Okay. Alright. It casts Dispel Magic. And your tentacle field disappears.
Hmm.
And then it nether steps and disappears right in front of your very eyes.
What level is the tentacle? I'm curious.
Oh, what the thing?
Really?
Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure that's not an issue. It's fourth level?
Yeah, but I don't get it until I reach 2 points of fusion.
Wait, you said you don't get the spell till what? Oh, 10th character level?
Warlock level. Yeah.
Got you, okay. But it's still a 4th level
yeah,
spell
still a 4th level.
for the field of tentacle fire. Okay.
This is why I asked.
Do I get... All right, and the field disappears. The field disappears, and the daemon disappears as well.
Can I take this?
Oh.
Just undo your shield.
Thank you. Coming back on.
I just pointed at the bird. I'm like,
Oh yeah, the bird. Your bird's poisoned.
poisoned but not dead.
Roll D10.
D10.
Poison would just be. You don't have to take damage unless it's
Yeah.
like an inherent poison.
He just has disadvantage on looking
Contacts.
cool.
It's throwing up in your beard.
My beard is burned, stink clouded. That's fine.
And that's without considering your normal bad.
Don't mending.
Hygiene.
I use mending on my beard.
We're in combat initiative. Is that your turn?
It's not even my turn yet.
Elazira. It is your turn.
Somebody set a timer.
No.
We're done baking this.
Oh, it's the dehumidifier.
What?
Not the dehumidifier. The
Oh, the
Dehydrator.
dehydrator.
That's right.
I was like, dehumidifier.
I'm cooking plastic.
Oh, I was like, what?
PLA absorbs moisture from the air, so every now and then, so it doesn't get a lot of moisture inside of it when you're actually using it. It'll bubble up when you're rinsing, so you have to dehydrate it.
Oh,
Yep.
makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, Elazira, what are we doing?
Obviously crying in her sleep.
I'm
That's an option.
I'm just gonna wait for it to reappear. I'm gonna take a step back. Basically. Forward. And then I'm going to take the dodge action, move back 5 feet, and that's it.
Okay. I believe that's Io next. No, sorry, Ever.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I am going to hold Toll of the Dead for first. If I see one of those two creatures that we've seen, the like fire rune guy or the candlelight daemon.
Okay.
And
Were they not the same? I thought they were the same thing.
were they the same?
The daemon does have runes on its body.
Oh, I wasn't sure if it was the same thing. It
It's
was
the
like
same
Slender Man arms.
See, they were, and now it's two different creatures. Bum, bum,
The
bum.
description in my brain was so different.
Yes, there
The
is.
imagery that I had in my head was completely different.
The hidden structure underneath the rolling kind of shadows and morphing form of the daemon itself,
Yeah.
there are runes on its skeleton underneath.
4 HP. That's my turn.
You forgot to roll a disadvantage for your con save because of your migraine earlier.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You did!
Listen.
Alright, I'll remember that.
Says the guy who's
I'll
just like, hey, here's a migraine for the cleric that has good utility. Yeah.
You rolled for it!
Yeah, random ass migraine, sure.
Io, your turn.
I'm going to bonus action the tentacles.
Right next to my spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
What,
They're
this one?
guys. They're
Yes.
becoming
That's
friends.
the other,
the
that's
ceiling?
the other one. I can move it up to 30
Cactus.
feet.
Tentacle and the cat. Archer
The
and
untold love
Tetty are
story.
You can move
becoming
vertically?
friends.
The untold love
Uh,
story.
the
You know, tell
description
love
says it
story
can-
of cactus and
point you can
tentacle.
see. So, and up
That
to 30
sounds
feet.
like a really
So I was
weird
thinking since it's 20
story.
feet up, it can be easy.
That's like B-movie anime.
Okay.
There.
We'll say that it's
Yeah.
like lurching itself, almost like alien. Like kind of a,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Just wrap around the
Okay.
cactus. Just like stand on top of the cactus's flower. It's
Okay.
a, it's a
Up on the
cactus
ceiling.
with a
And then-
tentacle.
It's growing
Yeah.
out of the flower now.
Can I ready Eldritch Blast?
Now it looks really appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll ready Eldritch Blast if I see the creature again, but I'll keep an eye towards
The sky.
the pillar. Your hammer is still going,
Mm-hmm.
and so the
Gonna
shadows
cast
are
a
going
shadow.
this way.
Yeah.
Still hammering. Yeah, I told you that it wasn't long enough.
Alright, I'll keep an eye. I'll actually move here so that I can see this way.
Okay.
That's okay.
You all hear a shriek ring out from above, and the only place that you hear it is from the slight gap around the pillar coming down and kind of reverberating down the stairway next to you. Oh, Zero.
I'll maintain.
Ever.
Shit, I don't have a lot of movement.
I walk 10 feet.
Basically. Shoot, I want to start making my way towards the staircase to go up. I'll dash for 50.
25.
Yeah, and just face up the staircase looking up.
Okay.
Let's see, and
Around the wall.
Yeah, I took it into consideration. If he came this way and like stepped here, he would have been able to. Because it goes up this way.
yep. And I'll move my spiritual
okay.
weapon to the other side of the pillar, still up in the air, just from this side to
The
the other
pillar is
side.
blocking that mid.
It's only got 20
between
feet of
the two
movement.
staircases, so I'm like,
Awesome.
I see it starting
Mass.
to
Yeah.
Oh my hat.
Got it?
And
Like walking through walls.
5 HP,
5 heals to in and out.
and that's my turn.
Last name Berber.
Exactly. IO.
Okay. I'll move 30 feet closer to the stairs, but I'll keep an eye still this way.
Okay.
And then I'll move bonus action the tentacle closer to me, but still on the ceiling.
How far?
Right there.
15? Okay. Okay. I think.
How many tentacles?
Okay. As many as there were before.
Challenge accepted.
You hear a shriek a second time. And this time, as the shriek rings out into the space,
Jeez. No, literally said, see you later. Thanks,
We're
guys.
literally right next to you. Literally just healed you. Of course.
7 of the corpses start to stir and sit up.
What about the ones that I destroyed with gust of wind?
You destroyed 7. There were 17 in
Oh, there were 17?
Yeah.
Holy
17.
shit.
there.
17. 7 of the corpses sit up underneath their sheets and get to their feet. The glass that has exploded off the wall has penetrated into their bodies, and gleams start to come out, rippling from those shards as they stand up in varying kind of stages of decomposition and decay. Some of them still a little juicy, still a little drippy. Others mostly husks, kind of leathery, a little dusty. As they start to stand up, where you all have encountered zombies before, but these distinctly have blades of razor sharp glass in different spines and different kind of patterns just sticking out of them everywhere. And they all stand up and start to charge over towards you all at the staircase. Let me add in our shatter corpses. I mean, what? Shatter corpse. 2, 7, Ripley. And roll initiatives. I guess they're all after you. So be it. They rolled really low. They literally are all after you all. Didn't you all roll shit for initiative? Whatever. It doesn't matter.
We rolled decent.
We rolled decent.
Ella
this time.
zero.
Last time we rolled.
I
It's your
rolled
turn.
bad, but I
Okay,
made my
well, I'll go
character
for the one right in front of me.
intentionally
Okay.
to roll bad.
And I'm going to do my multiple dice.
Okay. Do me a favor. Roll one at a time.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
13.
Hits.
10.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Six, so 10.
10 damage? Okay. So you strike number 4. We'll call this 6 and this 7. You strike number 4 for 10 damage. Upon striking it, some of the glass shatters out at you, and you take 3 piercing damage. Alright. So your turn. Got 2 more attacks.
I'm gonna go ahead and do it again. Because
Okay.
he's still standing there or something.
I was
20.
traumatized by the last
20 hits.
2 less. So 8.
8.
Yeah.
Alright, takes 8 damage. Just 8?
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Plus
Rolling
4,
like
plus 2.
shit today. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. And you take 3 piercing damage. Okay.
17 plus 10, so 27.
Hits.
Put that dice away. Okay. So 10.
10 damage?
Yep.
Okay. 10 damage. So it's still standing, but his legs are a little wobbly. A little wobbly. I almost said it.
A
little wobbly.
A little wobbly.
You take another 3 piercing damage. Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Ebrick.
Yeah, I'm a cleric, so
Okay.
Your time to shine.
30-foot radius. I want to try to get as many in it as possible.
Oh, you get to pick location?
I need to move there,
Okay.
so
If
Can
you
I-
stand
can I
here,
see if
you'll
there-
hit everybody.
okay, yeah, move me there.
Because 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you'll hit everybody.
Yep, okay, I'll move there.
Okay.
Channel Divinity, turn undead.
Okay. Read me the description.
Okay, so turn undead. As an action, you present your holy symbol and speak a prayer to the undead. Each undead that can see or hear you within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails the saving throw, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. A turned creature must spend its turn trying to move far away from you as you can, or as it can. It can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. And it also can't take reactions. For its action, it can use only the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, the creature can use the dodge action. But my turn undead, because I'm a higher level cleric, is also destroy undead. So if I'm 11th level, so if they are challenge rating 2 or lower, if they fail, they are destroyed.
Okay.
I don't like it.
So, what you should know first is that Shatter Corpses have turn resistance. So they have advantage on saves against turn undead effects.
That's fine.
So, what is your DC?
17.
17? And it is a wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yes.
So roll.
Still gonna do it. I gotta try.
Okay, so they get +0. So,
Even if
roll
I only get
1 through 7.
Even if I only get 2 of them,
1
that's
is a natural
still,
20.
That's still fine.
2 is a nat 1. 3 is a 9. 4 is an 11.
It's see or hear you, so he can hear me.
Yeah, I'm not. That's number 6.
Oh, I forgot.
That's
You
number
have.
6.
I forgot they have the
Yeah.
numbers on them. I thought you were just going in order.
5 is a natural 1. 6 is a natural 1. That's the 3 nat 1s.
Yeah.
In a row, pretty much.
2 were. Wait, was it 3? No, it was a break between them, right? A 1 and
There was
then
a break
different
between
roll.
them.
Okay,
Still,
one roll
Jesus.
between.
And then 8 for. Okay, so there's one Shatter Corpse standing in a room. You're terrified. You're certain. There goes. Okay, well, so flavor context. Ember farts and they can't take it. So,
No, so I just walk in the middle and I go Tweety, and I raise my thing, and the bird's wings open, and it just radiates light,
okay.
and it's just like a wave of radiant light from the bird.
So listen, they haven't had a turn yet, okay? Well, in that case, anything else in your turn?
How much movement do I have left, if any?
15, 20, 25.
Okay, none. All right. I'm going to give myself some.
I guess you diagonal potentially. You're gonna do what?
Giving myself some healing with my bonus
Okay.
action.
The Shatter Corpse that is remaining just come to life with his horde of friends that have just
Steve!
disappeared.
Rod!
Is
no!
going to.
They were so young. Seconds old.
Seconds old.
You're gonna heal 3. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. So, he is going to line himself up behind all 3 of you, and in a 15-foot cone, he is going to arch his back, and the glass is going to recede into his skin, come to a cluster of shards in his chest, and explode outward in a volley of glass.
Alright.
I need dexterity saving throws from each of you.
I dodge
You're gonna try, yeah.
with a 16. So probably not.
16. Now one?
No,
What'd you roll?
basically though. 10.
10.
So how
In
does
total.
Because there's I have 3 images.
It's a
Dexterity
percentile
saving
die.
throw. Is it for
It-
non-targeted?
So I believe read the spell
It's not
verbatim.
targeted.
I think it might have to be like actually targeted,
I think it has to be targeted.
but I could be wrong. The spell.
Oh, Merriman, sorry.
Yeah. I think since it's aerial effect, I think we still have to dodge.
Okay, I just don't.
Good point, though. I forgot about all that. I totally forgot that we're still in play.
Well, it doesn't. I guess it says each
3
time.
illusion difference for yourself appear in space in the midst of the particular being. You can use your action to dismiss them. Each time a creature targets you with an attack during spell duration. Okay, target. So it targets only.
Okay.
Destroyed. It makes sense. So in this case, it would have to be targeted.
Okay.
So 10,
16.
16,
19.
19. You two will take half damage. You will take full damage. And that is going to be 12d10. I'm just kidding. It's 3d6.
I mean, I would have believed it after that
The way-
It was
100
threes.
plus damage.
Okay, so 9 damage. So you two will take 4 damage, and you will take 9.
I literally just healed that, damn it! Back to.
That's its action. The rest are dead. Io, your turn. Well played, sir. Can't believe I rolled 3 natural ones. I'm gonna save for. Oh wait,
No.
I forgot to roll that advantage.
No.
I 100%
After you had
forgot to
already
roll them
said
at
it.
advantage.
After you had already said it.
Whatever. That's all right. Too late. Bruh.
It was like seconds
I'm just
after you
curious.
said it, too.
1 wouldn't have saved. 2 wouldn't have saved. 3 wouldn't have saved. Would have saved. Wouldn't have saved. Wouldn't have saved. So there'd be one more alive.
I mean, if you
26.
want.
That's good.
I'll take the. We'll
It's
take
good.
the extra person.
It walks over and starts hugging the tentacle. Unusually.
That's 9 damage.
9. It's number 1. Of course, 1 is the one to survive. Okay.
He's number 1 for a reason.
I guess I'll just Eldritch Blast so that it's so soon.
It is. Can your tentacle take damage? I can't. Okay. Spectral. Well then.
21. 21. 22.
Yeah, those will hit. They do indeed. The challenge rating 1 shatter corpses with 10 AC. Nice. 1, 2, and 5.
Wait, 6, 7, 8.
8 plus 12, right?
It's okay, this fight will probably be another 5 rounds because he's gonna survive
Because Eldritch
on 1
Blast.
HP.
Oh, it's a 6. Yep, you're at 21. Okay. 21 damage. It is still standing, actually.
I'm gonna push back.
Oh shit, okay. Alright. Elazira.
Okay. I'm gonna move diagonally 5
Okay.
feet, and then I'm gonna move it
Okay.
as many times as it takes.
In the face! Shoot it in the face!
That's a 2. That's 10.
12 hits.
Oh, sick.
You would actually have to
14.
roll a 1 to miss for you.
Okay, perfect.
So roll the first one for damage?
Oh yeah, we're doing it one by one.
Yeah, might as well.
1. 1.
Plus 2 plus
So
4.
7.
7?
7.
Yeah. Okay, still alive, so you take 3 damage.
Yeah. So they all hit. So 8.
Dead.
Plus.
So you take 6 damage, and it dies on the second hit, not the third.
Okay.
Alright. And with that, are we though?
I hope not.
You hear a screech upstairs another time as the last corpse falls. And you watch as 7 more sheets. No, I'm just kidding. You hear the screech upstairs, but the corpses do not move.
Okay.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna look at you and be like, blow that door!
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way as far back as I can to the staircases. I already went 5. So
We'll just say you make it.
okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, same. I'll start going.
Okay, so you all go up the stairs.
I'm gonna keep my eye on the shadow thing.
So there is a door at the top of the stairs.
And just for brevity, I am bringing my spiritual weapon with me until it disappears on its own.
It lasts for a minute.
Yeah.
Mine too.
You summoned it on the second round of combat.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that was 8 rounds of combat, so you have like 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Good, great, 5th. Fifth level spell, guys.
or a little bit more. So yeah. So we'll say that y'all go up there and then are doing something with the door. So like 5 more seconds. Till this
All right, it's gone. And for the last 2 rounds of combat for my aura, you get 6.
True.
You get 9,
Nice.
and I'm gonna drink my greater potion.
Okay.
What's the greater? Is it 4?
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
believe it
drink
is.
mine too.
44 plus
Nice. So
Oh, wait.
4.
plus 6. Plus...
When I did
Isn't
my
it
greater,
plus
I
4?
did 4.
44 plus what?
Wasn't it 2d4 plus 4 for the regular?
Yeah, and I thought it was 4d4 plus 4 for the greater.
Plus 4, is it?
That's what I.
Greater healing. Not heater healing. Greater.
14.
It is 44 plus 4.
Alright. 18.
Okay, 18
I'm
healing.
gonna do the same.
Okay, taking yours. Okay.
My aura is
Nice.
go, 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 go.
Can I use the effective rod of the packing board right now?
What does it do again?
It lets me regain a spell slot.
Yes, absolutely. I forgot it also does that.
17 HP.
You and your 3% on a roll. You go back 17. Alright, so 17 and 18.
Yeah.
Solid.
Just imagine if we took a short rest right now.
On the stairs with corpses.
I'd throw up a tiny hut. And then we just-
Yeah,
No.
actually.
It's not worth it.
Okay,
Not yet. In combat, spending 10 minutes putting up a tiny hut.
just a second, guys.
Jeez.
Just a second.
Get my bubble, guys!
I'm gonna assume the door's locked.
Yeah, we're zooming.
We're just gonna go. Okay.
We're zooming.
Are you
Breaching.
trying the door or are you just going straight through?
We all dash.
He's
out the
Eldritch
door.
blasting that thing
yeah,
off the
I mean, It
hinges.
works all the other time. I'm just gonna.
Like, this guy's a dick. Fuck his house.
I died already. 29. Sorry, 20 and.
So, there was actually a mirror of reflection embedded inside of the door.
Hey, that's my item. That means Carter's been here.
He's the wizard.
Carter's the wizard.
Okay, let's see here. What were they?
29.
Yep.
13.
Yep.
And,
Oh, no, actually. And then
okay, and 22.
22. What was the damage for 2 of them?
It's
20 damage? So you break down the top half of the door as it cracks off the hinges and dangles on the other side. And you can kind of see into the space beyond, but it has not completely blasted up the door. You let your party down. Sure. Not enough tentacles.
Or too
Just gotta
many.
finesse
She was
it.
overwhelmed for the first time in her
Gotta
life.
finesse that lock, it'll open.
What now?
But can I see in through the break?
Are you trying to?
Well, I'm assuming I'm just gonna go out to the door. Okay with
Peer inside up over the top.
Sup, bitches?
that.
So you look
You
at
just see her face and then a tentacle. It's just her face and a tentacle.
Oh, if I still had it. I
Where's
would've
it going?
sent it in.
Huh? The Shining.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Here's Johnny. The Shining.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so we have Io, O0, and then Taint Lord 2000. Okay.
Yeah, I'm no longer concentrating.
What did you say?
Okay, what are you talking about? All right.
Hey, don't judge my preferences.
Is that a preference?
Yeah?
I mean, it's always like face view for me, so I mean, I just get used to it, you know?
Okay, so you look past the broken door, and you can see much from this side. All you can really see is just inside of the room. There is a slight cast of dim light, kind of cascading off the side of the wall, But aside from that, all the light is moving behind you from the glowing warhammer of Elizabeth.
Break that bitch open!
Okay. I'm gonna try to. Can I try to break the rest of the?
Yes, you can.
It turns out this one was actually unlocked.
Alright.
You'll never know.
Did we try the door
Well,
actually?
Sure didn't.
I mean, listen,
I think they probably all hit. The lowest one was 19.
Roll damage.
I rolled really well.
Give me a perception check. Okay. Roll damage on the door.
Again?
Oh wait, I thought you just rolled attacks. Did you roll damage too?
Yeah.
What
Yeah, I
was
said
it?
it was really low.
That's okay. How much?
you said 17.
17.
Is that a 1 or 1 and 1?
Yeah, 117.
Oh, it's 7. I thought you rolled 3 ones. That's great. So you blow the remnants of the door, off of the hinges as they scatter into the room. But your focus is so intense on the door itself that you don't notice, just off to the side, the lurking daemon staring straight at you. And as the pieces of the door go inside, a fireball, 2 fireballs, or not fireballs, 2 molten casts of fire.
That'd be
Come
such a
curling
fucking
at you.
troll in this one shot.
To have fireball cast in there.
It was just cast fireball.
Okay, so it's
Cover
gonna be
the whole
25 and 22.
I still have mirror image up.
Yes, you
So,
do.
That one, the first one hits.
Okay.
And the second one does not. It hits one of the other images.
Okay. All right. So for the first one, 3d8. That's me. You will take 19 fire damage, and one of your mirror images will disappear as the fire
Well, she
cascades.
has.
Just kidding.
I thought it was only 2.
I thought it was 2.
But then I remembered
That's strong.
warlock spells are always cast at the level that they're at.
Oh.
Just remembered that.
Right. Good thing.
What did you say? 14?
Smile.
19.
That means there was 4 of her. My mind is blown.
That said, as soon as that comes in, everybody roll initiative. Wait, I've already rolled. 20?
19. So mine would be 19. But she goes before me.
You rolled a 20.
I have a
already,
-1.
Oh.
Because I want my character to go last, but of course I rolled the 20.
Okay, so you rolled a what now?
I rolled a 19. She's gonna go before me. Higher dex.
Okay. And what did you roll?
13.
13.
I guess it's not that. Shit. I forgot. Too
What?
late now. My blessing.
Oh, because I used it.
To give advantage on initiative.
Ah, true. Okay. So, the last thing that you see in the surprise is the daemon.
Is holding a cake.
Is it what?
Is holding a cake.
The cake is a lie. Proven by the fact that it poofs out of thin air from standing just off the side and disappears to an unknown location
Bitch!
at that point in time. Now, Aya, the door open, being able to see just inside of the space. Why does it sound like toy soldiers? Tell me that doesn't. Have y'all seen toy soldiers in the movie?
It's 47 years ago.
47
years ago.
Sorry, you look it.
Dang.
I mean, what?
Both
What?
of us.
That's fine.
Okay, I'll change it. All right. There is inside of this space, as the room opens up in front of you, the pillar, of course, comes up into this room. Except the column of darkness almost seems to cascade up into the room and stop partway through. Now,
We've reached the tip.
Like a fountain
Fountain of Darkness. Yes.
It's just the tip.
It's the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Jump in, see what happens. Inside of this space, you see a black candle covered in foul runes, burning atop a pedestal next to the Column of Darkness. And there's a mirror mounted on the opposite side of the room on a wall.
Does this mirror also have runes?
Nope. You can't see anyway.
Are there?
It's Bloody Mary.
Oh, wait, where?
Two more times.
Discovered the
Initiative
trap.
already?
2 more times. Who is it?
Oh,
We're already
Beetlejuice.
in initiative.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Sure.
So who's turn?
Oh, that's a good question. Your turn!
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I thought you knew. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I mean, we don't see an enemy in the room.
You do not.
Okay. So I'm gonna move into the room.
Okay.
I'll move like. Do I see candles in the windows there as well?
Nope. You do not see stained glass windows or candles behind the stained glass windows. But these are more arrow slits than windows. They're very narrow.
So now that I'm able to see the mirror on the other side of the room, is there anything that I don't know stands out about it? Looks
Is it big?
magical.
It is a
or-
pretty large mirror. It's a fairly large mirror that covers a good portion of the wall. It is about
start
the
at
size
the
of
ground?
you. It's about as tall as you and a little bit wider.
Does it start at the ground?
It does.
So it's like as large as like a doorway.
It's like a 7-foot tall mirror and probably a good 3 feet, 2.5 to 3 feet wide.
So like the size of a doorway.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's basically like, yeah, good point. Good one.
Okay.
This room is lit now.
Yeah,
I like
this
candle.
room is lit.
Mirror. Beetlejuice.
And then I'm just gonna.
Okay. Ever.
And I'm gonna walk into the room too. How far can I get?
With your little gnome legs. 5, 10.
Dwarf
15,
legs.
20.
Can I see the mirror from there? Kind of. Corner of it. Do I see where? Okay. I have 5 more feet. Can I move to where I can see better in it?
You're funny.
What?
Can I move? You said I only move 20 feet. If I move 5 more, can I see it better?
Kind of.
A little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Can I see reflections in the mirror?
I mean, yeah, you see like this part of the room, literally like, so your angle is what you see, right? So, where's my ruler? I don't know. You see pretty much this right over here. So you see the opposite window, looking back over towards the other half of the pillar, back across the candle, and back over towards kind of like that part of the wall that partitions where the staircase comes up. A little column that supports that entrance into the room.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame
Okay.
at the mirror.
At the mirror,
At the mirror.
dexterity saving throw. No. Okay. So,
Radiant
flames.
damage.
Flames appear on the surface of the mirror and kind of scatter out, looking for like flammable surfaces or anything of that nature. And for a second, they kind of like implode onto it and go cast out to the side. And they kind of just roll off and dissipate into the space. But the mirror almost seems to flex. It seems to roll a little bit, as though maybe the heat of the sacred flame, maybe the pressure of it next to it, maybe the radiant nature of it, something caused it to almost shift and seem to adjust. It's hard to tell quite how from where you're at.
Weird. It's really weird.
You're weird. IO's weird.
All right.
True.
Bonus action. Grab this. Last 5th level spell. Spiritual weapon right next to the mirror.
How far can you cast spiritual weapon
6
to?
feet.
60 feet?
60 feet.
Okay, got it. All right, you cast a spiritual weapon at what level?
5th.
5th level.
Yep.
Next to the mirror?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm gonna swing the spiritual weapon at it.
At the mirror?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
13.
13.
4 plus 9.
It gets plus 9.
Yep, spell attack.
It gets plus your full spell attack plus
Yeah,
9.
my spell attack bonus.
I know. Okay, roll damage.
And that's 3d8. 4, 9, 12, plus 5, 17.
What was your hit? Wait, 4 plus 9, 13?
13.
13. Okay, so the is it cactus still?
Yes.
Okay, your cactus revs up its engines and starts spinning really fast as little needles go shooting out towards the mirror. A bunch of them start to like ping off the surface, but a couple of them start to like penetrate, create these little pinholes as it starts to crack and little pieces start to fall off at weird angles. The brace behind it that is hanging the mirror up against the wall kind of rolls around as it starts to shake, and the bottom corner of the mirror shears off as part of the plate of the mirror behind it, falls to the ground and shatters. And there's maybe 70% of the mirror, maybe just slightly less than 70% of the mirror still standing on what was holding it.
I don't trust mirrors. That's my turn.
You don't have to
It's true though.
it was there.
It's true though.
That's your turn?
That's my turn.
So the mirror continues swinging on the supporting platform, and the image almost seems to continue rolling. And the sound of the flexing of the wires and the brace behind it, first metallic, almost seems to shift and waver, and then it takes on a different type of tone until it almost sounds like a voice echoing inside of the room, which turns into more of, rather than a speaking tone, more of like a screech, and then a yelling, and then like a defending roar as you hear the voice of a clearly male individual start shouting and screaming into the room, and the appearance of the mirror fades for a second and goes to gray, and a flame flickers on the other end. And then all of a sudden, the flame explodes up against the mirror, and it goes to white as an individual climbs over, having to step through the broken portion of the mirror to get into the space as
Knew it. Pissed somebody off.
a Leviathan, Henry, the
Henry.
wizard, steps into the room.
Damn you, Henry!
And he is wearing
A tuxedo.
what may once have been fancy wizard garb of a nice appearance and a decent hat and a good cuts, good cloth, but he is gaunt and ashen and unhealthy looking. His skin is pulled back. He hasn't been eating. He has almost bits of flesh that seem to like kind of dangle off his face in pieces.
You look like
Um,
shit, man.
His robes are unkempt and unclean and smelly, and he has bits and baubles like strung inside. And you can tell that parts of the things that are woven to him are body parts that he is carrying with him that were probably part of his experiments at different points in time.
All of these guys? Question
So
mark.
he's got knuckles, and he has ears, and he has what looks like it might be like the back portion of a jaw. And he has a completely, like a full set nose cleaved off the front of the face, borne to the side of his vestments. And he steps inside bearing his staff, shouting into the space, and locks eyes with
Leatherface did it better.
Hans Elazira.
Not the guy that broke the mirror. Yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't see you do it.
Yeah.
Didn't see you.
There's a height requirement to look at me.
A height requirement to look at you?
Yeah. Must be at least over 6 feet.
Elazira. Let's see real quick. I'm gonna need a charisma saving throw. 12. You are banished to another plane.
Okay. Well, that escalated quickly.
Your body wavers and disappears out of space, right next to the cleric, who is familiar with this particular spell. As you move
so fucking confused
out of
right
that
now.
area.
I don't do magic, so I'm just like.
Enjoy the vacation. It's
So for
gonna
the
be
next-
really nice there.
For the next 60 seconds, you are Gonzo. You are not currently here.
Dang.
But it's okay. You're probably like on a beach. No,
Yeah.
because it sends you to a non-hostile plane.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Henry knocks his the top of his robe, his cap, off his head. The maybe once fashionable hat falling off to the side and revealing unkempt, musky hair underneath. And then he steps pointedly into the room, finger extended and arched out, directed towards the cleric that he can see, screeching and yelling, giving commands in a language that you're not familiar with. What language do y'all speak?
Dwarven. And common.
Yeah, you don't know what language
Yeah.
he's speaking. But you get the feeling he
Shut
is
up.
sicking something on you.
No,
And he
you.
steps behind
He
the
said
pillar of
you.
darkness out of line
Yeah.
of sight. Your turn, Anna.
Wait, do I have my hammer and everything with
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
me? Okay, so the light's like
It
on
is
in the
gone.
room.
It is once again quite dark. Quite dark.
Okay.
We all got dark vision.
Okay. I'm going to let go of. Here. And cast Wall of Light. Yeah, these 8 squares.
Okay, I haven't seen this before. So
I
what
haven't
happens
either.
inside that space?
Well, let me read to you.
Wow!
Let me
You
tell
see.
you. Let me show you the way.
All living creatures inside of space, they die, implode, gone.
So, it says a shimmering wall of bright light appears at a point you choose within range, which is 120 feet. The wall appears in any orientation you choose, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. It can be free floating or it can rest on a solid surface. The wall can be up to 60 feet long, 10 feet high, and 5 feet thick. The wall blocks line of
Just
sight.
the way we like. What?
The wall blocks line of sight, but creatures and objects can pass through it. It emits bright light at 120 feet. When the wall appears, each creature.
120 feet? Holy shit.
It says, when the wall appears, each creature in its area must make a con saving throw. And then on a fail save, you take 48 radiant damage and blinded for 1 minute.
48?
48.
48.
I'm guessing this is your Fizbin spell.
It's not. No.
Oh, it's not?
You
Oh,
haven't used it yet, have you?
snap.
And then if you save, you take half damage and not blinded.
But you are very disgruntled.
Okay. So on saving throw, what's your DC?
Mine's 19.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Well then.
Henry's fucked.
Well, hopefully.
We don't know yet.
Okay.
He's not the only thing in the room.
So,
That is true.
And we're one down.
real quick, I'm gonna get an intelligence check from the guy here. Okay. What level is that spell?
What level?
Yeah.
5th.
5th level spell? He says it's called Wall of Light.
Wall of Light.
Alright. He's gonna counterspell it.
That won't be.
Well, it's 5th level. He still has to roll for it.
Negative, not if y'all cast it.
Oh, yeah.
He's familiar with the
cast
spell. I was rolling to see if he would if he knew what it was.
it. Fine then.
Okay.
He got a dirty 20, so he knew what
I'll use my bonus action to summon Tentacle of the Deep. I always have
And
to
I'm
say it like
watching
that.
just like you know.
But it did cost him a relatively high level spell slot. That go the deep? Okay.
Tentacruel of the deep.
Okay, so the hand drops.
Patty, I choose you.
So we are down
I'll just
one of those. We are down. This is going to be. Okay. Anything else for your turn?
No, that's not it.
All right. Your turn. Not.
Ah,
All right, Ebrick.
Everett's turn. Alright. I am.
On the
going
bright
to-
side, it's been a full 6 seconds, so only 9 rounds to go.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Or unless his
I'm just like you for
concentration's
10
broke.
rounds.
Hmm.
Actually, have
Okay. I am going to.
Wait, what?
He said, I actually have moves. He said, "That's good."
I'm going to recast Daylight onto my weapon.
Okay. Okay, so bright light fills the space once again.
And I'm going to take my movement to move horizontally as far as I can.
5, okay.
Yep. I can see him.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, I'm going to move my spiritual weapon up to him.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah, either way. And I'm going to attack with my spiritual weapon.
Okay, roll attack.
It's 15 plus 9, 24.
That'll hit.
15 damage.
Okay.
15 radiant. No, it's force damage. Spiritual weapon. Yeah, force damage.
What? I didn't even know that was a thing. Interesting.
We got more than one light source, bitch.
Okay. Your spell, as it, how much damage did you say?
15.
15.
Force damage.
So as it spins up and the needles go scattering off towards him, they seem to like crash up against his mage armor in space, and some of them scatter, but some pierce through, and only some of them get through and do damage to him. And you get the feeling that your spell was not effective against him.
Cool.
Not
He's
as effective.
somehow a creature resistant to force damage. Got it. Somehow. He must have really fancy clothes.
All those extra buttons.
I know. Leatherface did it better though.
I was actually thinking the creature from
Oh.
the killer.
Yeah. That's my turn.
I did not even know. It's cool. I'll tell you later. Okay.
Sounds ominous.
Very, very
Yeah.
I mean, we're already missing one person, so.
Sure are.
But he
Later's
did
gonna
take
come
some
through.
damage, right?
He did take some.
So does he have to roll concentration for banishment?
Yes, it does. You are absolutely the call. Plus.
I tried.
You did. You sure did.
Just know if we die, it's your fault.
It's my
True.
You're supposed to protect it.
Yeah, you're sitting on the
It
beach,
doesn't fit.
having a margarita.
failed.
not by choice.
So you know what? I'm good with this.
Yeah.
Fuck y'all.
That's my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Henry. As he speaks in a voice into the space, it's just, they should have left well enough alone. You. Actually, you know what? No, you're close.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, go for me. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Don't mess with my friend. Bitch.
Interesting. What? That is interesting. Okay. I had misinterpreted what one of these was. That is pretty cool. Okay. So. Lee. Everett.
I'm immune.
Yeah,
I have a spell for that.
right.
Not anymore.
Henry turns toward you and starts to walk towards you. At a regular pace, just strolling, hand down, stern face, head going down as he walks. And he raises his arm out to the side for the second, but as he does so, you almost see like a trailing, slow cascade image of his arm in multiple places at the same time.
I thought he was about to bitch
You
slap
look
me.
around at his feet, over to Io around you, because I feel like your perceptions are off for a moment. Then you realize, no, something is actually happening. And in that same moment, you see his body slow down in movement until everything seems to stop. As he casts Time Stop. And you all are frozen in time.
There's no save.
Negative. That is a that's a 9th level spell.
He has 9th level spells. Cool.
Yep. He sure does. Okay. That being said, so no time passes for other creatures while you take the determined number of turns in a row, during which you can use actions and moves as normal. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Time slows down for you two and seems to stop. And she won't notice anything because she's gonna be on a different plane.
He's on the beach.
Yes, indeed. Now, in
Super
that
jelly.
time frame, a few different things are gonna happen that y'all
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much both
are
dead.
currently tracking. Maybe.
There's no maybe.
Let's see.
Like, unless you miss a frozen person.
Ultimate.
I pressed B instead of X. No. The combo.
I got it. Okay. Gonna do this for 2.
Yeah, does time stop for our spiritual stuff? For our spectral summons?
Well, I can't do anything inside my turn.
That's true. Fine, there.
Okay. All right.
It's just they're waiting. Just swaying in the wind.
They're waving at each other. Archer is
Guess we
like,
go home.
just like bouncing back and forth, and your tentacle is just like.
Got it. Okay. The next thing you know, Lee, you see Henry standing off to the side of you. Instant, like something has completely changed as time comes back to and things resume as normal.
I check to see if my beard's still there.
The first thing you notice is that your beard is gone. One, the lighting in the room has changed. The candle that was the base of the pillar has moved and is no longer at the base of the shadow. The second thing that you notice is that there is a rock-like appearance over the flesh covering Henry. That he has somehow magically protected himself or adjusted himself. In fact, you probably give me an Arcana check. And you as well, actually, for sure, because you can
Arcana
see.
check?
Yep.
12. No book.
12 and 2? 12? Okay, you're familiar with it. So he has stone skin.
I got a druid
cast on
friend.
himself. So he now has given himself resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. And then the next most important thing you notice is that his hand is raised again in like a little Jedi formation, pointing towards you. And there is electricity jumping between his fingers before a bolt launches off his hand and explodes in a straight line for 100 feet, crashing into the back of the room, passing through your body and your body. Dex saving throws for both of you.
Totally thought it was gonna be like magic missile.
And also that is going to be at 8th level.
17.
Dex?
Dex saving throw.
17.
17 and 16. A save is 17. So, what that means is you'll take half damage. Now let's figure out how many d6s. I'm probably gonna need to borrow some d6s here.
Yeah, no.
Well, I didn't roll mine then. All right. Okay, I got this.
Yo, mine are so much bigger than yours. Pause.
You take 49 points of lightning damage.
Do I? He's like, not true.
And you will take 24 points of lightning damage.
As I fall to the floor.
Oh, yeah? All right.
Sorry, I'm just saying.
No tentacle fun for you. Unfortunately, though, concentration is broken. Which means you come back.
Snap back to reality.
Welcome back to
So,
what we've been able
you,
to
all of a sudden, the image in front of your face, you are back in the room just in time to see a nice crisp lightning bolt sing and shoot straight through the body of the now grounded Aya. She is down. There is a rather nice looking hole, new cavity introduced into her chest.
Yeah.
Time for full size.
Yeah, just about. Just about. And the beard is glowing and embery for Everett in front of him. He is going to. Oh, freaking things over there. That's okay. He's going to. Let it come. He's gonna run over there. That's his turn, or his 3 turns rather. Io, your turn. Death saving throw. And I'll even let you roll it.
Just okay.
Oh, you can just re-roll it. Unless you want me to. Do it. See.
I'll just do it.
Okay.
It's an 8.
I like how I feel like, what?
Yeah,
What?
like it's really like shimmery.
Can you do it before?
I'll do it before or after. Damage.
Ooh. I would say it'd have to be before knowing the result. Yeah, so before knowing the result. But that's okay, because he can fail up to 3. On the 3rd one, he dies. Like, dies. So he's unconscious and he's dying. But, oh, also, who came back earlier? It was you, right?
Yeah.
I forgot. So
Yeah.
you had a
That's
point of
point of
exhaustion. I
exhaustion.
don't know if we took that into account or
We
not. But
did.
you'd have at least 2. Which is 2 is what? Half movement speed? Or is it 3?
2 is disadvantage on attack rolls, isn't it?
Well, I think that's 3.
Because-
I think 2 is. Oops. We'll figure it out. But
Speak out.
Speed up.
okay, gotcha. All right, Elzir.
Okay. If I take a dash, can I get? Can I?
I don't know. I don't know what
What
the
are you
question
trying to
is. Can you dash?
Because
Yes.
Well, I don't have action surge anymore, so would I still be able to?
That's
I
it.
can't.
Yeah,
right?
but you can
No?
dash to get up.
Also, there's a stone skin, so you can use your
It's not immune.
Non-magical.
Only non-magical.
Okay, I was like,
No.
well, then what am I doing here?
So
That-
realistically,
So that means that
what he
I
did
have no
wasn't
sense.
beneficial in this situation. He should have left her banished. But
Yeah.
me doing that would be like me cheesing his mentality. So I'm not gonna do that, right? I would think like, okay, what would Henry do in this case?
Yeah, so that just
What
means you
did?
can't attack with your warhammer, but your axe will be fine.
Okay.
Well, you can attack; it would just be half damage.
Oh, and the room is bright again.
Yeah. I have.
Fuck me.
I have the
Yep,
daylight.
you're right. You're right.
I have the daylight
Let me
now.
just throw that out there, see if that helps
Yeah.
me.
Well,
Oh, well, too late now. Never mind.
What?
I forgot to do something.
Oh, well, I'll take that.
Yeah.
don't even think about touching my bird. You leave Tweetsy out of it.
Tweetsy.
Tweetsy. Tweetsy's a raven.
think-
She loves chocolate.
She leaves too. You're probably in range to attack Ebrick.
I like how you had little terrain on
Yeah.
your.
He's a hill dwarf.
Well, I'm trying to think because I was looking for here at the same time. So,
This way.
yeah. I'm trying. Yeah, that shadow is still.
And then you just throw your hammer.
Yeah, right.
And then 2 in the axe.
Here's the game there. I'm gonna take the dodge.
Okay, dodge from there? Okay. What is your passive perception? Ever.
15.
We were all
I
15,
think we're all-
remember?
Yeah, we're all
Oh,
15.
everybody's 15?
Yeah. I don't have observant this time, okay?
Which is good, because that means none of you noticed the candlelight demon come back up the stairs.
And of course we did. Yes. And now he's gonna throw a 98 damage fireball.
Yeah.
It's hurl fire, okay. Alright. To be fair, this was literally designed for 4 to 5 12th level players. And I only really took one element out of it, kind of. Like 1.5 elements out of it.
Yeah,
So y'all
we
are
all
doing pretty
kind of
good.
came in here prepared to die, so I think we're
Well, to be fair, like also you had like you blew up 6 of my 7 shadow corpses without doing anything, and didn't get to fear anybody in the first encounter.
We're gonna be
and
in
there
poison
hasn't
this
been any
entire
dark
time.
the entire game.
We've been
and-
immune to poison.
Yeah, I took note from
Immune
your
to
first.
poison.
I took note
So I
from
lost
your,
about 80% of the things that were supposed to make this difficult. So
Yeah.
I think it's fair, okay?
Yeah, I took note from your other one shot where our dark vision didn't work, and I was like, yeah, I'm just bringing everything.
Got it. So next time I'll just bring a cleric killer.
I'm just saying, I could have brought an even more ridiculous spell.
Which is
Could you
what?
imagine
Daylight.
if I picked a
You did bring daylight.
No, I think. Let me make sure.
But meanwhile,
Daylight's on my hammer, so.
No, it's on mine. I took it off of yours because you weren't here.
at advantage.
Oh, well then.
The room's still lit up. It's on mine.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
Oh, well then on my turn I'm also gonna put my hammer away then. And I'm just gonna have my my battle axe. Two-handed. Like,
I would have thrown that. over.
Horror hammer?
No, I
You definitely said horror
no,
hammer.
I said Warhammer.
You
I said
100% said horror hammer.
Warhammer.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I got you.
I said
No,
I put my Warhammer
Dawn
away, and then
is
I
what
said
it's
Warhammer
called.
Dawn?
again on
It's called Dawn. Yeah.
What does it say?
A light of dawn shines down on a location you specify within range until the spell ends. A 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder of bright light glimmers there. This light is sunlight. When the cylinder appears, each creature in it must make a Constitution saving throw, taking 4d10 radiant damage on a failed save.
It specifies it's sunlight. I'm gonna have to look up. I might not have. I might have been wrong for counting daylight as sunlight still.
It might have been because of that one shot with that darkness being dispelled by daylight.
But that's okay. I'm not gonna take it back. I made a decision I made.
But yeah, this one does damage.
What's your start? Okay, so add advantage.
Oh, yeah, and if you're within 60 feet of the cylinder, you can move up to 60 feet as a bonus action on your turn.
Holy shit.
Either way. Could have taken that one, but decided.
So you get like solar roller skates.
Yeah. Solar roller skates and a 30-foot radius, just sunbeam, Artemis, whatever it's called,
Dope.
Archimedes ray.
Okay. The first fire gets hurled at the back of Eberic. And it's going to be 21 to hit. Due to advantage. 3d8 fire damage. Which is going to be 15. 15 fire damage. The next one is going to be at the back of Elazir. At advantage. That is going to be 24 to hit. And it's going to be... How much else do you have? 14, 17 fire damage. Still standing, okay, that's good. And the last one's actually going to be at Io.
Hey.
Hey! 2 and 25. And that's going to be...
Doesn't matter.
You're right, it doesn't matter. And
No, it doesn't matter. She's dead now.
wait,
Dead.
what did you roll for your first attack there?
8.
Oh shit.
Well, never mind that, man. What am I going to do with my turn this time?
Let me see your card real quick.
Uh-oh.
Did you already change my target earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gave him 2, so he...
I have a plan for that.
So, you can't do advantage for the death save after knowing the result, but you can use inspiration. I'll allow you to retroactively, since you didn't know that, give him a second attempt at his first death save. If you want to use it. He's like, no. Alright, so for your first death save.
Okay.
Get your best
Just
dice
once?
out,
Yep.
okay?
We got it.
Tentacles.
Tentacle.
What is it?
Oh, it's a. Oh. I was gonna say it's a 20, but it's a 2.
He said escalators, escalators,
I was like, no, I will not.
Heal.
No.
Okay, so the fires go scattering out evenly as he hurls 2 from his hands and 1 from his mouth, and a ball of fire lands on each of you, each hitting. Io's corpse, the molten fire, seeps on top of her and starts to eat away, and she's going to consume her corpse as she starts to smolder.
So
No!
I was moved on.
What?
Those thighs!
Wait now!
I'm off to visit my sister Ikara in the actual.
Oh!
I legitimately did not know you failed your first one. Did it change what I did? Probably not. But
Sisters in nature.
then 15, 20, 25, 30.
Huh.
It's gonna disappear
Okay.
into the column of smoke.
Boy, standing on top of that pillar.
Fine. Alright.
Okay,
we
Eberic,
do this.
it's
Yep.
your turn.
Moonbeam on the pillar.
On the pillar.
40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. Until the spell ends, dim light fills the cylinder. When a creature enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames that cause searing pain, and it must make a Constitution throw. Takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one.
When a creature enters it for the first time on a turn,
Yep, enters the
or
spell
starts
area.
its turn
Enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there.
Got it.
Either or.
Okay. Moonbeam is in place.
And I'm concentrating.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, that would
No,
bother
just
me
so I can
too.
see it. Yeah.
Okay.
And I am going to move 10 feet. Yep. And try to get cut line of sight between me and fucking Henry. Move my spiritual weapon to
Henry lets out like a ridiculously high-pitched giggle as the corpse of Io smolders in the background. Quite thrilled with the candlelight gleam. As you are moving backwards, you have 15 perception. From where you're at, you see a flicker of light coming from downstairs.
From downstairs.
From down the stairs.
I was like, for sure for that.
Okay.
Like inside the stairs.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Then I'll use the rest of my movement to make my way towards the flicker that I saw.
How much room do you have?
25 total.
Okay. We'll say you get that too.
And I would move my spiritual weapon to Henry.
Okay.
And I'm gonna attack Henry with
All right. Roll attack.
12.
12 does not hit.
Yeah.
Actually, so you see the light cast the needle shards under Cactus off, but just barely.
Yeah, cool. That's my turn.
All right, Henry.
At least my name's not Henry.
Fuck you, Henry! You silly ass bitch!
I'm so tempted to banish you again. No, he's actually gonna cast Magic Missile. But
Fucking knew it.
he's gonna upcast it.
Yeah, 27th level.
Upcast it to 6th level. So that means he gets.
I'd rather be
It's
dead.
only D4s.
You mean it's only D4s?
I prefer
It's
the
only
prairies,
D4s.
sir.
That doesn't matter.
So it's gonna be 3 plus.
Is it one additional rate per level
8, so it's gonna be
upcast?
8. So it's gonna
Okay,
be
so she's dead.
4, 7, 9, 12, 4, 7, 9, 12, 14, 17, 19, 22 plus 8, so 30 damage total of force, and they all hit. Still standing? Oh shit! Okay,
I guess my healing in the last room did something. Jeez.
okay.
Thank goodness.
Alright, he sneers and. He starts running away from the fucking cactus. 5, 10, 15, 30. Yeah. Oh,
No, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. That is. Not your turn. Sorry, I know.
It's just wrong.
Elazira, it's your turn.
If I'm going down, I'm gonna do what I can. I'm too damn close to death to wear on this one.
Am I finally gonna TPKO after all this time?
I mean,
After a year.
to be fair,
17 plus.
we are missing people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so 17.
Because somebody didn't want to play. No. You're good. It's what?
17 plus.
I've been dead on the second. On the third one.
No,
17
man,
for what?
I would have had you, so it's great.
Oh, I'm gonna run up to. I'm gonna
Got
charge.
you, don't
I'm gonna
worry.
charge him, and I'm
Clerical
gonna attack him
heals.
with my axe two-handed.
Tentacles save
Three
lives.
times.
Okay. 27 hits.
That shit.
And don't worry, I got you. Not really.
21 hits.
14.
14 does not hit. So 2 hits.
But it's 10 this time. That's fine. That's been the,
This is the theme of tonight.
the theme of tonight.
6 plus 8 plus 2, 6 plus 10, 16. Yep, okay. Okay, so you get 16 damage. Which is magical on the bright side. Okay, anything else, your turn?
I couldn't maintain 2 attacks.
Lee, roll damage for the Moonlight Beam. Is it a dex saving throw?
But let me just double check. Constitution. Constitution saving throw. 17 DC. 11 radiant damage.
11 radiant damage?
Yep.
You facing the stairwell, running over towards it, towards the flickering light. As you get closer, you can see the light casting off the wall and realize that Henry, while he stopped time, moved the candle, the rune-carved candle that was hiding up here on the top floor next to the pillar of shadowy smoke, inside of the stairwell. And as you are running towards it, and your moonbeam casts straight down the pillar, the pillar itself emanates pulses from inside, and you hear a high-pitched wheel circulate down to the tower, and come back up, and the light casts up above into the room, and the light inside of the stairwell goes out in the candle amidst smoke over the top.
So the candle is out.
The candle is no longer there.
Okay. I think I understand. That means I don't have to waste what I was about to do. no joke. I was about to go to the stairwell and guiding bolt with the candle if I saw it. I was like, okay. I see that. I think I understand. I hope I'm not wrong. Is it my turn?
It is your turn. That's your right.
Let me see how far I can move this. Each of your turns after you cast, you can use an action to move it 60 feet in that direction. I'm not going to move that. I am going to... I can see Henry. I'm going to guiding bolt Henry.
Okay. Roll attack.
12 plus 9.
Hits.
Right. 8 plus 6 is 12. 13 radiant damage.
Do you get your spell modifier too? Okay, 13 radiant damage.
13 radiant damage, and the next attack against him has advantage.
So, the bolt, the same type of thing happens. It hits up against his mage shield, and it seems like half of the energy of it is lost, but the remainder of it breaks through and crashes into his body, less impactful than you expected, as the magic is weakened by the shield around him.
That's about as impactful as I expected.
But it does take some damage, and he has a glow around him that makes him easier to focus on.
I'm going to use my movement to get behind my moonbeam.
Okay.
So that I'm not, I'm going to try not to be in a straight line. And I'm going to move my spiritual weapon as close to Henry as I can, 20 feet.
10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20.
Yep. And that's my turn. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Which brings us to Henry. Watching you run away, he's definitely frustrated. It may or may not have been his intent to line you all up.
This Eleanor music though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. He takes a step over to the side and raises his finger, puts it straight up to your forehead. And starts cackling at you as a beam blasts out forward and goes scattering through your body and shocks out the back end, hitting you and Io before crashing.
And you now have a dick butt tattoo on your forehead.
The back.
He said what?
Dick butt tattoo
Dick
on your
butt tattoo.
forehead.
Okay.
Actually, no way. How about it? It's not lightning.
It's thunder.
It is a cone of cold. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Freeze dry.
Ooh, 3. Listen, that was the time to roll high.
So 9.
9's not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. Plus 9 is 23 is 30. $41.
Dude, even if I hadn't taken that damage that he gave me earlier, that would have been
41 cold damage.
okay. So would that kill me outright?
No, it would have to be. So let's say you have 100 points of health. I'd have to take you to negative 100 to kill you outright. Are you unconscious
of my
though?
max.
Yes.
So I have relentless. words.
I forgot about that
I
one
did
HP.
too. So you drop to 1 HP. You basically are about to die. The ice builds up on your body as a concussive wave of frost and absolute negative freezing, like sub-zero temperatures, just blast across your skin, making you ice up and freeze. Your skin turgor disappears. You start locking up and crusting, and you start to turn into a giant icicle. In fact, behind you, Io does. You are a block of ice, a frozen statue.
Nice, we preserved the corpse.
Per the spell, you are a frozen icicle statue corpse.
Nice.
You are about to become as such, and then just as the light's about to fade from your eyes, your orcish ancestry, you find within yourself like this flame that reignites, and you just lean forward and bust out of the ice, and fall down to your knee, and manage to push through. Just
Store your shoulder into
hang
it.
on with 1 HP. Bonus action, he kicks you in the face. No. Henry, seeing that,
I only had 7. Like,
I mean, that's what he got. He is going to 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to rush over to get vision of the cleric at the same time. And that's his turn.
is it my turn?
Io, you're fine. All right,
Zero frost eyes.
Okay. So I'm like somewhat frozen. The ice is starting to melt on me, and then I'm just like, "Fuck you, Henry!" and I start dashing towards him.
I'm Henry the Necromancer. I am.
Which that is 25. And then I'm gonna hit him with everything I got. And then attacks against him are at advantage.
Are they?
Just the first one.
Just the first one.
Oh, yes, it is. You're right.
That's a crit.
It is a crit. Good call.
I'm gonna
Okay.
call that shit. She didn't take an attack of opportunity, so I'm gonna yell crit.
Yeah.
That's a crit.
100%. Okay.
Okay.
So roll damage and don't roll 1 this time.
Don't jinx it.
So, and I believe you said last time you were two-handing your weapon.
Yeah.
Yep,
So you're
it's a
still
D10.
two-handing your weapon.
Yep.
Okay. It's your choice. You can double your before you roll. Do you want to double the same die or roll 2 dice?
I'm gonna roll 2 dice.
Okay.
That's a safer bet. And it was a safer bet.
So 6 and 4. So 10.
10 for the
Plus
first one. Plus
6.
plus 6, so 16 on that first attack.
Plus 6, so 16. Okay. Natural 20.
Another crit!
Nice.
Double
Okay.
crits!
Roll
It's the
Champions!
same thing.
Champions, bro!
Wait,
No.
what just happened? Oh, not
It
the. A
knocks
1 and a
the-
4 is a 5.
Yeah.
Plus 6.
Plus 6 is
So
11. Okay.
Can we get
Don't
3?
fail me, no I'm kidding. Yeah, it's a 3.
You did get 3. You got 3.
That's not what I meant!
13 will not hit.
Okay, that's fine. I had my moment. That was good.
That was a great moment, though.
That was a great moment, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty proud of that.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna
Anything else for you?
swing at him constantly. Well, mine's at 1, so
It's at half beard.
it's at
Half beard. That sounds like a good character name. Half beard.
Maybe closer to 3/4 beard.
3/4 beards.
I'm just gonna. That was the last thing.
It's a no mustache.
Ebrick.
Not out of his.
It is your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon 20 feet towards Henry.
Okay. Oh, wait.
I want to
5,
try
10,
to.
15, 20.
I can make it to him?
You
Yeah,
can.
you
Yeah! Swinging that bitch!
I thought I went far enough, but it didn't. No.
Oops! 19 plus 9, 28.
Doesn't hurt. It hits. Roll damage. Reroll that one. Are those ones?
Yeah.
1, 1, 3, and then you get one more, right? Isn't it 4D?
No.
Oh, it's 3D8?
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 1, and 3 with no bonus. So 5?
No, it gets the bonus.
So 10?
So, yeah.
Halved.
5
Because
plus
of
5
magical.
is 10. From that, I'm gonna peek out around the beam,
Okay.
and I am going to guiding bolt once more.
Such triumphant music.
Actually,
Let's try
can I make it?
Something like
Can I make it to Henry with 25 movement?
Yeah, I think you can. 5, 15, 20. Yes, you can.
Cool.
Oh, you can get honestly
di-
from there. 15.
well, yeah, I want to get up on him. I'm gonna divine strike.
You want to get up on him? Like
Yeah.
climb up? Like
I'm gonna climb up and I'm gonna hold him down. I'm gonna hog time real good. I'm gonna show him what dwarven tentacle looks like.
By the way, for time stop, just so you all know, he gets a number of turns that's determined based on the roll, and I rolled the lowest number of turns he could have got for that knife spell.
Right.
So I only got 2 turns instead of 5.
19. No, no.
For damage?
15.
For attack, for your. What are you talking about?
Divine strike.
Ah, okay.
15.
Alright. 15 actually just hits. Yes, it does. 15 just hits.
Oh, thank God. Alright, so the first part of the
Question.
attack.
Divine Strike is a feature.
Yeah.
Read it for me, real quick.
It doesn't. I can use it unlimited.
Yeah, and you know the verbiage.
You gain the ability to infuse your weapon strikes with divine energy. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can cause the attack to deal an extra 1d8 radiant damage.
Call it a spell.
Okay, go ahead. It's a good thing.
It's a d8 first. So 8 bludgeoning damage, and
Okay.
then 5 radiant damage.
8 non-magical bludgeoning,
Yeah.
correct? Okay, so your weapon strikes the skin and feels less impactful, but then the radiant energy does how much?
5.
5 additional damage?
Mhm.
So it's going to be halved of your 8, but then the full 5. So we're going to take that 9 damage, 4 and 5. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
All right. You see a piece of his stone skin break off,
It's my
and
turn.
underneath he is starting to bleed.
It's my turn.
It is his turn. He. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I'm just gonna let y'all know. He currently has. You want to tell you how much health he has?
76 8th level spells left. Got it.
Yeah,
no,
literally.
I don't want to know.
You don't want to know anything?
Don't want to know.
Alright. So, he is going to. He still has. Oh, I freaking forgot about that. Lots of fluctuate. All right, let's do it. He's going to move around. He's going to go
I'll take
through you and around behind you. Oh, he never leaves yours. Do you want one?
Yeah.
All right, go and take it. Natural one?
Yeah.
So no hit.
Of course, I get the natural one.
He is going to
Crucial
burn his
moment.
his only 7th level spell slot. Burn a cone of cold.
I use divine intervention in my head.
Normally, how would divine intervention work?
I couldn't do it during.
It's an action, right?
Yeah, it's an
You
action.
can't reaction it. Okay. I was looking for opportunities.
Oh, I'm a fucking moron!
What happened?
I forgot about Warcaster. I could have done a spell. I rolled a melee attack.
No, that's fair. You can use it. Do a spell.
It was still a natural one, but
Well, what spell would you have used?
guiding bolt.
Which would have been an attack. Do you have any other types of spells you could have used?
I mean, I could have used cantrip.
Well, do you have any like saves or
Both cantrips are saves.
what are they?
Hold the Dead and Sacred Flame.
I don't think you would have used that over your actual spell.
I wouldn't have. But
Okay.
too late now.
That's okay. Okay.
I'll have to remember if there's a next time.
Let's see. Let's see. Because this is probably like I don't know how much health you have,
I know.
but my guess is this is about to determine the game. So it either we'll see.
You might be shocked.
Might be. So Cone of Cold. I need a con saving throw from both of you.
Failed. Failed.
Well, you'll take half damage.
No,
Wait.
it's plus 6. 15 plus 6.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So you'll take half damage.
Yep.
Do you have something you can use? Because I'm about to roll 8d8
Yeah, I mean, that-
plus 2 additional. I'm about
that's
to roll
over.
10d8.
Me failing. Me failing. Just, it's
Let's
already
see.
over.
Let's see.
Unless he just rolls bad.
10, 14. 2, 2,
He rolled
1.
bad.
14 plus 5 is 19. Look,
Attention.
less than that.
How much damage?
27.
I'm
We just go on.
So you turn into a frosty statue as well, by the way.
Very angry frosty statue, yeah.
Okay, so I have marked off mine, and oh, I already moved some. There is no reason to move. I'm gonna stay hiding behind my nice little new ice sculpture.
Can we move the pillar so that I can see?
Yes.
Alright.
Is the pillar gone?
No, it's still there.
Yeah, can we you can just put the ring on there.
Yeah.
Because my moonbeam is still there. Alright. He's still next to my spiritual weapon. I'm gonna attack with the spiritual weapon first.
Okay. Yeah, it's a move.
That's 14.
14 does not hit.
Fucking kidding me.
Just misses. Just misses.
Alright.
You are salvation.
I mean,
You haven't revived.
huh? I have no spell slots left.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought for sure he was gonna go over here and revive you. And I was like, oh,
Well,
yeah, that'd be good.
I
I
had one spell
was.
slot left and then I died.
And then I was like, I thought the previous room was gonna be like the major thing. So I was like, okay, let's use these. We're about to die anyways. He had already gone down. So I was like, I gotta use some high level shit.
I knew that was the last room. I was like,
Well, you never know because the way the thing was moving up and down with us. All right.
Roll percentile for me. Noted.
I have to make a decision. Do I risk it
Roll intelligence.
for the damage? Play it safe.
Okay.
Natural 20. For the intelligence
For
check.
intelligence.
As you're
Oh, I
standing
am
where
an
you're
idiot.
at, what are you thinking?
No, I was thinking I should have guiding bolted first because if I hit, my spiritual weapon would have had advantage.
True.
Didn't think about that.
From where you are standing
Moment.
right now, you catch a flicker out of your eye again, and notice that the remainder of the mirror that is still in place is not reflecting anything in the room, but still shows that image of the candle in like a gray area in the background. Off to the side.
Is the candle lit again?
The candle in the mirror.
Shoot. I guess I'm gonna use my last spell slot.
Oh, you do have a spell slot left.
I have one. It's a level 1 spell slot though.
Okay.
It's a guiding bolt, that piece of the mirror.
Is that mirror?
I'm gonna try.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Saving grace at this point.
19.
Roll damage. How much did you hit for the first time? You hit the mirror?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did
you
with the
that
spiritual weapon.
It was 13 the first time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. This is guiding bolt. I'm forgetting. 6, 9, 10. 16.
16?
16.
Okay. So the guiding bolt hits the mirror. And the majority of the mirror shatters and falls to the ground. And all that's left is like the top like 20% of the mirror dangling. And the flicker of the light moves up into that space and just barely reflects into the room as the last piece of the mirror holds on. And you see a look of panic come over Henry's face as he reaches out towards the mirror and starts to try uttering something.
I'm going
Did
to.
you guys use your potions?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yep.
I feel like later on there's gonna be the moment where you all both are like, wait, oh my god, we could have done this.
Well, I mean, I already had a few of those moments in this
It's too late now.
last 5 minutes.
Down to the wire.
I'm gonna maneuver myself back
You're
behind
gonna do
the pillar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like back in there.
Trying to break line of sight.
Okay.
And I mean, that's my turn. Oh, you said Henry moved towards the mirror.
Start like reaching out towards the mirror. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't actually move.
No.
Okay, never
It
mind.
was your turn.
That's it. It's my turn.
Okay. I wonder how much health you have. Wait, are you still concentrating on something? Your spiritual weapon?
Moonbeam.
Moonbeam. And you've kept it the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. He starts to move. Wait, fuck, that's you. Starts to move towards the mirror and almost like reaches up towards it with his hand and looks to see the space to make sure that the fire is still there. Looks back over his shoulder at you, Everett.
Even though I'm behind the pillar, I'm hiding.
From there?
I don't know. Can he?
Yeah, it's like,
You don't see me. I'm sucking in the gut.
you did say behind the pillar, and I didn't move you all the way. He was here.
Yes, technically at the time.
You tell me. Where would you have moved?
I was just trying to break line of sight, so
Both of those are breaking the site. I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he moved up here. Okay, how about this then? As he reaches up towards the mirror, and starts uttering the words that he needs to activate his
The
ability to
Necronomicon.
portal through the mirror. He extends a hand backwards and points it directly at the pillar of shadow and darkness. And flickering light starts dancing between his fingers as lightning starts to appear. He can't see you, but he has a guess where you are behind the pillar. Alright, you're gonna roll percentile to see if he can hit the right spot. Because there's about one space of flexibility for whether or not it hits. The top 50% is what you want. Alright. A beam of lightning breaks through the space next to the pillar and comes out a hair's breadth off of you.
my mustache is gone.
Destroys your beard and your bird. Blasts it off
Tweaks
your
you number
face,
4 and
shocks your chin, tickles your nose, but does not connect with you. And you do not take damage from his upcast lightning bolt. You hear him start uttering a spell, a word, towards the mirror. And while you can't see exactly what he's doing, you see light start to fill the room from that side. That's his turn.
How far away is my spiritual weapon from that part of the mirror? I have 20 feet of movement on the spiritual weapon.
You can.
Like 10 feet.
I'm gonna move the spiritual weapon up towards the mirror,
Okay.
and I'm gonna attack with the spiritual weapon.
Roll attack!
11 plus 9.
Hits. Roll damage.
Whoa. My hands are too shaky. 4, 5, 8 plus 5.
So, the mirror shatters, and the pillar of light disappears in front of your face, and you have a direct line of sight to Henry, standing on the other
Does my
side.
moonbeam disappear too?
No. Your moonbeam will still be there. The pillar disappears, and you see him reaching out for the final piece of the mirror as it was like warping and becoming semi-liquid as he was about to use it to pour it out of the tower. In fact, as far as you know, the only way out of this tower. And the mirror shatters into the last final pieces. The light in the background, the candle flame, no longer flickering, no longer present, as it falls to the ground. And he looks back at you, glaring and frustrated and very angry. But it is still your turn.
I'm gonna use my action to move the moonbeam onto him.
Forgot about that too. Is that an action or a bonus action?
Action.
Is it? Okay. I didn't forget about that. You could have done that last turn, huh?
Well, I wasn't. I was just making sure that the daemon was dead, but I had
How far can you move it? 60 feet?
60 feet
Okay.
on top of him, and when a creature enters the spell's area for the first
On its
time on
turn.
a turn,
When it enters on a turn.
or
You can't
starts
double
its
dip.
turn there, it takes 2d10. And let's see, is she still a frozen ice pillar?
Yes.
I'm gonna get behind her frozen ice pillar.
Okay.
I guess you could.
I'm still useful.
And that's
Okay.
my turn.
And you've got like a nice peeky hole right through her chest. 'Cause there was a nice hole blown
I can't reach that high.
out. Okay.
I'm just like to the
Roll
high gap.
damage for your moonbeam.
Second level spell.
Roll damage for moonbeam. Sounds like Rick and Morty. See, it sounds like a movie.
8.
8 damage.
Add it?
That's it.
It's 2d10.
That's it total.
Yeah.
Okay. He takes
I
8
was only
damage.
able to cast it at 2nd level, so.
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
It's my turn. Don't wear it out.
Jesus. Okay. What do you think?
That's fine. I am behind a solid surface.
That you can see within range. So he has to move through. He's gonna flee the area of the moonbeam. Sprint full speed across the room. 20, 25, 30. See you on the inside. And outstretched fingers as 4 beams break out, one from each of his fingers.
Oh, good game, guys.
How much health do you have?
2.
You have 2 health?
How did he move?
Can I change his target to one of the ice? To that one or to the next one?
Yes. I didn't specify living or dead target. Which one? Fuck you, I am! You take
I'm still
1.
useful.
My mermaid life!
You take 3. You take 5 plus 4.
Even after death, she's still getting penetrated.
Okay. Redirected
Damn
mid-air.
necromancers.
These streaks of light, these arrows. Wait, it's 3 now. Why did I say 4? 3. 3 of them go over towards you. So you take 3 is what I rolled for the first 3, so 53, 6 damage. Take 6 damage. Your
Take
dead body.
3 magic.
Yes. You get penetrated 3 different times.
Okay.
Um,
Anything for the party.
A look of utter shock and confusion comes over the face of Henry. And that is all we can do. It is your turn.
He's like, I didn't think I'd make it this far.
My spiritual weapon is so slow. Alright, so I guess I'll move the spiritual weapon 20 feet.
Okay.
Might as well get it moving.
15, 20.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
You get it up.
Spiritual weapon!
Okay. Roll damage.
No, I have to roll to hit.
I rolled a hit. That's what I meant. Yep. That's what I meant. Bruh!
I'll buy a new one.
Don't worry about it. Alright, roll damage.
I need 3 more d8.
Oh, gotcha.
That's a bonus action, right? Not even
Yeah.
an action? Okay. I'm gonna take a
Wait,
screenshot
say 3 more.
real quick. So I can prove it later. Holy fuck.
Ooh, those are good.
Okay.
What is that?
It's
6,
12,
8,
20, 8, 30, 3.
Wait, hold up. A spiritual weapon hits how hard?
It's 3d8.
That's 68?
Yeah.
You rolled it how
I
much
cast
damage?
it at 5th level.
Because it was a crit.
Alright.
Oh, nice.
You died.
From the shock of
Now,
my...
question.
We won.
Yes, I'm moving Moonbeam next. And I'm moving myself back around the ice pillar.
Let me think. I have one thought. One thing. One thing I can try. So I just wanted to check. Counterspell. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. If the creature is casting a spell of or lower than that level, its spell fails and has no effect. You are not casting a spell, which means that your damage hits. And Henry has 21.
Yes.
Well played, sir! So he still had counterspell. In case you were going to do a cast. He still had 2 level 1 spells for more magic missiles. But I have a point of interest for you. As Henry
Nap time?
falls dead to the ground, stuck with... That's your magic weapon, isn't it? Wait, how much damage? Did you say 38?
33
33?
for spiritual weapon.
It's halved.
Oh shit.
Hang on. I forgot. It's halved. It is 33. It's 16. It because of his magic. Okay, hold up. Now do your thing.
I'm moving Moonbeam.
Okay. You move it on top of him, right?
On top of him.
You'd have to roll complete
And
ass.
I'm moving it back around the pillar to hide myself. The ice babe.
Well, you're on the
there's no-
stairwell.
there's
That
no
point.
Oh.
pillar there.
So you're behind the
wait,
stairwell.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna say it goes to his turn. Now roll Moonbeam damage.
There's no pillar there. I don't see a
Roll
pillar.
like
Oh. 8.
Yes.
Alive.
No. I
He's
think he had
alive.
exactly 8.
No, it's halved. He's alive.
Why is
he
it
has
halved?
5 HP.
Yeah, he
Because
has
he
1
takes
HP.
half damage from spells.
This is halved.
Wait, he takes half damage from spells?
Yeah.
He takes half damage from spells.
But the
Moonbeam is a
spiritual
spell.
weapon-
Spiritual weapon is also a
It's a
spell.
spell. Yeah.
Oh, so you have 1 HP.
So I didn't roll ass.
We
Bro!
rolled ass enough that it's not gonna affect him.
He just happens
That's
to
enough.
take half damage to survive on 1 HP.
Okay.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
Wait, do you legit have something?
No.
So, this is where it would
Go
really.
punch him! Run up and
Right.
punch him!
I don't have
Uh,
action
Magic
shirt.
on his.
Should have taken 2 levels of
Concentration.
fighter.
It's mage armor. It's 2. It's a half
Can you
damage. Cone of
imagine
cold.
losing to the skin of your
I
ball
know.
sack?
Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Here's what's gonna happen.
God, my spiritual weapon rolled such
He
ass.
does not know how much health you have. So, he is going to have a chance to decide whether to attack you or attempt to flee.
Oh, but you're standing in the stairwell.
He's like dying.
He's jumping. He's so gaunt. He could probably make it through one of those archer
Slits.
ports, archer slits.
31. He doesn't. If I'm being completely realistic, he's not staying. Okay. Okay. Here's how this one's gonna end. As your friends are frozen statues lying around you on the ground of the tower of shadow and flicker and shadow, flicker and flame, shadow and earth, fire and molasses.
Earth and sky.
You hear in a panicked voice, Henry start to cast and speak out into the tower, and the wards. Are you still using detect magic?
No.
You're not.
No.
So the only thing you're concentrating on is moonbeam, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see the window. The window in front of you, which is barely letting in any of the evening light from outside. You can tell that the ward that was going around the tower itself drops instantly. The pressure and the magic inside completely changes. The lighting opens up, so some of the light actually filters inside of the space. And the next thing that you hear is familiar to you as Henry casts a teleport spell. And you lose sight of him.
Teleport? So we're like 80 feet up in the air right now.
True. Wait, that's a good point. What's the distance? I think he's okay. Oh no! I'm thinking of a different spell. You have to be able to see it.
Shoot, my thought was he used Misty Step to go a floor down so he could run away.
You have to
Is
see
there a
it.
hole?
There you go. He goes over the hole.
He jumps in the hole. That
No,
goes
he
all the
walks
way.
up to it, and
Oh.
then he, you know what? Yes, the fuck he does. Yes, he does. He drops into the hole, and then as he's falling, he's gonna cast a spell.
Okay.
And that's the last thing you hear is Henry, however the fuck you say his last
You
name.
say that,
Delanoui.
but
Yeah.
we're still in turn order.
Yeah.
After he finishes his movement, if I walk to the hole, would I be able to see him? Like down?
Like Folly.
Well, so what? If he has ability to get over here, and now he can see a spot to teleport to, but he'd only be able to see straight down. Okay, let me think. 5, 10, 15. 20 to get in, and then is in free fall. And then uses a Misty Step, 60 feet.
Misty
20 feet
Step is
per
30
floor.
feet.
It is 30 feet, and they're 20 feet, which means he can go down. Plus the fall, he can hit the ground of 2 levels down. So 40 feet around the perimeter. Maybe.
Because total dead is a 60-foot range.
What are you doing?
And, like, if I can see him, I want to like try to toll the dead him down the hole.
Where are you going?
To the hole.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He has to be able to see it. He's in free fall, and he just passed the second. 30 feet teleport, 15 feet drop. Is it a saving throw?
Yeah.
Is it no damage if he passes?
Yeah.
Is this total dead?
Yeah.
What's the save?
Constitution.
Okay.
17. For 3d12.
Okay, he has a +1 to Constitution. He's got 1 HP, bro.
I rolled 12 and an 11. And then not that.
Alright, you got him.
Nice.
Henry dies.
Falling.
Falling on the floor, yeah.
Yeah, no, for him to chase you would have been meta. He just wouldn't have done it. If he was
Yeah.
about to die, he would have fled.
Falling down.
The only reason he could survive that was because he had the mage armor. He's got he's an archmage, and I didn't know archmages take half damage from spells. I didn't know that until we started combat. I was like, yeah, y'all are gonna thrash him. He's got 99 health. He had 99 health. I'm like, y'all are gonna absolutely wreck him. I banished you, which worked out pretty well. Slow time, didn't get to do much with it. You died a lot faster than I figured would happen.
I thought I healed you for more than that. I honestly did.
And then
Going into this fight, I had 49.
You're
It was like
49.
3, 5.
Going into
Yeah,
it.
I thought I had kept y'all like pretty even on the healing. So I
I
was
mean-
like, shit. I didn't realize.
So now here's the real
I
question.
didn't math it right.
Do you have a way to
that's
save
true.
them? So you have no spell slots, you would have to long rest. Can you save one or either of them?
I cannot.
You can't?
No.
Even if you got spell slots back?
Oh, if I got my spell slots back, absolutely.
Does your long rest allow, do you have spells that allow you to...
Oh, if I take a short rest, I can channel divinity to gain a spell slot.
Okay.
Let me read this. Expend channel divinity to fuel your spells. Regain 1 spell slot, the level of which can be no higher than half your proficiency bonus rounded up. That would
Well,
be... Hold on.
what level, or what spells
So,
do you need?
I need level 2 spells.
You only need level 2?
I have Gentle Repose. I can postpone the decomposition for reviving spells.
By what? Just by touching them, or...?
Yeah, it's a Gentle Repose.
Is it a cantrip?
No, it's a second level spell.
Ah, okay, so you touch a corpse or other remains. For the duration, the target is protected from the decay and can't become undead. Extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead. So what revive spell do you have?
Revivify.
How long do they have to have been dead for? Or can they have been dead up to?
Oh, I think reviving...
I'm basically just trying
I
to
think
see
it has
if-
to be done
if-
within a minute.
Within a minute?
I think reviving
Do you
has
have
to be
another
done
one?
within a minute. That's the only...
Because otherwise you'd have to cast that within a minute. I'm basically trying to figure out if you lost a second character.
Oh. No.
Why you gotta say it
No,
like that, bro?
I have no way to revive a character
No?
without spell slots.
You know what? So I'm guessing you two are probably dead. But
Oh, has she been rolling death saves?
No, I haven't rolled any death saves.
that's true.
Yeah.
You did die. But you didn't roll death saves.
So can I stabilize
And your body
her?
wasn't the one that was hit. How many turns? That would have been 2. That was only 2 turns. You made 2 death saves. Yeah. Yeah, roll advantage for the first one.
Does her champion crits apply to
Woo! It's a good thing. That would have been 2 failed death saves. So you passed 1. Okay, roll again. For the second death save.
Somebody used to run the roll there.
10, also just a save. Okay, so that's 2 saves. And then how quickly could you get over there to stabilize?
I mean, I'm right
You
next to
chased to do another spell. I mean, another death save.
her. Touche.
You stabilize. Alright, so yeah, you can save one.
All right, so in this room, I'm going to ritual cast where is it? Liamon's tiny hut
Okay.
and drag her in. Well, I'll just do it around her.
It's a frozen statue, it's heavy and hard, you know, but.
That's why I said I'd just do it, this thing around her.
Okay, got you.
That way I don't have to move her with my weak arms.
So, to summarize today's session, only one player death, because eventually you could get revived.
Yeah.
We had a whole lot of tentacle shenanigans.
Oh, loud.
A whole lot of tentacle shenanigans.
Yes.
Just so you'll know,
Now I actually have a headache.
the fiend, the candlelight daemon. The candle that it was actually attached to was the candle that was upstairs, not the ones in the other rooms. Y'all did not examine the mirrors inside of this space. They had different imagery on them, and if inspected, would have given you clues and hints towards the history, and then also the candlelight daemon itself, as well as Henry,
All of
and
us are
also
great
would have revealed
endings,
traps.
Well, we also got attacked by the candlelight demon,
Yes.
so it was kind of like
So the candlelight
Or
daemon is
attack.
supposed to be attacking the entire time. The moment you walk in and that ward is triggered, the candle lights for the candlelight daemon, and then he traverses continuously up and down.
yeah. I was debating for a long time when I should cast Moonbeam on that beam and just walk it up with us.
I didn't even think about that. That's
Yeah, I was
actually kind
gonna
of
do
nuts.
I was gonna do a Lord's Tentacles again.
That's really good. Yeah, no, honestly though, considering this was for 4 to 5 12 level characters, y'all completely ruined the first floor.
Well, he did.
Yeah, that worked out
Not
pretty
just
well.
the first floor.
That worked
Yeah.
out pretty well.
Also,
You
that,
shut down.
also this floor.
Yeah, because he put down
And
all
this
the
one was a
corpses.
poisonous.
Oh yeah.
Well, your tentacles.
Was
in
it? I
this
think it
room
was this
made a
floor
huge
that ruined
difference.
me.
Oh, yeah.
True.
This floor was
Sure.
just shenanigans, taking photo shots of my mermaid waifu.
Mermaid waifu. Yeah.
I'm bringing Io's sister, OI, next time.
Oh, she's not into tentacles.
Out and in.
I mean, that's the upside.
She's all about the charm. She's a dom.
She's a dumb.
See, now there has to be a character backstory. And not that kind of backstory.
Yeah, that was a back and forth story. All the
Wow.
Yeah.
to and fro, in and out.
You did what in
back and
Tiamon's hut?
forth.
What's it called? Tiamon's hut? Liamon's hut?
Leomans?
Lionel's hut? Yes.
Nice one.
So Lee, Eberic does manage to revive and eventually recover Elazira. Y'all have the frozen body of Io, which I will say does slow down the decomposition. Are you able to change your spells?
I don't need to change my spells. I have Revivify already equipped, and I have a diamond on me.
Surely you have a spell that lasts longer than an hour or 8 hours for reviving, right?
Revivify is the revive spell. I can revive, I just don't have the spell slot. I need to rest before.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. If you have a spell that can revive somebody after 8 hours, then you could just do a long rest and then revive. Is that what you mean?
No. I know what spell you're talking about. I don't know.
Resurrection, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's resurrection. But
But I think that's an 8th level spell. We don't have those.
he is frozen. She is frozen. So I would say that might come into play. So maybe all of them both. And y'all collect whatever you're worth. So Thoth lives on. And y'all survive another day. Just barely.
Just barely.
But, to be fair, actually worked out really well because there was no way. That made all the difference with that save. So that was pretty close.
No! If I take a long rest, I can swap to Raise Dead. 10 days.
10 days. There we go. I was like, there's no
Oh,
way
yes.
at level 12 you don't have something. I was like, there's got to be something. Does he come back as a corpse?
A demon slave?
I also have
if you're both willing and
Jewel
ready
of
to join me,
Levistus, which, like I can encase myself in ice, so she's used to it.
you return to life with one
Yeah.
hit point. So yeah, after a long rest, I can swap to Raise Dead, and
Perfect.
Okay,
then you live.
thank God. 'cause
I was gonna say, I was like, there's no way a 12th level.
So yeah,
can't
I
fly.
ritual cast Liam's tiny hut to rest there,
You bring in your 2 ice buddies.
and then I play with tentacles, just to get a feel for who I'm talking to.
Quick,
And then I-
what's the music from?
Huh?
Music.
Bloodborne.
How do you know that?
Because I put like 1,200 hours into the game.
Did you seriously?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Pretty good.
Don't judge my no life souls
Pretty good.
Tell
love.
me that.
So everybody lived.
Well, everybody eventually. You had 2 HP?
wow.
That's
And
all.
you
I was
had
like,
one, right?
Yes, Henry had 1. There's just no way, not knowing how much damage you'd taken, that he wasn't gonna flee there. There's no chance.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I did not know Archmages. First of all, I think an Archmage is only a challenge rating 12. They are challenge rating 12, and they have a 9th level, 8th level, 7th level, and 6th level spell slot, which is crazy. And also, they take half damage or damage resistance from spells. That's crazy. We'll call it a draw.
And
That
that
was
is
very
why
close.
people don't like Twilight players.
What do you mean don't like Twilight?
I was about to say, what do you
Or
mean, bro?
DMs, yeah.
Yeah, DM.
Nah, it's good. That's the whole point. You're supposed to have stuff that makes
I
you
didn't
strong.
even get to fly.
Well, that's your own.
But-
Hammer.
No, it's this tower's fault. It was so dark.
Just in case, do y'all have an idea of what you would like to potentially do for the next game or role-play series? Would you be interested in a little heist thing where you all actually put together a party and it's more about social interactions, puzzles, and kind of like the quest, the challenge itself? Or would y'all want to do something that's actually like the kind of travel adventure that probably takes you across multiple zones like you would have inside of the Unlimited Portal? Because we have to wait until August 7th before John gets back. August 7th? Dang, well, my birthday is really close together. Wait, what's your birthday?
Mine was in June.
Hey.
So we're all within like 2.5, 3 months. Like 3 months, yeah. Cause no, cause you're like May 24th, right?
May 20th.
20th. Yeah, like 2.5 months. And John's birthday, yeah, all of us are within the same 2.5 months. It's pretty good. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we're the best.
I know the session was kind of short today. We'll make it longer next time. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out the whole time. Holy crap.
Yeah, it came in clutch for
Everything? You won the game.
Yeah, basically.